Okay, darling, I'll speak to you later. Am I in? If you don't see Nancy, I would do the other one.
Over there, Woxie! Woxie, back spinner! Woxie!
Oh yes, white cloud, but it's anyway, that's the way they're doing it. Okay, speak to you later, darling. Okay, almost. Bye.
gets underway at 11 a.m. and Somerset 23-1 on the second innings. James Warwickshire 99 runs with 9 substitute wickets remaining. Saturday night yesterday, due to run light and rain yesterday. There will be 104 overs in today's play. Slightly extended morning session, which will be taken at 1:10. That will be 40 minutes long. The afternoon session is 2 hours and 10 minutes long as well, so two will be taken at 4. Scheduled to play at 6:30 and 104 overs in the day, and stay during those. If you fancy having a longer on the afternoon, we've got coffee blue and coffee donuts all around the ground as well. And the Wi-Fi is completely free as well. See watching replays more the action free of charge. Just select that word on the score and Sunset. So day 3 sets away in 25 minutes time. Sunset is in their second innings, 23-1. Have a great day with us. Very good morning for just joining us here at the Social County Ground on Sunday Father's Day in Somerset. A reminder that there are actually 104 orders in today's play. The lunch to be taken at 10:21. Tea at 4 p.m. and scheduled for the play at 6:30. This is due to the orders lost so far in the game. Somerset is using their second innings 2021, played by 99 runs. A big thank you to our matchmaker for this game, which is Taunton Dental Practice. Founded in 2014 by David Langer, Taunton Dental Practice is dedicated to providing exceptional care tailored to your unique needs in a welcoming and comfortable environment. Their highly skilled team uses the latest technology and techniques to ensure your treatments are efficient, effective, and as pain-free as possible. Whether it is routine care, cosmetic enhancements, or restorative treatments, they strive to exceed your expectations at every visit. That's our Somerset Dental Practice. Details of our magnificent event planned here on Sunday, September the 13th, where you can experience the magic of Shakespeare under the open sky and on the field of play, as acclaimed outdoor theatre company Milestones As You Like It to the Cooper Socialist County Ground on Sunday, September the 13th. Set against the unique backdrop of Somerset's most iconic venue, this lively and entertaining production promises an unforgettable afternoon of laughter, romance, mistakenship, and adventure. Tickets go on sale tomorrow and are priced at just £25 for adults and £15 for under 16s, with excellent value family tickets available for just £60. It's for 2 adults and 2 children. Enjoy a wonderful afternoon of world-class outdoor theatre as Shakespeare is brought to life in the heart of Somerset. As You Like It, coming to the Cooper Socialist County on Sunday, September the 13th. Tickets are on sale tomorrow. Somerset Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. Please welcome match umpires, Nigel Long and David Jones. The match referee is Mr. Stumps, scorers are Kevin Shaw and Milestones. Led out by Captain Ed Barnard, kicks off the visitors Warwickshire. The Somerset not-out batters, number 76, Jordan Herman, and sponsored by Blackdown Dental, number 5, Josh Shaw. We stand against.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's a beautiful morning here over Taunton and much of the rest of Somerset, I fancy. It's certainly looking lovely over the Quantock Hills. And the players and umpires, as you see, are out there. Somerset 23 for 1 overnight, which means they still have a first innings deficit of 99. It just chipped down into double figures before Stumps yesterday evening. Jordan Herman is still there on 16, having opened the innings, and he was joined by Josh Shaw, and we had quite an intricately woven night watchman experience yesterday evening. I'm Stephen Lamb, with me Vic Marks. Vic,
morning Stephen.
Much to look forward to. A crucial half hour perhaps.
Yes, another crucial half hour. Actually it's a crucial day really. Crucial 6 hours from a Somerset perspective. I think if they're going to save the game or even win it perhaps, they've got still to be batting tonight. I mean, it's not very good to set such long-term targets as we want to bat all day. Then we'll get through the next 10 minutes first. But we'll wait and see. There's an opportunity there for someone. In fact, Somerset need probably 2 people to play really significant innings to get right back in the game. They fought hard yesterday, didn't they?
Here's the first ball of the morning to Jordan Herman. Quite directed right. Herman looking to play it down to fine leg for what would have been a very easy boundary, but no contact.
Yeah, it was a tough day for Somerset yesterday, but they stuck at it and eventually bowled Warwickshire out. But the deficit is significant.
Yes, there remains the feeling that that first innings total of 208 was inadequate. We'll see. They're underway for the morning. That looks like a leg by from the pace of it.
And you're right. It sounded like a leg by. It looked like a leg by. So it was a leg by, confirmed by the umpire.
Yeah, very, very decorously by Nigel Long.
Yes, the partnership last night had us scratching our heads. It was still 4 overs to go when Shaw guided the ball down to third man and first ball of the over, and Herman didn't run. He was already thinking that Shaw's got to take the bulk of the deliveries. Anyway, Shaw managed to hang in there pretty well. And he's obviously, we haven't seen much of him in Somerset colours just this season. He's joined the club and he knows how to hold a bat, clearly. He gets into proper positions. Defended very well last night and got some useful runs in the first innings, actually.
Yeah, good support for Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, they'd love it if Shaw stayed there for some time today.
That's all right to start.
Yeah, well, I mean, he defended extremely competently last night. And I'm not sure there are that many demons in this pitch yet. The odd ball has turned, but not that many. Jack got, well, both his wickets last night, actually. Leach. He dismissed Barnard, stumped a ball that turned to beat the outside edge. And then he got the last man out, and it did turn a little bit and just clip the off stump, classically.
Well played. Lifting delivery. He has, we've been hearing at various points of the game, been in good batting form, Josh Shaw. Not necessarily at first class level.
Yeah, well, Shep's telling me he got 100, I think, in a benefit game. But they all, they don't count. But it's quite handy sometimes
Rather
for
like
pros
Peter
to go somewhere and just get some runs.
Rather like Peter Trigo, been in rather good batting form recently. We'll be hearing from him shortly.
Yeah, well, that's a nice little push drive. You get a couple there, sweetly timed. You get about 3. Yeah. Well, Trigo, yeah. I mean, obviously we'll have to eke it out of him. But it would be quite difficult. But we'll probably have to have a quick summary of the latest Trigo triumph. His club riding high. He must have been very close to getting a call up here, I'd have thought.
Well, in all the circumstances.
He's got hands with no broken digits on. Maybe they wouldn't have used his bowling quite so much. Perhaps, I don't know. No. He might have played as a pure batsman. But anyway, that's too late now.
I've still got good memories
of course, he's contracted to us anyway. I mean, his agent would have had a real bargaining chip there.
Extend the contract to a multi-format one.
Anyway, more importantly, a lot depends on Somerset's new overseas signing, who's done some really good work while he's been here. Jordan Herman played really well in the Championship up at Trent Bridge. He's played one sparkling T20 knock, I know. And he would like to see a lot of Herman at the crease today. But early doors, settling in against Bamber. Conservative field, in a way, just tells you that they don't think it's going to be zipping all over the place, just the 2 slips.
Yes, I gather Sam Hain, who was doing the end-of-day interview yesterday evening, saying that the pitch is really quite placid, as he found it.
Well, that's why he would have been surprised by the ball that dismissed him, I suppose, because that did bounce more than expected when Alfie Ogborn made an unexpected contribution yesterday.
Broad batted defence from the night watchman. Yes, I've still got good memories of Peter Trigo's half-century at Sidmouth last summer in the 150th anniversary game.
Yeah,
half-century for both Trigo and Hildreth.
Yeah, well, I remember him being slightly peeved that benefit game. It's lovely setting down at Sidmouth that one of Hildreth's 6s went further than one of Trigo's 6s. But, it was lovely to see them both enjoying themselves down by the seaside there.
It's a unique ground.
Yeah, it's a lovely ground.
He's had all night to think about how he's going to bat today, Josh Shaw. He knew he was coming in first up.
I wasn't here on the first day, but he played quite a skittish innings, didn't he? He was quite aggressive alongside Goldsworthy. Well, last night, he batted. Well, at one point he had 1 run off 16 balls, and now he's got 3 runs off 31 balls. This is not criticism. This is actually just showing that Shaw is capable of batting in different ways. And in this innings so far, he has shown a very simple and reasonably solid technique. Made the pitch look relatively docile. Hasn't scored many runs, but that doesn't matter too much just at the minute. Well, certainly didn't last night.
Yeah, he got 28 from 61 balls in
Okay,
the first innings.
so he was fairly watchful. But I saw his get-out shot, which was an amazing catch by Sam Hain running back towards the Hildreth stand. But it was quite an important little partnership, not to get Somerset to a good score, but to get them to a mediocre score, which was looking like it was going to be worse than mediocre at one point. Thanks to Goldsworthy especially, they got above 200.
Yeah, Shaw was one of the pillars of support for Goldsworthy. Thomas Rue was
The other one,
yeah, and a little bit from Miguel Pretorius as well. He got 15 and looked to be playing himself into some kind of form, and of course is now out of this game
yeah.
with a pectoral injury.
Well, Somerset have been, well, like a few other counties, have been grateful for the new replacement experiment. They've had to use it rather too frequently.
Such are the injury woes, there aren't too many replacements left.
Well, that's true. And, you know, we're not entirely jesting when we said Trico could have been on there in their sights. Finn Hill is a young batsman in the second team who would have possibly been elevated, but he's injured. There are not many others left. There's no Lammonby, no Abel, no Banton, James Rue off at the Test match, no Smead. He'd have been playing Championship cricket as he started to do earlier in the season, initially as a replacement, and then he was selected and starting to look as if he could be a force without playing a major innings, but he increasingly looked comfortable in a red ball situation. You knew at some point he would fire. That's a very strange shot from Herman, but he's got his bat on it. But it was hardly out of the coaching.
Well, he was aiming in the opposite direction.
Have a look at this. This is how we don't play like this. You need to have a very good eye. Whoa.
That's more like it.
Well, that was much more conventional, yeah. I don't quite know how he got into such a tangle previously, but he still managed to get the bat on it. Just looking at these fields, it gives you an idea of what Warwickshire make of the surface, in that they're in a very strong position, obviously, still with a significant lead, but at the start of the day, just the two slips. And then the field spread. It's as if they recognise it's going to be a long haul in their eyes. I think there'll be quite a lot of Sutar, the Indian left-arm spinner, today.
Yeah, we saw
A bit of Mosley as well, who bowls quick off breaks. And it looks like they reckon that there's not significant movement, not huge carry. Often the pitch gets a bit slower here as the match goes on. And they want to just pressurise the batsman, make it difficult to score. Batsman error is often the most likely way of getting a wicket rather than the unplayable delivery.
Bamber to Herman.
That did a bit though, and he's welcomed the chance to. Oh my goodness, he's coming back for a second, and he'll do it.
Good running.
Yeah, well, it is now. Yeah, he's pretty quick, Herman, and there was no miscommunication. But there was no third slip, but I don't think it would have carried to a third slip. But a third slip might have stopped it.
He played it with soft hands.
Yeah. there must have been a little bit of movement there.
On to 20 now, Jordan Herman. Wasn't far outside the off stump. It's a good leave.
Pitch has changed colour again. Do you remember yesterday how we looked at it and just seemed to have greened up when they'd had the matting on and the stoppage for rain and the covers were on? Well, there's still a slight tiny tinge of green as we look towards the far end, but it's paler now, I think.
Yeah, much less than yesterday. Certainly in that middle shortened session after the first bout of rain.
It greened up quite a lot, didn't it? I don't know if it moved that much more, but it certainly looked different.
It's been quite brown at the Marcus Truskothic Pavilion end.
Yeah.
Well,
that's the end you think it might turn as the game goes on. If it does turn as the game goes on, regardless of where our affinities lie, it makes it a better pitch. A better cricket pitch. Not necessarily better for batting, but a better cricket pitch.
Yeah, we had just one over from Mani Suter yesterday evening, the last of the day.
From this end, though.
It won't be long before he comes on again.
Well, we kept saying that about Jack Leach yesterday. It took a while. I kept saying, well, they're bound to put Leach on, surely now.
The chances of rain are slimmer today. It looks very nice overhead.
Yeah.
Blue sky. We've got a bit of cloud to our right in an easterly direction, but that's where it's moving away.
Yeah. Not much breeze either, is there? By recent standards.
Yeah, the flags are hanging limp at the moment to the big Somerset flag.
Bamboo.
Made by Polly Rhodes.
Yeah. I saw her at Lord's the other day. She was at the test match. Bamba's on target, there's no question about that. It's bang on that sort of off stump line, just outside. Giving no freebies. Pitch does look as if it's lost quite a lot of pace. The ball is only 15 overs old. It's not flying through.
Still a big deficit to make up. Still 92 behind Somerset. And still Nathan Gilchrist at the river end.
I always remember a nice phrase. I think Colin Cowdery used it once about playing in Pakistan in the era when there was no grass on the pitch and the ball just seemed to lose places. It just seems to double declutch, which is not something modern cars do, I don't think. Double declutches as it hits the turf. God, that's a technical. I never really understood what double declutch was, but.
It's a friend of mine who has an ancient Land Rover which does something of the kind.
Yes.
I don't know whether it's exactly that.
No.
I have to confess, I've never double declutched.
Well, you're so young. I'm not sure I have. I might have done it accidentally. But I remember people talking about it when I sort of around my first driving licence experience. Well left. No. Surprise bounce. Just got out of the way nicely.
I've been encouraging my niece. She failed her first and second tests, but triumphed in the third.
It's a nerve-wracking experience.
I remember.
It's quite a difficult one to get a test nowadays, isn't it? It's so busy. But yeah, it's... Well, that's a good shot. He's not going to bother running for that. That's a high-class shot. Punch off the back foot. Catch that back. Shot of the morning. No, I remember picking up my daughter when she'd failed the test. She did a bit of language I didn't know she knew.
Did she feel she was robbed?
Probably. Anyway, I remember it being a traumatic experience.
Well, it is. At the time, I mean, it goes away in your mind a bit once you're through it, because you know it's probably not going to happen again.
Well, it might do. They might bring it back in for people senior
of a certain age.
Yeah. That's what's starting to worry me.
Well, I passed second time. I remember I failed in Rickmansworth and passed in Southfields.
Well, I certainly didn't pass it first time. I can't remember now.
Standing up straight and defending Josh Shaw. He's made a solid start.
Well, he's played one glorious shot, that back foot drive. Any number 3 batsman would be absolutely delighted with that.
But let's hope he doesn't get carried away. 2 or
He
3
doesn't
more of those
look the
boundaries.
sort of character who does get. I mean, he's an experienced dog, oldish Yorkshireman. He might not, but he's still there anyway, and he's not missed a ball really in the nearly 20 minutes we've had.
Yeah, he's 30, Josh Shaw.
Yeah.
Born in Wakefield.
Yeah.
Didn't get up very much.
No, he's taking that ball, Davis, round about ankle height. I mean, it's reprising where I was yesterday, but I get their left arm spin around very quickly, especially since he's obviously a bowler of quality, given that he has an Indian Test cap. Punchy driver, isn't he? His bottom hand there.
Yeah, junior partner in terms of years, not in terms of batting ability.
No.
24 years of age, Jordan Herman.
Well, his presence is greatly valued by Somerset, and I think it'll do him some good too. I think it doesn't mean everything, but I'm sure that sort of the South African regime will be noting what he does here, and if he scores significant runs, they're not irrelevant. It'll show that he's adapted to alien conditions up to a point, and he looks to have most of the ingredients of a top-class batsman. He's not pretty, but nor is Dean Elgar. Is it Dean Elgar?
Yeah, another left-hander.
Yeah. Who played here, actually, as a youngster.
Yep.
And Pete would have played with Elgar, I'm sure. And I think everyone thought he was a lovely bloke. And he's not the pretty batsman that he's not David Guerra, but he's scored a lot of runs in his time, all around the world.
And a commentator's delight as well in the days when Strauss was still playing.
Strauss and Elgar.
And
well,
Wagner.
Yes, classical music buffs like yourself. We would have a whale of a time.
Neil Wagner.
Yeah. Well, I know Andy Wagner used to be at Western, actually. He coached cricket at Radley for years. I saw him the other day at the Old Players' Do. In fact, Andy Wagner, or in Western they called him Wagner, Coach Strauss. So how about
Had to be, didn't it?
He's
half
outside
an
the line
appeal.
there, but he's giving him nothing, Bamber. There's nothing much there in that pitch for him, apart from a bit of perhaps uneven bounce, the odd one keeping low. but he's allowed no liberties. He's been bang on target. So it's quite an attritional setup at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming up to 3,500 runs in first-class cricket, Herman. 44 matches. Good average, 47.
Yeah, well, let's hope he sustains that. He was playing for Somerset briefly. I mean, I think this is his last championship game for a while. Whether he might be able to play possibly at the end of the season, but no one's quite sure yet. It's always very fluid.
Got a highest score of 187 not out. That would be useful today. And a List A highest score, just one fewer, 186 not out.
Right. It's a lot of runs in a List A game.
He's got a T20 100 as well.
We nearly got one the other day, didn't he? He was close.
Versatile.
Anyway, a lot hinges on his contribution today, I reckon. As I say, I look at this now and I'm thinking, at one end I'd stick a spinner on. In the knowledge that I'm going to, he does have. Ooh, as the ball's beaten back. I mean, Webster's interesting. Webster got 4 wickets in the first innings, but Webster also bowls off breaks. And actually, when I saw the score, I think I mentioned this yesterday, when I saw the scorecard on the first day, when I wasn't following on the stream, I'm afraid, I thought, oh my goodness me, it's turning square. Webster's got 4 with his off breaks already. There's going to be trouble ahead. But he'd been bowling his seamers. But I think today, if he doesn't have immediate success with his seamers, he might be propelling a few off breaks alongside. I think Mosley does the same. When I've seen him, he bowls really quick off breaks. More one day, probably in the recent times. Plus Sutar, who looks like, well, he's obviously an IPL cricketer, but he also looks like he's got a classical kind of left arm spinners action, who might enjoy, or will have to be busy today, I would have thought.
Options are plenty.
Yeah, that's why someone like Webster is extremely handy. Sort of real all-rounder. Bowls 2 different types and bats.
Both of these opening bowlers put in decent spells yesterday evening. Well, 10 of the 11 overs available between them. Not taken cleanly there by Alex Davis. They thought about a bye, but safer not to. So this will be the last ball of Gilchrist's 9th over. He's the man with the wicket, that of Josh Thomas. LBW yesterday evening. So Shaw negotiates another. 34 for 1. Herman is 20, Shaw is 7.
Well, it's a sedate start, but they'll be content in the Somerset dressing room that this pair are still there.
Yes, the fielders are moving in quite a leisurely way between overs.
Well, I think the old pros in them will recognise that it's warm out there. It could be a very warm day. It could be, judging by how the wicket's behaving, we don't quite know how Somerset's batsmen are going to behave, but how the wicket's behaving, it could be quite a long day. It's not zipping around all over the place. But it's not that easy to score either, especially with a fairly defensive field. It's not racing onto the bat. Bamber's been bowling from the Trescothic end, or Trescothic Pavilion end, and has barely bowled a bad ball, allowing no liberties. Any runs that have come off him have been dribbled down to third man, I think. So he's had Herman most of the time. And There's an edge, and it doesn't get anywhere near carrying the second slip. Just opened him up again. He's got into some odd positions occasionally, Herman. So it's difficult to score freely, especially against someone like Bamber who's given nothing to hit.
Yeah, that's off the middle, okay. Bamber, who started his career with Middlesex. He's been really tight. Well, they both have. They both bowled pretty well. Shine is beginning to come off the ball now. 18 overs old. 2 bites at the cherry, as it were. 5 overs each yesterday evening, and still on this morning. Jordan Thompson, who was first change in the first innings.
Well, there are plenty of options out there for Led Bernard, including himself, Barnard. But as I say, I get one of these spinners on. I get Sutar on myself at one end. So he's hit that well, but it's not going to go anywhere. Straight to mid-off.
Yeah, the odd thing about the spell from Bo Webster was that he was the 6th bowler used and probably bowled the best spell of the innings. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 23, Bo Webster, with his seam. Haven't seen his off-spin yet.
Well, I think he'll probably have another go with seamers before he goes to his off-breaks today, but you'd think he'd be on fairly soon, if only to haunt players who've been dismissed by him already. So that feels like another maiden. I think we may have to bring in Mr. Trigo to liven things up.
Yes, 9 overs for 9 runs.
I'll go. I don't expect he's even stiff after his work at the weekend. I don't know. Mostly boundaries, probably. He's moving from cricket to golf seamlessly. Anyway, here he is.
As Vic's spin speculation bears early fruit. '20th over of the innings and the 9th of the morning. We're going to see Mani Sutar turning over his slow left arm. Coming on from the river end, which he bowled from mainly in the first innings. He had 1 over from the other yesterday evening, but comes on now from the river end. Bowling to Josh Shaw, the night watchman, who is hanging around. He's seen through the first half hour's play, Josh Shaw. And good morning, Peter Trigo.
Morning, Lammy. My first port of call, as I do think that the next 2 days the spin bowlers will have a part to play, is a request to the production team to get a side-by-side of Suthar's release position and Jack Leach's release position, and whenever that's done, we can talk about that. But yeah, he's I think he's going to be a challenge for those who are on the socials of medias. The pitch report, there is, courtesy of Alfie Ogborn's introduction into the game, there is a follow-through footmark just around about off-stump, maybe more appropriate for Archie Vaughan, but certainly, as a batter, when you're out there, you have a bit of rough in your eye. It sort of does get in the head a little bit, but Josh Shaw's played it quite nicely so far. I think it's fair to say, even in that short period that we've had, 30 minutes, looks like it's going to be some steady toil for the seamers. It's a lot for you to digest.
Oh, well bowled. That's turn and a bit of lift as well.
Let's clip the edge of that mark, I reckon, Lammy.
Early sign of encouragement for Suter.
That would have excited Mr. Marks, that sort of delivery, that going into days 3 and 4.
Watchfully defended this time by Josh Shaw. End of the over. And 34 for 1 is the total. Good game yesterday, Triggs.
Yes, the Burbage and Eastern Royal train is still rolling, Lammy. It was a nice win, approaching the halfway stage, and we're in a nice spot, let's say. But
I think I'm going to have to coax your.
I think I always quite like the underdog position. I don't like being the sort of the target for the other teams to shoot for. But a long way to go. But it was a nice day out. It was feeling it a little bit this morning, I have to say. I'm enjoying my cricket at the moment.
Rightly so. The form you're in.
Yes, I think I'll probably describe it as the death rattle of my cricketing life. It's, I'm just finding a nice bit of form. Just ticked over 45 years of age, and the runs are coming quite nicely. I'm enjoying it. It's a very competitive standard, the West of England Premier League, and lots of the players that you'll be seeing in the Metro Bank in a few weeks' time as Jordan Herman pulls forthrightly through square leg. Yeah, that's a good shot. That just a bit of frustration from the bowler trying to bash that length, and Herman being a little bit short of stature. You're talking about Dean Elgar before, great puller and cutter at the ball, and Herman certainly looks like that's a place where he likes the ball, sort of in and around that hip to chest area.
Yeah, it's the first loose delivery he's bowled, pretty much, either yesterday evening or this morning. It's been very tight.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to, talk about the, deliveries like that being, in inverted commas, bad deliveries. But I think what happens here, days 2 and 3, your margin for error as a seam bowler becomes a lot smaller. Day 1 when the pitch is fresh and, you're fresh as well. You have a little bit of scope to miss that landing area. Let's say hand towel on day 1, maybe day 1.5, but towards the back end of day 2, that sort of reduces to a beer towel. Let's say it just becomes a little bit smaller, length and line. You've got to be right on it, exactly in that spot there where Bamber, in fairness, has operated most of this game. He's bowled nicely.
Less forgiving, the surface, as it gets to this point of the game. You did your pitch report earlier out there. How was it looking?
Yeah, I would say 90% of the wicket just. It's a batter's dream. I've got to be honest. It looks, it's incredibly well curated. It's had a number of rolls throughout the game. That's a fantastic delivery. But I think on the whole, from a Somerset perspective, I think it's really important that you keep the seamers out of the game. I do think Suthar is going to play a part from a wicket-taking perspective, but I think with good tight batting, getting yourself in, which is crucial, but making sure that once you've got in, you take responsibility and chalk up a big score. And not only that, you bat in a way where you're taking a lot of time out of the game, fatiguing the bowlers. We've had some quite different balls in those last 3 there, really, and I have to say, you'd be licking your lips as an informed batter to have a go on that one. Right, we've got the Leach Suthar bowling on the crease positions here, just to have a little look at. That's not the view we want. We want a front on if that's possible. Even though that's very nice. I maybe should have specified a front on. It was the front on we want. Both of them are great from this position, but that's it's more the delivery position on the crease in terms of angles. If we can go to work on that team, that would be great. I think it would be really good context for the viewers to just explain the slightly different challenges that both high-quality left armers are, producing for the batters. Yeah, 90% happy days, but I think we said it on day one. There is an area where Souther and Leach are going to want to be landing the ball that was marginally drier or barer on day one, and the inclusion of Alfie Ogborn into the game and right arm bowlers bowling around the wicket has just created a little bit of a disturbance in the force. There's a couple of little footholes there that I think if you catch the edge of those, you'll see those sharp spinning deliveries like we saw in that previous over.
Big appeal here for LBW, but not out, says Nigel Long.
Yeah, it looks like Herman in his reverse sweep attempt has hit the ground there. I think there was quite a big puff of dust, which would have obviously created a noise. Let's see if that was the case. Yeah, there we go.
That was the noise.
That was the noise.
I'd have thought.
I've got my glasses on today. I can actually see the wicket, which certainly helps.
Sutar's adjusting his field a little. He's pushing third man finer down just inside the boundary.
Oh, that's superb batting. He's got that fielder a bit finer and then obviously brings in the cut shot. I mean, I think that's one of the big changes that spinners have to consider now, that so many batters play that reverse sweep now. So normally you would like protection for the ball slightly dragged down that shot there, but they have to protect that reverse sweep because anything on it is 4 runs. So that fielder traditionally would be 20 yards squarer than that.
Driven this time, it won't be a run. It's a man at mid-off. It's quite a defensive look about the field. There are 3 men out on the leg side, long on mid-wicket and backward square. And there's a seagull at fine leg. It was almost in action there for a moment. Taken a couple. I'm afraid, Triggs, that gull wasn't paying sufficient attention to the match. It walked away. Ball was heading for it.
Yeah, he's obviously a batter, not a bowler. That George Garton down at fine leg doing the fielding. And then sweep straight to the field right there this time. Here we go. We've got front-ons of the 2 left-arm spinners, and we can talk you through why that might present a challenge there.
There's Jack.
We're going to have to create more work for the team here because we need them both to be right-handed batters. We just remember that position there on the crease, quite straight down the line, so he bowls quite a straight trajectory. And if we can get a front onto Leach bowl into a right-hander, that would be marvellous, and you'll see how much of a difference in angle there is. Yeah, I think on a Sunday morning, I've challenged the production team. They're sifting through copious amounts of deliveries to find the right one. I probably maybe should have been super specific, Lammy.
We might get there.
We will.
It can be hard work going through all those replays. Here is Jordan Thompson on in place of Ethan Bamber.
A little bit of shape there, back in towards Jordan Herman. I think one of the things to get over here from a bowling unit, I think Warwickshire are very buoyed at the moment because the state of the game is, as a seam bowler, when you kind of know in the back of your head that conditions aren't that favourable for you, is trying to keep yourself positive, keep lighting the fire within your belly and running in hard. Can be hard here at Taunton when it's deemed to have gone flat for the seamers. They've got a massive job to do, and like I said,
I thought that was going to be great footwork from Thompson, but blew it in the end.
it's not easy doing keepy ups with a bowling boot on. They're quite clumpy, cumbersome things.
Chipping away at the deficit, Somerset. Started off at 122. 44 for 1 now. Angling across. Jordan Herman. Batted entertainingly yesterday, Jordan Thompson. 31. 6 and 4 fours. Brisk knock. Now with ball in hand. It's not quite the line to the left-hander, just needs to bring it in a little bit more towards off, middle and off.
Yeah, I think on the whole though, Lammy, looking at yesterday, I think Somerset would have been quite happy with the deficit. You're never happy conceding a first innings deficit, but it looked at one stage with, you know, Mousley, Hayne, Webster, you know, both getting to post 50 and getting them out. I think that was quite a good effort in the end. As Jordan Herman clips that straighter ball. Lammy called for the ball back in towards the stumps, and Herman's eyes have lit up there. He's flicked that into the leg side. I think he looks like the classic sort of modern opening batter. He's got a good technique, but he's also very keen to jump on anything loose, isn't he? He plays some nice, and I think he's got a nice balance of defence and attack.
Yeah, and a strong bottom hand was evident with that shot. Ready again for Thompson. Yeah, Sam Hayne made the point. I was chatting to Mike Taylor, who's the BBC Warwickshire commentator, and he was talking to Sam Hayne yesterday evening, and Hayne making the point that they were actually a little bit disappointed with the eventual total. They thought they were good for more than that at one point of the innings. Sam Hayne, who batted, well, he was top scorer yesterday, 68, and he's been in good form this season as well.
Yeah, you think that in that position there with three guys passing 50 consecutively in the order, you know, it does suggest that the wicket's primed for batting. So again, Somerset will be pretty happy with only conceding, what was it, 120 or so. I think they'd be over the moon with that.
Manny Suter then to continue in bright summer sunshine. Take a single, yeah, that's a good call. Might be a leg bye, is a leg bye, according to Nigel Long, who's the man who matters. Longest day of the year today. Around 2,000 people at Stonehenge first thing this morning. Firmly defended by Herman. There's an appeal from slip, but not from the bowler. 49 for 1 Somerset.
Yeah, I think be quite interested as that short leg field. There's definitely spin and occasionally quite sharp spin back into the bowler, and Herman's played the slog sweep a little bit top edgy and caught in the deep. He will be bitterly disappointed with that. Oh, Lammy.
Yeah, not really the shot for the situation. Just couldn't keep it down.
Very good catch out in the deep from Nathan Gilchrist, the opening fast bowler. But as we're used to seeing, there's no such thing as a bad fielder in first-class cricket now. He's ran in, diving full length and caught it relatively low to the ground, so a very good catch, yeah, right off the top edge. I think Herman's intent, to be fair to him, was to hit down on the ball and keep it down, but it's just got a bit of top edge on that one. Found the fielder in the deep.
Yeah, went quite
for
flat
34.
to him.
Yeah, if we see another replay of that, he's gone from high to low, so he has tried to hit it down into the ground, but I suspect a little bit of bounce out of that rough has just caught it high on the bat. You see there, he's tried to roll the wrists on that and hit it down, but again, that little bit of bounce has taken it up onto the top edge, and Gilchrist takes a very good catch out in the deep.
Yeah, no margin of error there for him. Well taken. Just before the ball reached the ground.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot where you it's almost, I know it sounds crazy, but you know, to be much better off not hitting it as well as he did. Obviously, it wasn't his intended place. He was trying to hit it down into the ground, but you know, that's the bad side of having a really good cricket bat. That's absolutely flown off the thick edge and gone all the way out to the fielder. Somerset 49 for 2, though.
Yeah, it's a big wicket.
Kola Cadmore, who dismissed without scoring in the first innings. He's obviously just coming back from that surgery to his thumb. He's got a big role to play. Good player of spin without tempting fate.
That's negotiated okay. That's the last ball of Sutar's over. 1 for 10 he's got from 4. He'll be a happy man to have picked up the other opener for Somerset. Josh Thomas dismissed yesterday evening. And now Jordan Herman for 34.
Yeah, I think about the Herman dismissal. It's really hard to react, getting caught in the deep. How silly was that? But I do think a left-hander playing with just a straight bat with the rough, the amount of rough that's outside his off stump would feel very exposed. Just playing with a straight bat, forward or back, with the odd ball spitting. I think it's a good game plan to sweep. Again, we say it time and time again, it's about execution. I don't think the plan was necessarily bad. It's just a shame that he didn't quite hit it down into the ground like he was trying to do.
Jordan Thompson continues from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Bowling to Josh Shaw, the night watchman, who's still there. Ex-Yorkshire bowling to ex-Yorkshire. They'll probably know each other pretty well. Contemporaries, almost. 49 for 2 then, Somerset. Deficit is 53. Now. That's a good shot. Through extra cover with 4 more. That's his second boundary of the morning. Bringing up the Somerset 50 and taking Josh Shaw into double figures. He'll be pretty happy with that. defence. Lovely summer's day over Somerset. Quantock Hills, sharp focus in the distance. Longest day of the year. Gets shorter from here on in.
Yeah, but you don't mind long days in the UK when the weather's nice, and I think the forecast today and the rest of the week in particular is definitely cause for maybe binning the chinos and getting the shorts out, Lammy.
I did wonder about
some
the shorts
sun on
this
those
morning.
legs of yours.
Maybe tomorrow.
I think absolutely.
Now, around 2,000 people, I gather, at Stonehenge this morning to see the sunrise. It's always a big thing there. Summer solstice.
They were packed their Ouija boards and have a nice little séance, whatever they do around there. Oh, fascinating sight, isn't it, Stonehenge?
It is. It is. I've covered a couple of summer solstices. You've got to get up quite early.
Yeah, I'm quite down the rabbit hole with megalithic sites and in relation to astronomy that in that time shouldn't have been available to whoever built them. It is fascinating stuff. We could definitely revisit that if it becomes a very defensive third session later on today.
Yeah, I'm sure, absolutely. Yeah, the first time I covered it, there'd been quite a disturbance the previous year involving hippies. 1985, I think it was. And there was something called the Battle of the Beanfield. I don't know how much of a battle it actually was, but I remember I went to cover it the following year, and there was a hefty police presence.
Really?
They were worried that something like that might happen again. But in fact, all was calm. But it's quite a special thing to be there at that occasion. I think they do one for the winter as well.
I'm sure it might pose the odd headache. A couple of hundred hippies having their special mushroom soups or whatever they have. Yeah, if you haven't been, that's certainly a reason to visit Wiltshire.
Yeah, there are a few other stone circles in Wiltshire as well. There's Avebury, isn't there? Is one of them. Don't know whether anything goes on at Avebury.
I feel like this is a ploy. This is literally my most favourite topic, and I could end up boring glass eyes to sleep. So I've spent multiple hundreds of hours researching and listening to people break down megalithic structures that seem to have remarkable similarities to other sites around the globe.
So megalithic structures are to you what?
So Göbekli Tepe, the pyramids in particular, the most famous and most ancient. Some in the
Nicely played. It was
in
the air
Asia
for
and the Amazon.
a little while, but it's gone all the way.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot there from Kola Cadmore. Would have been slightly heart in mouth there when that ball was going aerial towards extra cover. But good use of the feet and push through, and I have to say that would be a relieving moment for Kola Cadmore.
First runs
getting off the
match.
pair.
Yeah.
I've seen many a grown man nearly brought to tears with either getting a pair or being on them.
That's turned. I think he played at that defensively, but I think he was aiming.
Yeah, that ball there is one for Ben to clip next door if he could.
Swept. 4 more. That'll do nicely.
Yes, lovely use of the broom there from Kola Cadmore. Again with intermittent spin. You feel very exposed as a right or left-handed batter playing with a straight bat, especially with those close catches in. I could just imagine Trescothick almost on bended knee every ball against this chap, sweeping everything.
So we may hear more during the day, depending on how things go, about megalithism, if there's such a word. Is that to you what cathedrals are to Charlie Taylor?
Yeah, it's sounds like it should be a word.
Have to look it up in a minute, just to confirm.
Yeah, in the days of the hunter-gatherer humping around 100-ton stones,
It's incredible.
There's something missing. There's something missing with what was going on back then.
Here's Jordan Thompson.
Feel free. I think this is a great... I mean, we've had some conversations with our live stream listeners about things as pointless as favourite flavour of Pringles and various other things. I mean, this is one. Feel free to weigh in for those fascinated by our past and all those great sites around the world.
.63 for 2, Somerset. So
But in my hundreds of hours, I think the timeline's all wrong, Stephen Lamb. I think they're a lot older. Do you think they're a lot older?
Well, did I read somewhere that they've found some more stones nearby to Stonehenge?
It was some wooden stakes.
Ah,
I think it was wooden stakes, wasn't
Okay.
it? Yeah, Lammy, I'm on it. Don't worry. I get alerts.
I thought you would be.
If there's any archaeological find around the world, I get an alert. My phone lights up. I'm on YouTube listening to all the scientists talk through. Yeah, good stuff. Jordan Thompson is he's an exciting bowler. I think he's an exciting cricketer. I think made his name in the limited overs format. You know, hard hitting batter. I think particularly had a spurt of success when he had an incredible period in one-day cricket where he was almost had the Yorker on tap, didn't he? But nice to see him play in all formats of the game, and wholehearted cricketer, and shows good skills.
Yeah, well, he batted with élan yesterday.
Yes, Neil is absolutely correct. I've listened to a lot of Graham Hancock recently, and the other scientists that have spawned off of his findings, his research. Thompson to Shaw, who I think, in terms of inspiring the rest of the batting lineup, has looked very comfortable. I think me and Harry discussed it the other day. We've got, I think, quite a the back end of the order. We've got a lot of I would say number 8 quality batters, which is really good actually for lower innings runs, which is vitally important, and I'm sure it will be today, to have bowlers that can contribute with the bat. He's got a very nice simple technique, Josh Shaw, and can also ping the occasional boundary as he does in one-day cricket. Right, I've been assured we finally got the spin-off footage that we've been looking for, which hopefully will be of interest to you. So we have Jack Leach on there. Please take note of where his foot lands and his angle. So there's a slight in shape towards the stumps, which we know produces a lot of quality deliveries. And now Suthar, if you have a look at again his right leg landing position, he diverts and comes in, I would say, about 1.5 feet closer, and you see his trajectory is wicket to wicket, straight down the line. The benefit to that, and I'm not saying this is a right or wrong thing, the benefit to that is you don't have to spin the ball as much to beat the outside edge, and you're always keeping LBW in play. We know Leachy's mode of dismissal, his favoured mode of dismissal, is sliding the ball onto that front pad, and Suthar, I think, would have the same game plan. But in terms of degrees of spin, with Leachy being wide of the crease, maybe just has to do a little bit more than Souther to get it past the outside edge. Both high quality spinners, but present slightly different challenges.
That's paddled away down to fine leg by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's going to get a comfortable 2 for it.
Yeah, so hopefully, for those listeners that are fascinated by the game, the angles that are created, two great left-arm spinners, just doing things slightly in their own unique way, and how they see their best chance of getting batters out.
Yeah, that was a very good demonstration.
Yeah, well done, team. Eventually, we got there.
Souther in action live, and that's defended by Kohler-Cadmore, who's gone into double figures pretty quickly. A couple of boundaries and the 2 earlier in this over. 65 for 2, Somerset. 122 is the significant figure that they need to get to ensure that Warwickshire bat again. The TKC mullet clearly visible, emerging from the helmet.
Right, quicker arm ball delivery, speared in that last ball of the over. Kohler-Cadmore 10, Josh Shaw doing a grand job, 66 balls for his 12. Somerset fighting hard, 65 for 2.
Yeah, he came in as night watchman yesterday evening. We've been speculating whether Alfie Ogborn might get the job, because he did do it in the previous game. And given it had been such an extraordinary day for him when he wasn't initially expecting to play in the game, then got 3 wickets, we thought that would be a nice way to finish the day for him. But
how did Alfie bowl? He obviously got the 3 for.
He bowled he had to go off briefly. He looked to have some issue, leg or thereabouts, which we weren't sure about, but he went off to be checked out.
Is there such a thing as a injury sub for an injury sub?
Well, we were debating that. There was obviously an ordinary substitute came on for him, but that was never tested, because he came back on again and bowled again very well. So quite a day to remember, one feels, for him.
Absolutely. I would imagine Josh Shaw would have, from an experience point of view, would have just got the nod ahead, and he's shaping up very nicely at the moment. I'd say that first target for Somerset is to get to parity as soon as possible with as many wickets left, ideally 8. But I think you'd be relatively happy if there were 7. Any more than that, I think it's a bit of an uphill task. But hopefully the Somerset batters are inspired by what's going on at the moment. Somerset still trailing by 57 runs. Or just over an hour of play completed so far.
Away goes Jordan Thompson. Sure, having nothing to do with that. Yeah, he's batted very sensibly this morning, Josh Shaw. Mainly defence, but a couple of drives which look good. Comfortably defended again. There are quite a few areas on the leg side if Thompson should stray at all. He's bowling for an offside field, but there are gaps. There are 2 deep fielders, long leg and deep mid wicket. The only man on the 1 is at mid-on. Swatted. It's going to be a couple, I fancy. More tennis than cricket, that shot. Brings Josh Shaw a couple more.
Yeah, always a good sign to feel like you've got on top of a short ball as a batter. Gives you a little bit of confidence. Getting it in front of square, absolutely the key. As soon as you get a little bit top edgy or late on it, it starts to sort of get towards that fine leg fielder. I think if you see a few short balls and you get them in front of square, it sort of alleviates the fear that the short ball's sort of too quick for you or you're not quite seeing it well. Another short one there and well ducked by Shaw that time.
Yeah, it was one of the gaps I was talking about on that leg side field. It's when you've got only one man in and 2 men out. That can be profitable. End of the over, 67 for 2. Kohler Cadmore is 10. Shaw is 14. This will be Suter's 6th over of the morning. He bowled 1 yesterday evening. He has the wicket that's fallen today, 1 for 21. Bowling to Tom Kohler Cadmore. Oh, looking for the drive, and that turned and lifted.
Well, that's well played by Kohler Cadmore. That's a tough shot against the spin through mid-wicket.
Yeah, got the full bat on it.
My gut feeling is the left-arm spinner won't be put off by that kind of shot. Closing the face brings that leading edge into play. Do you feel like Suthar's going to sellotape that ball to his hand from the river end for much of today?
Yeah, you can do that as a spinner, can't you? You don't exhaust yourself so easily. Oh, there's a swing and a miss, is it? There's an appeal. He's been bowled.
No, stumped. He looks a little surprised he was given out there. He must have just raised up on that back toe to drag himself outside of the crease. Always seems, when you're not running down the wicket, to miss a ball and be stumped seems really, really peculiar dismissal. Just start an inch or two behind the crease. It seems like a very strange way to get out. Oh yeah, he's definitely dragged forward, and Alex Davis has got those bails off quickly. That looks incredibly tight.
Yeah, he didn't lift the foot at all. It just dragged beyond the line. So Tom Kohler Cadmore, rather a brief appearance. It's gone for 12. Stumping for Alex Davies. We've seen one from Thomas Rue yesterday. Now the Warwickshire keeper has one. 69 for 3. So the hero of the first innings is on his way to the crease, Lewis Goldsworthy. Top scored with 90 first up.
Yeah, sharp bit of work there by the Warwickshire wicket keeper. Those bails off in a flash. Yeah, it seems strange to back in a position where that could happen. I always feel like straddling that front crease.
You can see the
is a
drag
better
of the
position
foot there.
Yeah, you really ought to be 4 or 5 inches inside the crease. So if that does happen, you're still in your ground. Nice piece of bowling. Southart doing the damage again. 2 for 23. Goldsworthy, the hero and saviour from the first innings, got a really well played 90, last man out. Trying to get through to triple figures. He's going to have to show some more heroics today.
Yeah, he's got to do it all again, hasn't he? If Somerset are to get anything out of this game, they're way behind at the moment. Yet to erase the deficit, and they've lost 3 wickets.
Yeah, I very much hope the mentality from the batters is an excited one. Because yes, there is a bit of spin out there, but what an opportunity! You know, perfect conditions for batting, bar the little bit of spin. You know, the weather, the overheads. You know, it's going to be quite an attritional day for the seamers in particular, on a good surface. You know, I'm hoping there are a number of batters up there just licking their lips to have the opportunity to bat a couple of sessions at least out here today.
Yeah, we've still got the night watchman there, Josh Shaw. He's on 14. Batted for an hour and 15 minutes already, and hasn't looked in any trouble. It emphasises your point. Jordan Thompson to continue. This will be his 5th. Fielders are excited after the fall of that wicket. The 2 they've taken today, both top order batters. Unbroken sunshine thus far, and it looks likely to continue. Blue skies mainly above us. Looking to play it, no contact with it though. Still 52 runs behind Somerset. Goldsworthy's had plenty of experience of this wicket and these conditions already. Not as much sunshine as today. Batted in fairly overcast conditions on day 1. Side off stump, and Goldsworthy happy to let it go through to Alex Davis.
Yeah, if our viewers can hear the effects mic, you will have noticed the since that last wicket in particular, the encouragement volume levels have gone up quite significant. I think Warwickshire sense an opportunity here. Somerset trailing by 52. Shaw and Goldsworthy certainly in rearguard action mode.
Was exactly where he was aiming, but he's got most of the bat on it anyway.
Yeah, that nearly snuck through there, just saved by the inside edge from Goldsworthy. That ball angling in. Goldsworthy's Head just fell over slightly. Just got enough on it. These are the days, I think, Lammy, where you've got to really enjoy the scrap, enjoy the battle, enjoy what 4-day cricket, championship cricket's all about. It's going to be a test for all the cricketers out there, batters and fielders, bowlers.
Yeah, you always need to scrap. I'm going to have a little break and let Vic Marks back in.
Somerset currently 70 for 3 here in their second innings. Sunday, June the 28th, Somerset taking on Surrey. Somerset women taking on Surrey, followed by Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo, the tribute show. Tickets just £10 and just £1 for kids. That'll be a nice way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Starts at 2:30 p.m. Just a week away. Afternoon, Vic.
Hello, Pete. Warwickshire in the ascendancy.
Yeah, absolutely. So were you around at the back of the commentary box when we were talking about, or I was talking about Jack Leach and Suthar's
I wasn't.
positions on the crease?
What did you discover?
Well,
I left when you were seeking front-on vision.
You know, I only took one in the 2 first-class wickets bowling spin, so I don't really have the credentials. It'd be a great one to revisit with your expertise as a spin bowler. Maybe we can get that arranged.
So, what were you contrasting? Was Sutar closer to the stumps?
Well, Sutar deviates back in towards off stumps. He actually bowls, I think, quite unusually close to the off stump, which means he bowls very much wicket to wicket, doesn't have to spin the ball as far to get it past the outside edge, whereas Leachy's stock delivery is about 1.5 feet wider, so, so it's more angle in. So again, degrees of spin needed to beat the bat slightly bigger.
Yeah, it's not only just small degree to beat the bat, it's also a small degree to get it straightened for that LBW, the modern method of.
Well, I think with Leachy's release point, the angle, unless it straightens, is probably going to go down the leg side if it hits the shin. Whereas Sutar, I don't think that is the case. I think if he hits you on the pad, it's probably going to hit the stumps. Yeah. And yeah, it's fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's right. It means that more deliveries, if you're bowling from close to the stumps, as he manages to do from around the wicket, you've got more deliveries that are LBW candidates, isn't it?
Yes.
It's interesting, actually, how just the angle of run-up, too, is different in that I think when I played most spinners, we were watching him come bowling left arm around the wicket. They have that angle that encourages them to be quite side-on when they deliver, because they're coming at that angle. They're coming from almost mid-on, if you see what I mean.
Yep.
Whereas I think encouraged now, but a lot of English spinners now, they run up straight. Jack runs up straight. He's got quite a short run up now. I'm not saying which one's right, but certainly in my time, most spinners from underwood downwards would have that slightly angled run, which encouraged them to be side-on when they delivered the ball, whereas a lot of modern spinners now run up straight.
Yeah, one thing that's really missing now with exactly what you're saying is the footholes. You don't get your spinner digging the hole where they pivot now because of the straight run-up. It's almost landing like a seamer, and they don't, for my mind, technical phrase, has got Josh Shaw's beans going.
Well,
hence hence the shot over mid on the next ball.
Well,
Important that he just tries to, maintain this play the ball on its merit technique.
Yeah. I mean, he's been very restrained and calm and patient. But the one over mid on especially was an oddity. And this is Webster, who suddenly got 4 wickets from nowhere. Against all the other teamers, they've been very watchful, careful. But Webster seems to have changed their mood. Let's have a look again, see. That'll be welcomed in the dressing room, that response to that delivery.
Yeah, I think that, Josh Shaw not being a frontline batter, like I said, I think getting a bouncer away for 4, the adrenaline kicks up.
Well, there's a man out there now. If he bounces him again, he didn't quite middle that pull shot. He's played really well, though. I mean, he obviously can bat. It's a sound technique he has.
Absolutely is, and he's facing a, rightly so, very confident Bo Webster. He's been to Taunton a few times, got 100 in the T20. He's picked up 4 was the star of the show on day 1, and backed that up with a half century as well. So certainly a cricketer in form. Somerset 77 for 3 in this second innings, scrapping Somerset still trail by 45 runs.
The only thing that would perhaps be in Jack Leach's favour for that wider delivery spot on this pitch is that my impression is that the ball turns here at the moment when it's a bit wide of off stump, rather than when it pitches straight. So if you're coming from a wide angle, you've got more leeway to pitch it just outside that off stump. But
I was on the wicket earlier, and Alfie Ogborn's follow through stride is actually perfectly suited to Archie Vaughan. It's just it's very close to the danger area. I don't know this, but I'd be surprised if the umpire didn't have a chat with him a few times yesterday.
He had a chat, but there was no warning. But
he's been right on the limit by the look of his follow through
against Warwickshire with Barker,
and
Jeetan Patel. And I don't know exactly where the mark was, but it was in a perfect length for Jeetan Patel, wasn't it?
Keith Barker used to dig past a serving bowl amount of rough. He was a really heavy lander.
In a legitimate place, obviously.
Yeah. It was just
about 9 inches outside off stump.
But it would bowl. Come day 3 or 4, it would actually create a bowl. So Jeetan Patel was. You'd almost chalk him in for 5 or 6 but just by looking at Keith Barker's work. Not only the wickets he took up front, but he was getting wickets for his off spinner at the other end. So Archie Vaughan has definitely got something to work for. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, Leachy being slightly more wide of the crease might bring the edge of Alfie Ogborn's foothole into play. Certainly something that Somerset would hope, but at the moment the task is to
get some runs,
runs on the board
and bat for a long time. But it has, it's turned a little bit, and it's turned slowly, but he's picked up 2 wickets as batsmen try to impose themselves. The bonus wickets in the sense that Herman just I wanted him to just pat that on the offside. There's acres of space on there. There's 3 men back there. But anyway, so you only need to turn a couple balls here and there, and batsmen sort of get on edge and they want to assert themselves, and they're not desperate, not absolutely certain about being able to defend, so they want to try and cause a bit of unrest amongst the bowler. And he's picked up 2 wickets that are not from unplayable deliveries. I was supposed to one to Coda Camel did spin, but it was wide again, and he just sort of overbalanced, I guess.
Yeah, I think it is a natural reaction. I think for batters to start thinking about the sweep shot. We've got John Bishop live in Taunton, featuring Justin Morehouse and Sally-Ann Hayward. Friday, September the 11th, starting at 6 p.m. 5-star comedy at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Not content with just relying on Mark's Lamb and Trigo for the comedic value.
Well,
we've hired in
we're
the
free.
pros.
I think you got paid to go to see John Bishop. It's a good run.
So we're infinitely better value is what Vic's trying to
Well,
say
John
there.
Bishop will be good, actually, I think. Well, I'm sure he'll be very good.
Yeah, I think, going back to the spin, I would, with the ball sort of intermittently sharp spinning, I would start to feel a little bit exposed playing with a straight bat. And certainly I wasn't a huge fan of the sweep shot. Kind of play it as a last resort.
Well, when
but
it's
I
turning
could definitely see why you'd think about playing it.
Yeah. Although,
Herman's intent was definitely to hit it down. He just
I
bounced
guess
it
so.
on him.
Although I would suggest that, watched you play, you'd be more inclined to be looking to the off spinner spinning into you to hit them straight stroke mid wickety with a fairly vertical bat. You were good at that.
Yeah, try and get outside the front pad outside the line and then take it towards mid-on straight mid wicket rather than trying to target square leg. Yeah, more of a hack slog sweep.
Yeah, and I think I therefore have seen people especially in the modern game, Root does it a lot extremely well against left arm spinners, i.e. sweeping against the spin, if you like. Makes more sense.
Yeah, meeting the spin.
Yeah.
Well, I was just, probably slightly.
You're quite old-fashioned. You prefer
kind of happy with Herman's choice because obviously spent a lot of time watching and batting with Trez, and I would imagine that he would have swept probably 4 out of 6 balls. Maybe even more if he saw that challenge out there, and he was a phenomenal player of spin.
Yeah.
But again, this game is all about execution. You can have a good plan. You've still got to execute the shot. Unfortunately, Herman didn't quite manage that this time round.
He was. Trez, I remember fairly early on in his career watching Marcus get 100 at Gaul.
Double 100?
We're not sure. Was it a double 100 at Gaul?
He might have got a double 100 against Sri Lanka at Gaul.
Well, in which case, anyway, it was a phenomenal innings because the ball was spinning, always spins at Gaul. Murali was probably playing, was playing. And it was fairly early on in his Test career. And to do that, he would still manage to cover drive, against the Murali, if he overpitched that much. But it was just a wonderful exhibition, very mature exhibition against top quality spin on a pitch that was quite helpful.
Yeah, we had I just remember a couple of chats with, Tress used to talk about different varieties of batting in different situations, always very interested, trying to learn and bring things into my game, even though he was left-handed. But we were talking about spin. I think we were about to face Muralitharan when he played up at Bristol. And I don't think the challenge was quite the same in a shorter format game, but one thing the Sri Lankan players did, always, rubbing their hands in the soil to turn the seam colour browner, so you couldn't see the seam on the ball. You used to get the ball to kind of So
to take away the possibility that you could pick up which way it was spinning in the air.
Yeah. So we were talking, I was probably, anxious about facing Muralitharan, or it might have been Warren when he was playing for Hampshire, and best person to ask would be Trez, and he completely alphaed me with his answer, made me feel completely inferior, and rightly so. But he said, if you can't pick it, just play it off the pitch, just wait for it to land, and then pick your shot. And I was just like, how would you do that?
Well,
especially at the pace that those.
No, I know. I mean, my only similar experiences, I played against Abdul Qadir quite well. I got humiliated by him sometimes. But I sort of managed to do that in Pakistan on really slow, truish, slow pitches. Almost ended up playing French cricket.
Off the back foot?
Yeah, primarily, unless it was very full, off the back foot. But you needed a very slow pitch. Oh, he's gone, I think, after all. That's a good catch, that, and it's a nice wicket for any left arm. It's a classic dismissal. He's batted really well, Shaw. Just prodded forward and just had enough energy on the ball to get to first slip. Sutar causing some havoc.
Yeah, good delivery there. I mean, first view, I think Shaw's played that in what would be called a half-cock position.
Yeah.
Hasn't. If you're going to go forward, I think you've got to try and get as close to the pitch
sort
of
of
the ball as
smother a
possible.
bit,
And he allowed it to spin a little bit. It was a good delivery, caught the outside edge, and
he's fought really hard, to be fair to Shaw. He's batted
played well.
for 30 overs as a night watch.
Yeah, 85 balls for his 22. He's done a great job as night watchman. But now time for Thomas Rue as a good game against spin, and certainly one that will favour bringing out the broom.
Yeah, they put one in the river, I gather, on the first day.
Didn't he just? Yeah.
Which is quite difficult to do because that boating stand is quite tall. But anyway, that's not his first priority. It's a big challenge for him, but he'll be very interesting to watch against someone who's obviously a high-quality spinner. We have another look at that dismissal in a minute, and we'll show what Pete was saying, that it was a good delivery, but because he was just half forward, just gave that ball a little more time to turn and find the edge, and it just had enough energy on it to carry, to slip. It was a neat catch by, I think it's Barnard at slip, but I'm not. You can confirm that with your hawk eyes. And that's the sort of classic left armer's dismissal.
Yeah, that's the dismissal the left armers really want, really covet. You know, spinning past the outside edge, hitting the stumps or the nick off.
Amazing, really. I mean, it's Thomas Ruse, 18, just come in, and they've given him that one, really. They know his reputation already, and they mid-on was just almost too deep to say anything, get anywhere near saving a single. Oh, and that's just held its line, turned a little bit. What you were saying, though, about being close to the stumps was probably relevant in that dismissal, because it didn't turn that viciously, but it just did enough.
Yeah,
we'll have a look.
He's just always at you, isn't he? He's like you say, I don't think the angle's taking it down leg, so you've got to be really watchful of your shin. And then that ball that spins, yeah.
He's almost bowled beyond the perpendicular. His arm's very high, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, some bowler.
Well, it's
going to be
orthodox
today.
You know, he's orthodox, apart from the fact he does get unusually close. And his arm is very high, a bit like, not quite as far as, you remember Keith Medlicott, did you play against? Who was an unusual bowler because his delivery came almost from sort of 1 o'clock or rather than 11 o'clock, which made him very unusual. But I think it also means that there's more that can go wrong. But Kerrigan was a bit like that, wasn't he?
Yeah,
you'd have played against him, I
quite
expect.
a high arm,
but you know, almost too high. If you see what I mean, almost beyond the perpendicular, means that if it starts to go wrong, it's a problem.
I think that's one of the dangers of a lot of spinners making their way in one-day cricket as well. A lot of them are encouraged to bowl with a low arm, so the ball doesn't bounce, and especially for trying to find that Yorker length, bowling those sort of low arm slowed sort of sliders. I think prime example would be like a Shakib Al Hassan. But the real classic spinners that would be relevant in multi-day cricket, your Monty Panesars and the like, generally with quite a high arm. But lots of work for Somerset to do. Thomas Rue had quite a peculiar dismissal. He's batting beautifully. I think he got to 34 and left a straight ball that wrapped him on the pads. I think it was from Bo Webster as well, so he won't want to make that mistake again. I call it a bit of brain fade. It was certainly not a leave. Just a bit of a misjudgment, but he looked really good for his 35. Obviously in great form, coming off a 50 and his first First class 100 for Somerset at Trent Bridge. And you can't bowl there.
He does that so easily.
That's a beautiful cut shot, that.
Yeah.
Serious hand speed from Thomas Rue.
It looks so routine in a sense. He just not much movement, flick of the wrist, and absolutely no movement after he hit it because he knew that that was just racing to that cover boundary.
Yeah, you kind of think at his age, early on in his career, you would see some sort of physical sign that he was absolutely buzzing that he just played that shot. But yeah,
no,
very
it's a
nonchalant.
routine dispatch. If Somerset to get anywhere in this match, you feel it's this pair who've got to get them there. It's a long way to go. Still behind.
Yeah,
but if anyone's going
to take 3 or 4 players to pass 50,
yeah.
Probably 1 or 2 going a little bit bigger than that, for sure. Not a great position. Did say to Lammy that I think Somerset would be quite happy if they got to parity, 3 down, 7 left, but that extra wicket, I think, has put Somerset in quite the predicament here on day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset, before the Vitality Blast started, a couple of missed opportunities, let's say. You know, days 4 where you think Somerset are going to come out on top. Lost a couple of games that they were in control of.
Yeah.
But they fought really hard. That brilliant win up at Trent Bridge, a very tough place to get a result. You know, got themselves back right up there in the championship race. So important that they scrap and scrap hard.
So you look at the pitch too, it's quite green there by contrast, but that's what happens at Taunton. And there you're right, it was sort of a brain fade really, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it didn't do that much.
I did sort of describe that as a 99 times out of 100 you're getting given out, but certainly the rear view definitely had a suspicion of height and maybe not even doing enough to get back to the stumps. But
yeah, but once you don't play a shot, somehow it gets a lot buzz excited, doesn't it?
I feel like that's going over.
Yeah, maybe. But
you're going to give that.
Umpires kind of almost automatically think, well, that's got to be it. This is a good pitch, actually, in the sense that it is spinning a bit. Good, it's shown signs of wear, and there is scope for the finger spinner on day 3 stroke, and it would be on 4 if we get there.
Yeah, I think it has a lot of the characteristics of how you describe the perfect pitch for 4-day cricket. It had a bit of live grass on it. It had pace, had carry, nipped a little bit for a day and a half or so, and has progressively offered signs of deterioration and spin towards the back end of the game. So yeah, an absolutely fantastic cricket pitch.
Good ball, that, isn't it?
But I just think that Bo Webster spell on day 1, just taking out the middle order.
Yeah,
I don't think the batting conditions were particularly overly challenging, and not taking anything away from Goldsworthy, but if a batter in the middle order can get themselves to 90, I think it's pretty disappointing for a lot of the batters that gave their wickets away early. Goldsworthy batted brilliantly. He did the hard work early, and he didn't look in any great trouble once he'd got himself in, but that kind of is the key to all batting, isn't it, Vic? To do a bit of the dirty work early, get yourself settled.
Yeah.
Look good over there from Suter, 3 for 28 off his 11 overs, about quarter of an hour before the lunch break. Somerset, you feel, can't go, 25 minutes away from lunch at 1:10.
We're making up time. We lost a bit of time yesterday, I guess.
Yeah, you feel like Somerset can't afford another wicket before lunch.
Certainly not.
I'm going to take a little break, Vic, and I'm going to warm myself up for my jacket potato. I've gone rogue.
What have you gone with?
I normally go for the old tuna and cheese, but I'm going to throw some beans on
it. Tuna and beans. That's a nice shot. Yeah. Lewis Goldsworthy just over pitched, but he's beaten the field.
I think that's a lovely time to depart.
Yeah, well, good
shot
luck.
Of the day.
Good luck with your tuna mixture. $90 for 4. Still a bit of a deficit. It's still 32 to make up before you get to parity. A long way to go. It's 2 young Somerset cricketers. The remaining hopeless Archie Vaughan is next. Safety is a long way away. Warwickshire should be very content with their morning's work. Left arm spinner doing most of the damage. Lots of energy out there amongst the Warwickshire fielders, and why not? And quite a lot of noise, buzzing. They can see the treasured championship victory. You treasure every championship victory. It's just 14 games, of course, and every win makes a huge difference to your place in the table.
Yeah, especially such a tight table as we
Yeah,
have at the
yeah.
moment.
I mean, it's just about everyone. Well, there's a couple languishing down the bottom, but it looks like Leicestershire are going to win, or well placed to win. I don't know what's happened today. They've been propping up the table, but they're in a very good position. It can all change very quickly. Looks like Surrey were going to lose. If you lose, you don't get many points. I mean, Somerset, if they lose, get 3 points out of this game. Likewise, I expect Surrey. That's a good piece of fielding, nice running. A lot of applause, really, for that 2.
Yeah, Leicestershire are closing in on victory. Yorkshire 112 for 6 at Grace Road, still trailing by 156.
Right, well, we can give Leicestershire that one, I would have thought.
And Surrey 170 for 4, trailing by 83.
So Surrey, you never know with Surrey. But they're in strife, but there's just a glimmer for Surrey, I suppose. It depends who's still batting there. They've always got a strong batting lineup.
Rory Burns 77 not out, and Ollie Pope.
Yeah, well, both of those are capable of big scores, clearly.
Sussex need, they're 44 for 1, needing another 209 to beat Hampshire. That could be an interesting finish.
Yeah, good game there. Good low-scoring game.
At Hove.
Sussex, what a season they're having if they get those.
And the other first division game, Essex 75 for 4. They're still trailing by 198. So Notts look.
They're atoning for the setback at Trent Bridge. So not many draws on the horizon there. And there's not one on the horizon here at the moment.
They'll be pretty satisfied with the morning's work, Warwickshire. Taken 3 wickets.
Oh, more than satisfied, I'd say.
Somerset still behind, 30 behind. 29 now, because that'll be a single. We've seen some nice stroke play, but the wickets have just fallen too often for Somerset's comfort.
Yeah. Sutar's been the chief tormentor. Since he got the 1 wicket, he's into his rhythm. He's got just enough help there. And they've got batsmen who, you know, they've seen 2 batsmen perish trying to play attacking shots, I suppose. Herman and Kohler Cadmore. Therefore, even someone like Thomas Roux is a bit wary of counter-attacking just at the minute. More concerned to getting to lunch.
Yeah, which is 10 minutes later today.
Yeah,
than
so it's
usual.
20 minutes till lunch.
We lost a bit of time to
Yeah.
rain and bad light yesterday, trying to make that up, or some of it up.
Gilchrist is coming back after a brief spell from Webster.
Yeah, just a 4 over spell, 0 for 17, Bo Webster.
We might see him later bowling some off breaks, I think, if required.
Seen 2 very smart stumpings yesterday and today.
Yeah, odd ones, because another case with the batsman advancing recklessly. They were both trying to hit the ball, drive the ball with some venom from a sort of standing, but they both just slipped out of the crease. And wicketkeepers, they're so alert. Well, they've both been alert. And they had to go. Both Barnard yesterday and Kohler Cadmore, who's sort of haven't played any cricket, of course, since his injury.
Yeah, he played a couple of nice strokes, but it was all too brief.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think in normal circumstances he would have played this game, but there was just nobody else. There's the value there of the occasional bouncer. And there was obviously no nick there, but it could easily surprise Thomas Roux and zip through nicely to the keeper.
Yeah, the batting to come for Somerset. Archie Vaughan is due in next. Then Craig Overton.
Then
Well,
Jack, I suppose.
Jack Leach probably. Yeah, and Jake Ball and Alfie Ogborn.
I think Alfie might get ahead of Jake Ball nowadays.
I would have thought so
He's
too.
back a long time up at Trent Bridge, and he'll be up for it. I feel this is the pair really. It's a very early days, and neither have got to double figures yet, but Somerset are going to get out of this hole. And we're putting a lot of pressure on a little 18-year-old who's only played 2 or 3 first-class games for Somerset. But he's raised expectations.
Well, it's really thanks to the start he's made, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and obviously it's a fascinating situation in that his arrival has been so trumpeted into the first-class game. He's had such a terrific record at under-19 level for England. In Somerset's second team, he played, of course, in the Metro Bank last summer. Already played for the England Lions. It's quite a burden for an 18-year-old to be so trumpeted, but from a distance, he seems to cope with it rather brilliantly.
Well, 68 and 127 not out.
Well, yes, that's right. At Trent Bridge was critical and very impressive. Anyway, it'll be exciting to monitor his progress. And I think that's just about okay. He's guided it down there. There'll only be a couple. They're all valuable. Somerset would like to get to parity without losing any more wickets. It's 95 for 4. Remember, the deficit was 122. So there's some way to go before they're on equal terms.
Yeah, consecutive numbers on the 2 shirts of Goldsworthy and Rue, 44 and 45. And both men in form, it's fair to say. That's not spelling danger to them.
He's in that rhythm now, Sutar, that he almost automatically hits a length. And he's also, if you get 3 wickets to your name after a dozen overs or so, you're not searching too much, you're not straining. You're just confident that if you just keep your line, something will happen, because it's already happened 3 times.
Yeah. And he is extracting some turn. I was watching from sort of straighter on than we are up here.
Right.
For a little bit just now. And it's easier to see the turn from there.
Yeah, I think it tends to turn from just outside the off stump, where it's a bit barer, there are a few footmarks there. But all the wickets he's taken have come from a little bit of turn too, so it's a good pitch in that regard. That's what you want on the 3rd day, really. Shaw's dismissal just turned a fraction, didn't quite cover it, but he backed really well for a couple of hours.
Yeah, he did his job and some, didn't he, Josh Shaw?
Well, he looks like he can bat, and it's something he needs to. Well, I'm sure he does work very hard on it. He has legitimate all-rounder ambitions, I would say. The Curly Cadmore one, that turned, but he lost his footing almost. Hard to say about Herman's, but
comfy single for Goldsworthy.
Okay, can I have a bit of juice, please?
Gilchrist took the first of the wickets yesterday evening. and Josh Thomas, LBW. So this is in fact his third spell of the innings. Opened up this morning. Well, I suppose you could say that it was a spell interrupted by the night.
Yeah.
The first one.
Lunchtime today, there's some museum talks, as there was yesterday, I think. But you may have been listening to Stephen yesterday, but today you should go to the museum.
Nice looking straight for no run.
Unless you're talking somewhere else, Stephen.
My lips are sealed this lunchtime.
Well, the museum is terrific. So if you haven't been there before, and you want to escape from the sunshine, is that a heresy to suggest that? But
it is. It's quite hot.
Pop round to the museum. There's much to see there. Not just one or two of my old blazers. I said, listen to that.
You can actually sense the heat a little bit from the way the fielders are moving around. They're not hurrying. And even more so the umpires, David Mills.
Well, they'll be thinking about lunch, I suspect, and nothing else. They're two sort of fairly experienced umpires here. Nigel Long and David Mills. Nothing given away by Gilchrist.
Yeah, Nigel Long's a former international umpire, isn't he?
Yeah.
Perched at square leg at the moment with his Panama. Got pretty much matching Panamas.
When you get team issue, when you get issues of Panamas, if you're an umpire on the county circuit, I don't know.
I wonder, there might be a variety of headgear issues.
I'm sure there'll be regulations about what's acceptable and what isn't. I don't think you could go out in a baseball cap. I've seen an umpire with a white baseball cap. Is that permitted? Probably not.
Dickie Bird famously had that flat cap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who could possibly stop him wearing that? Yeah, well, we're also conscious that Somerset are playing here, but also up at Scarborough. Sophie and her team are just about to start a match against Yorkshire.
Something to keep an eye on.
Well, absolutely. They've had some terrific victories in various formats this summer. Sophie's been in great form.
She has. Absolutely. Sophie the opener.
Yeah. So they're about to get going. I don't know whether... I'm sure there's a place you can watch it. Backroom team will let me know how to watch it. If you go to Yorkshire's YouTube channel, that's the answer. But we'll keep you up to date.
Bring you some highlights.
Well, we look. Already, I need to know who's batting first. Somerset. So I presume, I don't know if is Sophie opening the batting in the 50 over. She certainly was in the T20. Not that it doesn't matter who it is. We want to know how they're going to get along.
It is a T20.
Oh, this is a T20. Oh, right. Well,
Sophie will be County Cup.
Sophie will be out there taking guard at this minute. Let's hope she's hit the first one for 4. Scarborough, what a lovely venue that is too. I've played a bit of cricket at Scarborough, and it is right by near the sea there. Championship cricket at Yorkshire, they play at Scarborough. They get about 7. It's full up. Well, not quite full up. It can hold about 10,000, a dozen, 12,000 maybe. They get huge crowds up there.
I've never been there. It's a ground I'd love to.
No, it's a great atmosphere. I mean, I played in the Scarborough Festival at one point. under Closey. Well, along with Pete Denning and Brian Rose. It was quite a social occasion, I think. But we've also played county cricket up there. It's a bit quicker, that. He's varying his pace, still on the right length. No liberties can be taken.
So Closey would have been home and away, home as well as away.
Yeah. We played against Hampshire in some game, in some 3-day game. And he kept trying to persuade us it was a first-class match, so we might give it our due attention. You know, the figures counted. I'm not sure it was or not. But it's a lovely venue and full of atmosphere, of course. Now we're going to see Webster Mark II.
Aha, as predicted.
Yeah, bowling his off breaks. So this is, I mean, I don't know. It's not common. You see seamers who also bowl. I remember Ormond, who played for England.
Jimmy Ormond.
Occasionally would bowl off breaks, open the bowling, but also capable of bowling off breaks. Never quite worked at international level, but he was one. Both thought he could do it. He did it once or twice, but he wasn't very good at off spin, really. But he might have bluffed a few out.
Famously, Tony Gregg.
Well, Tony Gregg, that's a good call. Who, of course, won Test matches in the West Indies, bowling quick off breaks. In outfield for Thomas Rue. They know about him, or everyone knows about everyone. He's just picked the gap beautifully. Just over pitched, and he hasn't tried to hit it too hard, but he knew where the gap was, just wide of mid-off. So hundreds up.
Though Webster would share a height advantage with Tony Gregg.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I think Tony Gregg bowled a bit quicker than this. He still had a sort of that gangling approach, bowling his off breaks, and he sort of won a Test match in the Caribbean, getting 15 wickets or something. Very surprising. He's a great cricketer, Tony Gregg. You sort of forget how good a player he was because of the nature of his departure from English cricket, I guess. Or, via the advent of Kerry Packer and the revelation that he was involved in the signing of all the players. But you look at his record, it's a phenomenal record as an all-round cricketer. And of course, he caught everything too. He used to be fielding at second slip, 6'6" of him. I've sort of fond memories of him in a way. I played my first class match at university for Oxford against Sussex, and he was captain just after that Ashes tour. And we were all, and John Snow was playing. And we were all sort of thrilled to have Tony Gregg coming to the parks in early April. And I just remember the fact that he was so open and keen to have, happy to have chats with the students and talk a bit of cricket in a very open, gregarious manner.
So
we all loved it.
I will call up that tour of the West Indies. Was it 1975-6?
I think it would have been 74-5 would be my guess.
Okay.
Mike Denness was captain, I think. And I think there's a sort of Boycott quote along the lines of, "You realise what we've done, Tony?" Because Boycott got lots of runs. We've saved Denness's bacon. Which wasn't necessarily high on Jeffrey's wish list. But yeah, Boycott got lots of runs, and Tony Gregg got a stash of wickets, turning to these bouncy off breaks. He subsequently used a little bit in India as well, I think. But yeah, I would say the winter of 74-5, early 75. Is that right?
Yeah, at the moment my
Or was it
computer,
73-4?
at the moment my computer's saying bad request to me. I don't know what I've done wrong.
Oh yeah, I get that sometimes.
I'll get there in the end.
Yeah.
I hope.
It might have been 73-4, I think.
Maybe that'll be a better request.
Well, no, I don't. I can't believe it's that nitpicky. It says bad request again.
That's very poor. I'll have a look over lunchtime, see if I can raise it then.
I think it was 73-4, I reckon.
This may be. We may have one more. 3 deliveries left in this one.
13:09. It says 13:09 on the scoreboard away to our left. So I'm not sure we will.
They're not hurrying to get through the over.
Well, I think that's because, well, they've done a good job, and I think it's going to flip over before this over's finished. Unless there's a power cut.
Perish the thought.
Taking a long time though. Interesting, he's going to come from a different angle. He was coming between the umpire and the stumps. Now he's coming around the umpire. And let's pick up a single. Just changed his angle of delivery slightly. Pete was talking about that. Well, this is the longest. It's 13:10 now. Yeah, we can get ready for lunch. In fact, well, what service?
That's
it's service.
entirely
But lunch has
timely.
been delivered. I like to take lunch at 1:10.
Very good. Last ball of the session then is defended by Thomas Rue, and the players troop off. So Warwickshire still very much in control of this game. Somerset still 18 runs behind. They've lost 3 wickets this morning, 104 to 4. Goldsworthy on 14, Thomas Rue on 12. We're going to enjoy a little meal and look forward to your company in 40 minutes' time.
Nice to meet you, Finn. I'm Dan. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Hi, it's Tom Abel here. We're at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and I'm with Leachy and Craigie. We've got a little surprise in store for Finn Mackay, who has an incredibly inspiring story. He's a huge part of the Somerset disabled cricket community. He doesn't know we're here this morning, so we're here to surprise him. And we've got a little gift for him, kindly supported by WPA. So, yeah, here goes.
We're here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground to talk a little bit about Finn and the Super Ones. Just tell us how important the Super Ones has been to your family and to Finn.
It's fair to say that having a lad with quite severe learning difficulties, it's not easy. There's struggles both with the formal stuff, education and getting what he needs, and also the fact that he's different, and he does have enough insight to know that he's different. So he can be lonely, can be sort of isolated.
We had all these a new baby.
Your sisters. So it's not been straightforward,
We planned to have 3 children and do wonderful things together, and it impacted a great deal on the time that we could spend, with them. doing stuff, so they've had to put up with an awful lot, really. You know, having him, you're not accepted in the normal world, taking him places. You know, so when Super Ones came along, we jumped at the chance that there was something for young people like him. You immediately felt that he felt relaxed. We felt relaxed because we were always on edge with him. If we took him, you know, to other places, people would frown at you and stuff with his behaviour. So to be able to relax knowing that he could do what he wanted, he was fine.
What's developed through this has been amazing because it is life-changing for him, but I think on reflection it's probably life-changing for all of us as a family, actually, that you know, there's more support from other families and other parents.
Someone without additional needs, I guess, we take that for granted, that you can go out and find a place to belong and have that sense of belonging. But for some young people, that's not always the case. So to provide that, and they can build that identity, feel part of the community, and then begin to experience what we might take for granted it has huge impact.
The statutory bodies, as we all know, you know, everyone's under financial pressure. So Finn, without this, wouldn't have a great deal now that he's left formal education. He wouldn't have a great deal of interaction.
It completely changed all of our lives to, you know, be a part of something like that.
Yes, it's cricket, but then you've got so much more that comes off the back of that, which actually is, for Finn, has just helped him grow as a person. So that's been great. And, you know, long may it continue.
And also your favourite sort of Somerset players, I'd like to touch on that. We spoke before we started actually about some of your favourite players, and one of them was it Tom Abel was your favourite player? Yeah. If Tom was around right now, that would be great, wouldn't it? What would you say to Tom?
What would you say? Do you think he's good?
You could always ask him.
Hiya, Finn. Good to see you, buddy. You okay? Hiya, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Bit of a surprise. We always see you here supporting us, Finn. So, yeah, we obviously thought we'd come and have a bit of a knock around if you fancy a bit of a game. So before we do that, we've also got a little gift for you. Leachy's got a little award here. So,
wow.
It's an exclusive invitation. There's a disability game at Lord's, so we've got you an exclusive invitation.
Oh wow, Finn, to
and
go to
WPA are kindly covering the cost of your travel and your accommodation.
Oh wow.
And on top of that, there is also tickets for you and your family to day 3 of a test match against Sri Lanka at the Oval, which hopefully, you know, Leachy will be playing in. So fingers crossed, yeah. So that's for all your commitment and everything that you do for Super Ones, you know.
Oh wow, what did you say?
You deserve it.
That's amazing, isn't it? He's quiet now, but he won't stop talking about it for the next goodness knows how long. That's amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure. Should we play a bit of cricket? I think the nets are set up for you. So should we have a bit of a bat and a ball?
Yeah, fancy that?
Sound good? Show us what you got. Right, you got Craigo and Jack Leach bowling at you. Boy, nice shot. Why, nice. Hey, nice ball.
Well, buddy. Finn, we've got one more little surprise for you. We've got a signed championship shirt from this year from all the boys. You can get framed up. Okay? Do you like that one? Come on, buddy.
Finn, what are you doing?
How bold. Well done.
Well done, Finn. That was awesome. Great to see you, buddy.
sort of started last year, and I think they're just not very nice messages about the way I look, the way I am, and how people think of me. And I guess when I first saw them, I didn't know how to deal with them. I sort of was like, well, what do I do? Do I ignore it? Do I not? So I sort of, the odd one I'd sort of comment and go, like, what have I done, sort of thing. But yeah, they were sort of attacking me personally, and I thought, but there were so many of them all of a sudden that it was like impossible to go through them all, but you'd see them and it'd be a bit, I think, disheartening and a bit like, why me? The more I looked at them, the worse it got, so I decided that I was going to call some of them out, and then that got attention, so then Somerset were telling these people that that's not right. So that was nice to have support from other people than myself.
It's not nice to receive messages like that, and it can be quite hurtful, so the stuff that was said towards Jacob was not nice to see, and I'm glad the club kind of stuck up for him on social media, and that's what we stand for as a club. It's nice to see people getting behind that and supporting that.
I think a lot of people that I didn't even know were commenting support, which is unusual for a lot of people because it doesn't get seen.
Hi, Andy Hurry here, Director of Cricket at Somerset County Cricket Club. Jacob's next door, just concluded his interview, and I'm just waiting out here to see him and hopefully give him a bit of a surprise.
Brilliant, Jacob. It's been great meeting you. Thank you so much for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Andy Hurry, Director of Cricket at Somerset County Cricket Club. Pleasure to meet you.
All the time.
Have you? Come on down here a second. How's your day been?
It's been good.
Yeah?
Warm.
Beautiful. Well, you're not just here for an interview today, and I've prepared a few words, so if you don't mind, I'm just going to read from here. This is a very special occasion for us and WPA Health Insurance, and we just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. To say well done on everything you do and how privileged we are for you to be a Somerset supporter. It means a great deal to us. It saddens us to see what sometimes you have to go through on social media. So we wanted to surprise you with a few things. Okay, so prepare yourself. I know you're a keen photographer, so WPA are going to donate £200 to an online photography training course for you. In order to help prevent online abuse occurring at Somerset County Cricket Club, WPA are going to support the charity CyberSmile with a £250 donation and showcase CyberSmile during the upcoming Somerset match, giving up their advertising assets. Lastly, I'm personally inviting you to be the official paid club photographer for a Somerset match that's coming up this summer at the Cooper Associates County Ground and undertake your first professional cricket photography opportunity. How does that sound?
That's great, thank you.
Yeah? Does that sound like a good idea?
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, congratulations on that, mate.
Thank you.
But we're not done yet. So obviously, I know you're a keen photographer. We've got a few of the boys that are going to be over there by the dugouts. I'd like you to come and join me with your equipment, and we'll go over there and perhaps get a bit of preparation and practice in before that opportunity at the game comes up.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Sounds great, mate. Right, come on with me then. Josh Davey, Archie Vaughan, JT Langry.
Yes!
Oh.
Nice fielding.
Oh!
If you had a proper keeper in there, it would have been out. Done a leggy. Wow.
Perfect. Well done, everyone. Well done, mate. Look forward to seeing you on the day you turn up here when you're the official photographer. Pleasure to meet you. Well done.
Nice to meet you, Jacob.
Well done,
Cheers.
Jacob.
Nice to have you.
Nice to meet you, Jacob.
If anyone has been affected by online abuse, CyberSmile is a charity that has a range of resources available via www.cybersmile.org.
Led by captain Ed Barr, who is welcome back to visitors Warwickshire. Somerset batters number 44, Lewis Goldsworthy, and number 45, Thomas Brew.
That is sit out. That is insane. Absolutely. Oh, that's good.
Big thanks to our sponsor, Taunton Dental Practice, offering you dental care, cosmetic enhancements, full restorative treatments.
And we're back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 3 of the Rossay County Championship match. Somerset taking on Warwickshire. Somerset currently 104 for 4. Still a little bit of a deficit, 20 and change. Not going to challenge my maths after my hearty jacket potato. Wherever you are and whatever you've had, hope you had a great lunch. Sun is shining here at Taunton. Good batting conditions, but high challenge from, in particular, the left arm spinner for Warwickshire. Suthar is spinning a bit of a web there, Lammy.
Yeah, first target is the 18 runs that they still need to erase that deficit. They can do that without losing another wicket. That would be a step forward, but they've got an awful lot to do, Somerset, to get anything out of this game as things stand.
Yeah, you think this partnership here is going to be crucial. Goldsworthy, the hero of the first innings, who batted magnificently for his 90, and Thomas Rue, who's in superb touch after his top draw game up at Trent Bridge, backing up his 50 in the first innings with 100. Bamber is going to start from the Marcus Trescothic end, and very much like as he's been throughout this game, right on the money.
Yep, very little to pick off from Ethan Bamber. And Marnie Suter, I expect he'll continue. He could bowl all day, being a slow left-arm bowler.
Yeah, well,
might be a burst of pace, I suppose.
Native country being India, I'm sure this is just a cool day for him here at Taunton. We're all up here, especially in our aircon broken box. We're all sweltering away, but I'm sure he's having a good time. There is a nice breeze. I did a lap of the ground when I was off air. There is a nice little breeze blowing across the ground.
Yeah,
the players cool.
I consumed my pasty on the Thatcher's Terrace just below us, and there was a splendid little breeze there as well. It's a lovely position to watch from, actually, down there, as well as from here in the commentary box on the top floor. That Thatcher's Terrace immediately below us.
Isn't it just? Especially if you had a cold one of the sponsor up there. A little cold Thatcher's would go down a treat on a Sunday afternoon up there. A few people up there enjoying it, as you can see on screen. Ethan Bamber's very impressive figures, 10 overs, wicketless at the moment, but he's only gone for 14 runs, a testament of his accuracy so far. Goldsworthy just working that straight ball into the leg side, and times like these it feels like there are a couple of extra fielders out there. Ball's going to hand. Yeah, certainly a lot for Somerset to do to recover this position. Warwickshire very much winning the race of the happyometer that we spoke about on day 1.
Yes, well, they will feel
reinforce my 75-25, doesn't it, really?
Very much so. Well, it's, the gap's a bit wider than that now. We're talking, wow, well, maybe 90-10, something like that. But you should never give up hope in this game.
Absolutely. You don't foresee any sort of weather coming in to take any play out. The forecast is absolutely splendid the next week or so here in the UK. That's the end of that first over after lunch.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a problem getting some of the time back that we lost yesterday. That was the reason for the slightly later lunch. 1:10. That interval just concluded. A later tea as well.
Well, certainly in terms of overs bowled, the over rate is already +8 with the help of Suthar getting through 15 overs already, not going for many runs, 3 for 34. And he certainly looks like the main threat.
Yeah, no burst of pace at the river end, as I wondered whether there might be. It's straight to the left arm spin that we've been watching for most of the morning.
Yeah, I think the challenge is there's intermittent sharp spin, so you can never fully trust as a batter that the ball is going to, it's almost better sometimes when it's consistently turning rather than what's happening at the moment, the odd one darting in towards the stumps and pads. And probably one every couple of overs just spinning away towards those two waiting slips, as well as Al Davis, the wicketkeeper.
Nice drive.
Confident start there. And Thomas Rew just pushing that into the offside.
Yeah, bowled 15 overs this morning. Manu Suter, 3 for 34.
Light work for a left arm spinner. I would imagine he'll be very, very happy with keeping the ball in hand for as long as possible through this session. Nicely played there for Lewis Goldsworthy. Not the tallest guy you'll find, but using his full reach to get out to that ball. Oh, that's the one. Sharp spin away towards those waiting slips. Not a lot you can do about that as a batter. Yeah, pitching, oh, you have to play it. Pitching a fraction outside off stump.
Smothered that one okay. Beautiful weather here at Taunton. We haven't, we've had the sun shining all day so far, really.
Yeah, again off air, I did a bit of a lap. I spent 5 or 6 overs in the family stand, which was nice, but I kind of regretted it because, yeah, the sun was belting down. I think there's only a little bit of shade on offer in the Trescothic stand. The rest of the ground is basking in sunshine.
Yeah, the shade tends to increase on the Somerset stand as the day goes on. That's the stand behind which the sun goes down.
Yeah, if you are listening inside the ground, make sure you keep the sunscreen topped up and keep yourself hydrated. There's plenty of water and soft drinks available to keep yourself cool.
Yeah, I think the back 2 rows actually in the Somerset stand have got some shade, and that will increase.
Yeah, I think that would be where I'd be parking myself. Definitely trying to find a little bit of shade.
2 makeshift fans in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Yeah, no such luck for the players. Nowhere to hide from it in the middle of the field, and it's getting hot out there. I think the temperature of the batters will be high enough with the pressure and the weather. They'll certainly be very much aware that they've got a massive job on their hands this afternoon.
Yeah, and the breeze is very gentle. It's not enough to unfurl the flags on the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Need a bit more than that to get them going.
Yeah, I did say gentle. It is a very gentle zephyr, isn't it?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be going quick across the ocean with your sail buffeting like that, would you, Lammy?
No, we'd be pretty much becalmed, I suspect. I've put the motor on.
I remember during, you'll enjoy this, we went down, I think we went down to Southampton, Rob Turner's benefit year, so it would have been early 2000s, and the squad went down and they had planned a regatta. professional sailors and one player and some Somerset supporters would crew the boat, and it was went down there the night before, all planned for this exciting race around the bay. And if I said not a breath of wind, that would probably be an exaggeration. It was the stillest day you could ever imagine, and the most boring 3 or 4 hours of my life. Not one boat was moving at all. It was quite something. Not a breath of wind the whole day. But we had a few drinks just to keep us entertained.
It gets double tide, Southampton, unusually. Don't want to complicate the subject too much, but generally you get 2 tides a day, 2 high, 2 low. And Southampton is different, partly I think because of the presence of the Isle of Wight. Comes in 4 times altogether there, which is an oddity. But that sounds like that was the only thing you could move on.
Well,
when you were there.
When it was talked up as being an exciting sailing race, I kind of likened it to when there's been something nasty happen on the M5 and everyone's bumper to bumper and gridlocked. Yeah, it was a good day, but not for the sailing.
Yeah.
I look forward to the invite, Lammy. I'd like to go out on the waves with you. That would be a good day.
Well, that is something we must work on.
Yeah, you bring the sailing expertise, I'll bring the entertainment. End of the over, another good one from Ethan Bamber, Somerset 106 for 4. And just a reminder, if you haven't seen it already, you've got the opportunity to win tickets for the Gloucestershire Somerset T20 game. There are 2 lots of tickets, a signed Rolf van der Merwe shirt, a print from Jack Russell, and a limited edition baggy cap. Entries are just £1. This competition is powered by Cricket Star. So go to cricketstar.co.uk to enter. Again, just £1. And all proceeds will be going to support the Somerset Pathway, which is, if you're a Somerset fan, a very worthwhile thing to support. So, yeah, T20 crickets, it will be a sellout. Somerset versus Gloucestershire. 4 tickets and various, 2 lots of 4 tickets and various other prizes. So please take a look.
Here is Suter, and here is a turning delivery. Again, eluding the outside edge of Thomas Roux. I should say that Somerset women are 147 for 2 up at Scarborough. There's an excellent stand in progress between our own Sophie Luff, who's on 47 not out, the skipper, and Naomi Holland, who's on 54.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Nice to see Niamh Holland chalk off another boundary. And Luffy is in the form of her life. She had such a great start to her season. She's been picked up, I believe, by the Trent Rockets for the 100 as well. So congratulations to the Somerset women's captain and much deserved success. She's really come out of a shell, going up the top of the order, batting as positively as I've ever seen her. She's been playing absolutely magnificently well, and certainly a huge part of Somerset women's success this season. So long may that continue. 151 for 2 off 16 up at Scarborough.
Yeah,
and do you know what, Lammy? I saw the team. I actually saw Ellie Anderson just before they were getting on the team bus to go up to Scarborough. Got a recommendation for you: Mother Hubbard's Fish and Chip Shop in Scarborough.
Okay.
And maybe they had a nice meal up there, and the catalyst for that awesome start that they've had, going at 9.5 runs and over.
Well, I'm sure the fish in Scarborough is very fresh out of the sea.
Well,
it's right on it, isn't it?
That particular fish and chip shop is slightly off of the coast as well, so you get less pterodactyl influence coming to swipe your cod. Luffy's just past 50.
Well batted. Skip. 107 for 4 here at Taunton. So, what is it? Another 15 needed to move into positive territory. And just the six wickets remaining.
Yeah, I feel like it is absolutely crucial that these two are in when Somerset start working on positive runs. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance for their continued support here at the Somerset live stream and all that they do around the grounds.
Another boundary for Holland at Scarborough. They're going well.
Oh, it looks
160 for 2.
Very white wicket. We're watching the live stream on Stephen's laptop and it looks an absolute belter.
Got 3.5 overs left, Somerset, in that game. And Bamber's on his way in this one.
Toil for the seamers here today at Taunton.
There's not much in it for them, is there? This
Well, if they
ball
can,
is now 50 overs old.
Yeah, I think if they can, get a couple, that would be great. But what they are doing is they're keeping the run rate right down, which is great support to the left arm spinner who's taken 3 of the 4 wickets so far.
Yes, both of these umpires give ample notice that they're going to signal a leg by. In this case, David Milnes, who's the senior of the two. Not by that much.
Oh, I'd be interested. I might even Google that. Nigel Long and David Milnes. You think Milnesy's older than Nigel Long?
I think so.
So I feel like I definitely missed Nigel Long playing wise, but I think maybe towards the back end of.
I think Nigel Long started umpiring younger, as I recall. I think I put him late 50s.
Nigel Long is 57 and 130 days.
Looking very dapper at square leg at the moment. Pulled nicely and will just be a single. He's found one of the 2 men out protecting the leg side boundary.
So David Milnes was the senior. Why would I ever question the great Stephen Lamb, 61? You are absolutely right. They both look in. David Milnes in particular. I remember he's always been very sort of barrel check. He's a strong, quick bowler.
Yeah, Leicestershire
used to really hit the deck. He's certainly cast a shadow, David Milnes, but yeah, he's looking good for 61. Nigel Long, he's more in the Jimmy Anderson sort of physique, isn't he? Very lean and wiry. 2 good guys to have on the field. Been around a bit. I think they enjoy a little bit of a chat with the players whenever you can get towards square leg. Always nice to talk to.
Yeah, I did have a chat with David Milnes once, actually, but quite by chance. I was watching the Lord's Test, and I think he was the 4th umpire in that game, and he was in charge of the box of balls in case a replacement was needed. And he was sat on the step, just coming out of the long room there, and I ventured to see whether he was up for a chat, and we did converse for a bit.
He's a nice guy. I think he styled himself on, I would imagine, somewhere between sort of like Dennis Lilly and Magnum PI. He used to wear the shirt unbuttoned, the nice grizzly bear hairy chest with some sort of St. Christopher medallion. And he used to charge in, big frame. He used to slam that ball down into the deck.
I've got a nice cartoon of Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson in my downstairs washroom. Met the 2 of them, got them to sign it, which was enjoyable. That was also at Lord's. It was after they'd finished, well, obviously after they'd finished playing.
So I'm reading into that you've made a shrine to Australian cricketers in your toilet.
It's
Very.
I've got English ones in there too.
Well, we'll let you off then. We'll let you off.
There's actually one of them. I'll come back to it after this. That's no before. Back to the square leg side. Easy as you like. Well done, Thomas Rue. That'll take him to 19. Yes. 114 for 4. Just 8 behind. I say just 8. That's the deficit.
Yeah, nicely played there by T. Rue. Important that there is something like a focus on scoring runs. The occasional attacking shot, and I think Tom Rue is pretty proficient with the sweep shot, so it wouldn't surprise me if he played that. Yeah, important that, especially with the seamers bowling so well at the other end. Somerset keep chalking off those runs as well. Give themselves something to bowl at. Hopefully some stage tomorrow.
Yeah, the media day here in 1985 was attended by the Torbay Herald, amongst other media. And they got a good snap of Viv and Ian, Richards and Botham. And lurking in the background, unbeknown to them, was I. And they had the effrontery when they published the picture to airbrush me out.
Oh, do you have the original?
Yeah, no, that was good. It was given to me as a leaving present, actually, with me still in it. Oh, that just evades the edge. That could have been number 5. It's always on that possibility, isn't it? Catch behind.
Probably going to have to request you bring in another artifact. I'll just make sure that my day one request of your 1970s Allen Knott wicket-keeping gloves made it to the commentary box, and they have. So we'll take a look at those at some stage. Another sweep shot from Thomas Rue, another boundary. Superb stuff from the young Somerset batter.
Yeah, it's into the 20s, yeah. Thomas Rue.
It is very important they don't just allow Suthar to feel like he can just bowl and bowl without being attacked in some way, shape or form. Bowlers hate going for runs, so good to put a bit of pressure back onto the bowler.
Yep. But they can't afford to bat like millionaires in this situation. Mid-pitch conference to discuss current state of things. 4 is the deficit now.
We've got another event live in Taunton, September the 12th. Doors open at 5 p.m. Soul to Soul, the brand new heavies down at Taunton. So check out the tickets. They're on sale now.
The brand new heavies, Norman Dre and the Beatles Dub Club. Yeah, I've heard of the Beatles too. Yeah. I think I mentioned, I'm not sure whether it was to you, Triggs, but there is a blue plaque on Alderney celebrating the life of John Arlott. And there is another blue plaque further along the same road, I think, celebrating the life of George Martin, who was known as the 5th Beatle.
Oh, right.
He was the man behind the scenes who did so much production work. And he got a knighthood for his efforts, and he's got a blue plaque as well on Alderney. Lived there for a while.
Yeah, what's the criteria for a blue plaque on your home of your birth or something? Is that a knighthood or something like that, or is it just a great British achievement?
I imagine you've got to be reasonably well known in some quarters or others.
Yeah, you do see them around the traps, don't you?
There are plenty of them in London, in central London. Not so many on Alderney, but George Martin certainly deserving of one, and we wouldn't doubt John Arlett's qualifications, would we? Not for a
Absolutely
moment.
not.
Yeah, I think Paul McCartney's the only knighted Beatle. If you exclude George Martin as the fifth, and no need to do that.
Yeah, I don't mind the bill. I can't. Probably quite an unpopular view. I wasn't quite a massive fan of the music. I was more sort of Bee Gees, Clapton.
Okay.
Sort of, yeah, I don't know, something about. There's a few good. Well, there's a lot of great Beatles tracks, but not me faves.
Oh, well, the Bee Gees, Massachusetts, I remember. That was a while ago now. Words? Night Fever?
Absolutely. Islands in the Stream.
Here is Bamba. And that's another one off the deficit. Just the one remaining now.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit of a sigh of relief once we tick off that next run. Yeah, good batting from the Somerset pair, building up a much needed partnership. 41 at the moment, Goldsworthy 17, Thomas Rue 24. A couple of nice attacking sweep shots against the spinner the last over, but you feel like Somerset probably need 2 or 3 hours of these two.
Sophie Luff's been dismissed in the final stages of the Somerset innings in Scarborough. 182 for 3, 1 over remaining. Holland 75, Griffiths 10.
Yeah, I'd imagine that would be a Neve Holland career best in 20 over cricket. That's a bit of a guess, but good stuff from her. There we go. We are in positive figures here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We now lead by 1. So
Yeah.
1 for 4.
The crowd sense it. Warm applause for that landmark.
I would imagine a lot of the faithful here are just desperately hoping that they've got something to do on Monday. Longer Somerset can bat. More chance of play tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And you never know. And you never know. But I think Somerset are going to need a minimum of 150, 180, and I think that would be a tall order. But I think, you know, those sort of low totals on the 4th innings, especially if Leachy can get into rhythm and the seamers can nip a few out early on and a little bit of panic sets in, I think that will be game on.
Yeah, and who knows how the pitch will behave if the game does go into a 4th day, whether it'll spin any more.
Well, one thing we do know, if you're here at Taunton, it's going to have many hours of heat on it. You know, in terms of the conditions for a wicket to dry and break up, it's about as perfect as you get in the UK here at the moment.
Yeah, it'll be baking nicely at the moment.
Yeah.
The sun is...
Get Craig Overton's great big plates of meat dancing down the wicket, making a few rough marks. That would be handy.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the longest day. The sun's as high as it gets at the moment in the UK. Shadows very short cast by the players. End of another Suter over is 19th. 3 for 47 his figures. Goldsworthy 20. Thomas Rue is 24. Somerset, well, effectively they're 2 for 4, but it looks much better than that on the board. There's the closing stages of the women's game that's in progress up at Scarborough. Just 2 deliveries remaining.
182 for 5 with 2 balls to go. I think another boundary off these last 2 balls will give Somerset a nice bit of momentum, and that ball top edged and dropped at point. That looked a rather poor piece of fielding there. Bamber starting his 15th over. He's gone for just 19 runs. He'll be desperate for a wicket. You'll feel like he's earned one. Generally a pretty solid reflection going at 1.5 runs and over that you've bowled pretty well. Oh, straight, 2 straight to work to the leg side. Didn't feel like it was out. I'll have to see a replay there, but Goldsworthy looking to turn that away on the leg side, and David Milnes feels that's straight enough to be given. And just as Somerset chalk off that deficit, another wicket falls. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh.
Middle and leg.
Yeah, no, I think that's harsh. I feel like that's going down.
So his batting role in the match comes to an end, Lewis Goldsworthy. He's had a good one, 110 runs in all in it.
Let's have a look at that replay. For me, it looked like that was going down. He's hitting on the outside of the left leg on leg stump. There's still a bit of travel to go.
It's tight.
Umpire's call, Vic. What do you think? Yeah, certainly not a ball that Goldsworthy should have been playing towards square leg. I think that's been the undoing of him there. But yeah, hint of leg side on that. I've seen, yeah, that's a 50-50 for me. And unfortunately, Lewis Goldsworthy's got the wrong side of the 50.
So new batsman coming in, Archie Vaughan, and Vic is going to be joining you very shortly, Pete.
Always good to have a look at the live stream to see what the feeling is when we get those slow-mos of LBW decisions. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm agreeing with the thread. Let's just leave that there. Bamber's picked up the wicket. 1 for 19. Well, not a great time to lose that 5th wicket. A key partnership. The lead by just 2 runs, so effectively 2 for 5. Archie Vaughan to the crease with a big job to do with Thomas Rue as Vic Marks joins me. Some spade work required here from the Somerset middle and lower order.
Well, yeah, put it mildly. I suppose the flaw in this Somerset innings is actually quite a few players have got in, but no one's yet to go beyond about 30 odd. They bowled well. Warwickshire giving no cheap runs, and it's been quite an attritional battle. And 5 weeks have fallen, 4 weeks today, not through many unplayable deliveries, but that pressure sort of telling. Again, it was a 50-50 LBW, but you open up that possibility if you're looking to square leg mid-wicket. So you are taking a bit of a risk. But a lot of players do that, and actually nowadays the modern player is taking on that threat of LBW and clipping those sort of deliveries through the leg side. We saw Sam Hain do it in the first innings without actually, or second innings, without ever looking like he'd ever miss a ball doing it. And
yeah, I think the players that play that line well, I think they present the bat towards mid-on, and the angle of the bowler just takes it squarer if it's appropriate, and Goldsworthy's really tried to get that up. My suggestion is if he would have hit it, it would have probably gone behind square on the leg side. So he's certainly just closed the bat face on that too soon. Really important that in these situations when there's not a way swing that you just play in the V as much as possible. Try and beat the bowler back past him as much as you can, really. So lots of work here. Somerset lead by 3. Vaughan new to the crease with the informed Thomas Rue.
Yeah, it's a big struggle from here.
Got the reverse angle of that LBW, Vic. If you'd like to take a look, yeah, that's not good. That's going. I think that's going quite a way down. I'm removing my opinion of umpire's call, Vic.
Yeah. Okay. It's certainly been reviewed that they've been the option. There's no doubt about that.
Yes. Yeah. I think again, the way that Goldsworthy's played that, he's sort of got into that sort of crabby position that I think probably just inspires the umpire a little bit. Head's fallen over, bat face has turned.
I mean, usually, actually, the umpires are... Well, I'm always influenced by where the ball goes after it hits the pad. And when it goes out on the offside, you think, hang on a minute, he's in trouble here. That one... Batsmen do get into strange positions now, or they do cover their stumps. But when it goes on the leg side, that's the first hint that it might be going down as it goes off to the leg side.
That went quite square off the pad to the leg side. Behind square, maybe even. I'll have to see another replay. Try not to dwell on it too much because... As you know, what's done is done, and Somerset have got to recover. But here we have a look. We are going to play the replay. Yeah, it's actually gone behind square on the leg side. Suboptimal, my favourite phrase of 2026.
I don't remember you using that as a teenager.
No, it's definitely new. Don't know where I've got it from, but I like it.
I thought that was suboptimal, Peter. No one said that to you when you were 17.
I can imagine back in the day going home and
Robbo
Claire asking me, that was a poor shot. Yeah, suboptimal.
Suboptimal, Robbo. Well, Somerset's response is currently suboptimal. You just sort of look at the scorecard, and it's a frustrating one in that most of the players, with the exception perhaps of Joshua Thomas, have kind of got in. Cody Cadmore hasn't been there that long, but 34. Josh Shaw, actually, Night Watchman did a stat job, 22. Cody Cadmore, 12. Lewis Goldsworthy looked pretty solid, 20. Thomas Rue's still there, on 24. Top scorer at the moment is still Jordan Herman's, 34. Theoretically, the hard part is getting in.
Yeah, it's certainly not enough, Vic, on a pitch like this. And the real challenge is, at the other end against the spin, it doesn't really look like there's a lot for the seam bowlers to play with, and it's unfortunate.
What they have done has been miserly.
Well.
So you're looking to generate the odd run, square of the wicket on the leg side, let's say. As a match gets older and goes on longer, you get into the third and fourth day. I guess for seamers, you're our seaming expert, of course. Your line changes, doesn't it, a bit? So that on the first day or two, you're probably thinking outside edge, bowl to miss slip cordon. As the wicket gets older, slower, maybe more uneven bounce, you're thinking at the stumps, aren't you?
Absolutely, right? Yeah. Especially with the ball of the age it is. What a great shot that is from Thomas Rue. It's again showing us those fast hands, drilling that through cover point for 4. But yeah, this bar one fielding change that I would make, this would certainly be my second innings field, looking to bowl more sort of wobble seams, trying to get the ball to just nip back towards the pads. Would be I would want the leg side fielder slightly tighter on the catch. It actually has moved a little bit tighter over the last few balls. Definitely protection out on the leg side, because one thing here at Taunton is you can't bowl that length too often. That's an easy place to bowl. You need to risk being slightly back of that. And obviously a player, if they're in, they can pull off of back of a length here at Taunton with it being quite an easy pace surface. So having protection out on the leg side, and really you're bowling for LBWs.
Or bowled, but more likely LBWs the way most batsmen bat nowadays.
Yeah, they're.
But he's done. I mean, Bamba's been terrific on a pitch that's not helping him. Look at his 15 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 25. Just giving nothing away.
Yeah, actually shows a lot of mental fortitude, really, to bowl that many overs. You know, he's only just got that wicket, so best part of 15 overs bowled, and he hasn't gone chasing the wicket, which I think most bowlers tend to way before 15 overs. So he's done a very, very good job for his captain.
I think when I was captain, sometimes you don't want to tell a bowler that, okay, I want you to just have one more, because then someone like you thinking, I've only got 6 more balls, I shall give him a Yorker, a bouncer, a slower ball, one a little bit wide, tempting, because I want to get that wicket.
Well, it looks like Bamba's been told he's got one more, because he's tried a couple of bounces as well.
But yeah, as a bowler, you think if you've been told, well, just the one more, and you're hungry for wickets, you try everything in that last over, and the chances are you probably go for a dozen if you're not careful.
You've got to be stealthy as a captain.
Has it gone down? It's gone down. Okay, I think. But they've obviously decided with everyone does their homework nowadays that with Archie Vaughan, he has been out actually, sort of hooking upwards rather than downwards a few times.
Yeah, I think on the whole, he is a good puller of the ball. But one thing, even in his short career so far, he's probably already known as compulsive. Very, very rarely lets it go, so it does present opportunities. And here's an opportunity for you, the Beer and Cider Festival. We're in the second phase of ticket sales, because the first phase is sold out. It's £29.50, and it's Friday, the 24th of July, 2026. If you haven't been, you must. There will be somewhere in the region of, pluck a number from the sky, 60 or set. No, I've just had it confirmed. There's over 100 different brands, variations of beer and cider for you to test. So I suggest you book your tickets and the train fare home. Certainly leave the car at home, Vic. What do you think?
Yes. You struggle to get through all 100, I think.
Well,
it is a one-day game.
the Taunton to Weston-super-Mare Rattler will be bouncing that night, I reckon.
So it's a Metro Bank contest, I assume. 50 over game. The 50 over games that have been now remarkably popular, actually. Initially, we thought they'd be, when they first concocted this schedule, they thought, well, 50 over games with sort of half a second team there, nobody know when they're.
Well, they've been superbly
There've been
supported
some really,
down here.
Yeah, they love watching cricket, and there's also been some very good games too, with some well-known Somerset players, but some slightly less well-known Somerset players coming to the fore at the time.
Yeah, it's brilliant for those younger players that have had the opportunity to play in front of a pretty much full house here at Taunton, making their debuts for the club, and yeah, it's been great. So yeah, the Beer and Cider Festival, 6.5 hours to get yourself through the 100. The gauntlet has been laid down. Yeah, I suggest you don't maybe try a pint of each.
You're not supposed to mix them up, really, are you? beer and cider.
Feels like a headache.
Mm.
There's the match summary so far. Goldsworthy 90, Webster that devastating 4 for blowing away the Somerset middle order. Sam Hain and Webster again getting into the 60s. Alfie Ogborn came in as an injury sub, picking up 3 for 40. Leachy 2 for 42, and bit of a sorry state of affairs. Herman, the top score of 34. Thomas Rue's got a chance of going past that. 29 not out, but star of the show for Warwickshire is the left arm spinner, Suthar, who has got 3 for 47 off 21 overs. Change of bowling at the Trescothick stand end. Nathan Gilchrist back into the attack.
Ed Barnard, it's all been fairly simple for him today, in that after a little spell from Gilchrist from the river end, he's just tossed the ball to his Indian left arm spinner. He's picked up 3 wickets, kept it pretty tight, and then he's just rotated his seamers. Been very patient, not giving any easy runs away. Not very not very attacking the field, just the one slip here. In fact, he's giving Gilchrist some protection on that offside against Ruse. Hit a couple of crunching boundaries on the drive or on the cut. Square on the offside.
Yeah, happily.
Good shot, isn't it? Square to hit him. Is he going to catch that? No. Oh, it wasn't a great ball, but he hit it kind of, not quite in a V, but with a straight bat to the right mid on.
Yeah, probably not a dissimilar line, actually, looking at the replay to the one that was adjudged LBW, but I think it was just the length, wasn't it, Vic? A bit half volley-ish. We'll chalk that down as a loosener. Gilchrist 1 for 24. Also bowled a very miserly couple of spells already. That is one of the challenges. Being asked to bowl in the heat at Taunton. Part of your brain thinks, not really much going for me here, but you somehow got to muster up some energy to bowl the ball hard into the pitch and stay as disciplined as you possibly can. As the day wears on, there'll be a few seamers with the old turtle's neck on, trying to hide from the captain's eye line.
No, surely not. Well, not in this position. I mean, for heaven's sake, there's a memorable victory on the horizon for your Warwickshire. It's not as if you're getting caned all around the ground. He's actually, I mean, he's got himself. He hasn't bowled himself, Barnard.
Yeah,
he's got Thompson, should he wants to.
It was definitely a day to put the camouflage whites on when Graham Hick was batting here on day 4.
Well, don't talk to me about that. It's an operation when he got 405 not out here.
Somerset women have taken their first wicket up at Scarborough. The newly selected in the England A squad, Chloe Skelton, picking up a wicket. Yorkshire 9 for 1 off the first over.
We have ways of making you cheerful. Even if the men's team is not doing too well at the moment, they're rushing back for a second. They like a Misfield in the crowd. Then a run for a Misfield.
Yeah, the field has had about 4 or 5 goes at picking that ball up and only just managed it. And Mosley there we go, 1.
Well, I think that's what they think Vaughan is vulnerable to the odd short ball. He sort of followed that rather tamely, didn't he? Something and nothing. Two England under 19 captains having a chat from slightly different eras, but not that long. Thomas Rue, captain England under 19s at the age of 17. Archie Vaughan did
He's
it.
going to get an England under 19s testimonial. That's
Yeah,
the word on the
they
street.
don't get many benefits, do they? The benefit year for the under 19 captain. Archie Vaughan, of course, captained, I'm pretty sure, the under 19 team a few years back now.
Yeah, those were the days.
Interesting leg side field for Thomas Rue. There's 3 men on the leg side, on the boundary, and a forward short leg.
I feel
It's
like
not
you
a bad
would.
field,
I think
actually.
you would enjoy this field in principle.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, encouraging the straight batted work into the leg side.
Yeah, and
bringing that leading edge into play.
Exactly. Yeah. That sort of delivery, you can be tempted to try and nurdle that on the leg side. And you don't want to do it on this sort of surface. It's got to bowl a pretty good length to stop that single, but you won't be worried too much by a single on the leg side, even if he yields one. He's played 2 very convincing kind of slog sweeps, which has prompted that man on the boundary. Nowhere you're going to get your boundaries, he's saying. It's not obvious where, actually.
Well, he's a very good player of the reverse broom. It's Thomas
We
Rue.
haven't seen that, though,
I
have we?
feel like this situation
doesn't really warrant that.
No, I think much like we saw with his brother, you know, they've come into the team and they have old heads on young shoulders. I think he'll just play the situation and pick off runs where he can. I think probably look to maybe target the seamer from the other end for picking up the runs and just keep Sousa out of the wickets column.
Well, it's all a part of, I was saying, his education, but we've seen Thomas Rue play already some explosive one-day knocks, which has had us gasping. But he's also keen to demonstrate, and I think he did this up to a point at Trent Bridge. Hang on a minute, I can play the long format. I'm prepared to wait, a bit like James is. He's faced 71 balls here for his 33. He's bided his time. He's hit several boundaries, but in between time, he's just waited. Played discreetly, playing the long game. I'm adaptable, he's reminding us. I can do it.
Certainly is. He absolutely is. Gilchrist in to Archie Vaughan. Plays solidly in behind that one. That graphic that just came up on your screen, there's only a few hours left to enter that competition. Just remember, by entering, you'll not only have the chance of winning 2 lots of 4 tickets for the sold-out Somerset Gloucestershire match and some memorabilia, you'll also be helping support the pathway, the academy here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Entry is just £1.
Well, there's that short ball, but it's not a very venomous one. He's pulled it round very capably. almost disdainfully leaving that. I'm not having anything to do with that one. I know you've got 2 men back there. I'm not going to go chasing that one.
What do you think's a total of interest? I was thinking sort of 150, 180 to.
Well, if you get to 180, which would take a lot of doing from here, but it's possible, you have a chance. You're second favourite still. I would have thought it's not. I mean, there's a little bit of spin there, but it would only be pressure and tension that would get you your 10 wickets, I reckon. I mean, to be greedy, I would want the lead to start with a 2, but that's also
Anything sub 150 is not looking good.
Well, you wouldn't have thought so, would you?
Yeah, it would take a.
You'd
need a couple with a new ball and Leach to strike early. 3 down for say 20. And bit of panic.
Then you're in the game. But I would say if it's under 150, the lead, the batting side should win 9 times out of 10. But we'll see. We'll see.
Oh,
it gets interesting.
Got some Bo Webster and some off spin, I think.
Yeah, well, we had one over from off spin from him, or 2 just before lunch.
Well, it's certainly coming down with snow on from up there.
Well, we were talking about he's before your time, but you'll know of him, of course, Tony Greig, who was a wonderful all-rounder, and he was essentially a swing bowling all-rounder, who suddenly, on a tour of the West Indies, where the ball used to spin in those days, turned to bowling fast off cutters, off breaks, and in one test match got about 15 wickets and won the match. And then he subsequently bowled a few of these off breaks. He weren't the most niggardly, but he got bounce. So that was a second string to his bowling bow. And in a funny sort of way, this is what Webster does, although he bowled quicker than Webster over the longer run up. But I quite like the idea. I was trying to think of other bowlers who genuinely offered 2 types, and there was Jimmy Orman. Do you remember Jimmy Orman?
Yeah. Ollie Robinson.
Ollie Robinson can bowl off cutters, off breaks, can he occasionally?
Yeah, and I think in modern day, the player that I've seen do it the most, Graham Wagg.
Oh yeah, I remember.
He was at Glamorgan. He used to bowl decent left arm spin as well.
Did he?
Yeah. He would have bowled quite a fair few spells of it as well. So not just every now and then. It became quite a feature.
Well, it's quite a handy thing to have. Well, it's very handy if you can do it. I was explaining to Stephen that Beefy occasionally used to bowl off breaks, as if anyone could do it.
Well, you can't take wickets if you're not bowling, Vic. So, if you want your tally to be...
But he would come on just occasionally, but I could do it. I mean, anyone could bowl off breaks, so I'd come and do it. He wasn't very good, really, but he did it in a test match. I think he got the odd wicket in a test match, bowling off breaks. What's happened there? That's turned. I mean, there's that bit of rough you talked about partly from Alfie's footmarks. That's turned quite quickly. It's gone down.
Let's hit him up on the back forearm, nearly onto the stumps.
Yeah, he's still there.
Turn and bounce from Bo Webster. Yeah, I think Alfie Ogborn's foothole is definitely more appropriate for
Webster, yeah.
For Webster with off spin.
Well, that was quicker, that one, and it wasn't that far from the off stump. So it's quite a good option. Sutar's bowled a lot of overs. Just have a little break and let Webster bowl at that bare patch outside of the right-hander's off stump, where there's a little bit of, as Pete was saying, footmarks there. There's something happening. There's a variation. Makes good sense. But I like, yes, I think there should be more, really, isn't there? These bowlers, two-dimensional bowlers.
Yeah, they're creating a good bit of theatre out there. We just had a replay of that last ball with the oohs and ahs. It was miles away from the stumps. Just trying to plant the seed of pressure in the batters' minds. Archie Vaughan's on 6 at the moment, and top scorer of this second innings now, Thomas Rue on 36. Gilchrist searching for that Yorker and clipped away nicely.
The other one that I played against, who almost changed, was, if you might have just played against him, was Steve Barwick at Glamorgan. Did you ever play against him? Well, he started life as a waist swing bowler, and then he evolved into a fast-ish off-cutter. Sometimes standing back, but not necessarily. Watkin and Barwick.
So I think that there's a phrase that I've heard before. I'm going to bowl some Basil Barwick. So
that was probably him.
Right. Okay. Okay. Right.
So that was fast off cutter.
Okay. Get it now. Yeah. I used to always just laugh at that.
What they're talking about?
Yeah.
As a young pup, that would have been him.
Bowl some Basils.
Yeah, that's it. And he became quite effective. It was quite unusual. As I say, when he started out, he bowled not very pacey, but handy away swing. That's what he bowled. And then later in his career, generally, he bowled quick off cutters.
Well, I know most teams do lust after multi-dimensional cricketers. I mean, if you're a decent fielder, can hold a bat and bowl some seam up and some reasonably decent spin, you're making yourself one of the first names on the team sheet. So
well, there's the guy at Glamorgan, isn't there, Kellaway, who can bowl left and right-handed. I think he's more naturally right-handed, but he can bowl left-arm spin as well as he's a frontline batsman. Isn't he?
Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, there's a lad that plays for Bedminster. He might be Afghani, and he bowls left-arm spin to right-handers and right arm off spin to lefties, and he's really good in both.
Yeah.
I'm always amazed. I always sort of nod the helmet to him. Fair play. That's impressive.
I suppose the other one in county cricket who sort of does that is Liam Livingstone, who bowls in one-day cricket especially. He bowls leg breaks to the right-handers and off breaks to the left-handers, doesn't he?
Oh, no.
Well, that's what they were bowling at, and you're right about the instinctive, just can't bring himself to leave it, and it feels like a very unlucky dismissal, but the problem is, it was one that was planned, I think. You've got a millisecond out there. You've got to train yourself, actually, to recognise the threat and just leave it. But he didn't manage it. And it's just gloved him or just taken I'm not sure it was the glove or just the edge of the bat.
Yeah, it seemed, I mean, it's he's a very, very talented young cricketer, Archie Vaughan. Brilliant off-spinner. Shows signs with the bat, but you have to say, he almost finds ways to get out. Quite often it doesn't really feel like he's been dismissed by a particularly decent ball. And that there is... I mean, he's just managed to catch up with it and, off the stickers of the bat through to the keeper, but just seems to gift his wicket.
I mean, the problem is that, well, one problem there is that he must have recognised that that's what they're looking to do, the way they've set the field and where they've bowled to him. Anyway, that's another big wicket.
If you're a good puller, I've got to know it. It's like anything in the game. It's execution, isn't it? It's I think maybe in the field setting. I think facing short pitch bowling when the field is so obvious that you're going to get a fair few of them, almost makes it harder to play because you play it less instinctively. And I bet he was thinking, "Oh, I can't."
Do
really.
I? Don't I?
So
Yeah.
it was just that it was a half-assed version of a ball shot because he normally belts those. And yeah, good sort of tactical play from Warwickshire, but now 6 down with the lead just 26 and.
Could well be that this game terminates today, I think.
Good timing for me to take a little break, bring in Stephen Lamb, because I think the fumes from these 1970s wicket keepers start to go to my head.
Well, there they are. I mean, there's a museum.
Maybe Lammy could talk. I think Lammy should
talk us through these
should show them to the live stream listeners. I'm sure they'll be amazed to see they're still in one piece.
Well, I'm going to have a look at them.
Come on, Zach.
There is a museum that might welcome them, you know. Well, they've got Alan Knott's name on, but they might have yours as well. But I know you, Stephen, is our wicket-keeping expert, actually. And well, they feel quite cumbersome, but I expect they're a bit more pliable when you were swooping up those chances behind the stumps.
I don't think my name has quite the marketability of Alan's.
No, I think I'm with you there. There they are. There's a bit of wear still left on these dimples, you know.
Well, I did have them refaced.
Oh, did you? You had them refaced?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, it was possible.
Where'd you go to get them refaced? Not Jack Russell, is it? I'm guessing he's got a little sideline there.
I can't remember, but they do. They go here.
On the edge of the
on the tips of the fingers, and a bit on the palm as well.
No wonder they look so good there. You could still keep with those, couldn't you? Anyway, it's tough times out there. If ever there was a need for a incredible captain's innings from Craig Overton, who's now faced one ball, Thomas Rue, heavily burdened really as a young 18-year-old. Everything seems to hinge nowadays on Thomas Rue.
Yeah. Well, he was equal to it in the previous game.
Yeah, he's terrific. He is.
If he can produce a second innings performance, anything like what he did at Trent Bridge last week.
Well, that would be very, very appropriate. But who's going to stay with him? I ask myself.
Well, Craigo could be the man. He's been in some batting form this summer.
This summer, yeah, not in the first innings. Did he get any in Nottingham? I'm not sure he did. There was a very good stat knocking around, inevitably, that came to me from Anthony Gibson, who is always fed these stats by Steve Pittard, the famous Steve Pittard, and it's this. In this summer, if you notch up balls bowled and balls received, Craig Overton is at the top of the list in county cricket this summer. He is, if you add up the number of balls he's bowled and the number of balls he's faced, he is, I don't know how comfortably, but I suspect quite comfortably, number one on that list. He's been a busy man with bat and ball this summer. He's had a very good summer, obviously, in both departments. He's actually started catching well again. He had a little phase early in this season. He's one of the best catchers of a cricket ball I've ever seen. With glory be, he dropped a couple.
He's been busy. 200s this season.
Yeah, 200s. He's certainly had a flurry of wickets in recent games.
2 for 35.
And he hasn't missed a game.
29 at Trent Bridge.
He hasn't missed a game. Usually he has to be rested, but I think he was scoring so many runs they couldn't possibly rest him.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the consistency, the 7 wickets up at Nottingham last week, then against Sussex in the Championship, 2 for 23, 3 for 14. Against Glamorgan, 2 for 42, 3 for 60.
Yeah.
And here against Yorkshire, 2 for 42 and 4 for 94. So every innings.
Yeah, he's been taking wickets, and he's taken 2 It's runs not the close. It's gone 50 up. It's quite a ripple of applause. I just think that the crowd are loyal to a man and woman just wants something to applaud. But in fact, as we can tell you, that's 31 for 6.
That's the grim reality.
Well, Somerset need to find at least another. Well, they want to find 150 more, but that's asking a lot. But another 100 would just keep the game alive, I suppose, but only just.
It's a former Somerset man with ball in hand at the moment.
Yeah, and he's had a pretty good career, hasn't he, since he left? He went to Kent, didn't he? And then it's a case nowadays of saying he sort of graduated from Kent to Warwickshire, a big club with big test ground, more resources. It's a very fine shot, that is. It's not a half volley. That is just a length ball, which he's lengthened. That was a pretty good ball when it left his hand. Just have a look at this one. Hasn't tried to hit it too hard. He's timed it perfectly. There's a short boundary out there, but he's just hit through the line. See where it bounces. It's not half volley, but he's conjured a fall. It's a bit alarming that when you bowl that, I imagine, for a seamer. More or less. That ball landed where the bowler wanted it to land, but he's just a little bit of width and he's managed to hit it for 4.
It's going to be hot work out there, Vic, for the likes of Nathan Gilchrist. The breeze has dropped pretty much completely.
Well, that's true, but I think that is true. But if you're a Warwickshire seamer, I think you just look at the scoreboard and think, hang on, just 4 more wickets. And we pulled off a really significant win here.
Yeah, and have a day off.
It's not as if it's 350 for 6. Then you can feel a bit more sympathy for them, Stephen. Getting paid, aren't they?
And they might well get a day off tomorrow, the way things are looking at the moment. It's a
fine drive, though. From Overton, just over pitched, and he's hit it crisply to the right of mid-off.
Off the mark. The skipper.
Yeah.
And we made 2 in the first innings, so looking to go well beyond that.
Well, he has. He's doubled it already.
Yeah.
We put these keeping gloves away. I'm sure they're quite sweaty, really.
They haven't been worn for a long time.
Well, I think you should get them out again, Stephen. Where's he hit that?
It's gone all the way.
Just have another look. With a short boundary out there, but he's cleared it quite comfortably. Full drive sort of thing.
Something of a flamboyant start.
Yeah, I think I'll have one out, says Bo Webster. So he's putting a bit of a reinforcement out on that leg side boundary. That's just the one, I think. Okay, well, I'm now Warwickshire captain. And I'm summing up my left arm spinner at the far end. Not having any of this nonsense. Overton played, well, 3 lovely little shots here, but 2 right-handers in. He's had his break, Sutar. Back you come. Good piece of fielding there, mid off, save 2 or 3. So where's the skipper? He's at Ed Bernard's having a chat with Alex Davis. I think they'll be looking to their left arm spinner now, put a stop with this free scoring nonsense.
Yeah, it's not taken Craig long to get into double figures, has it?
6 balls? Well, no, probably less than that, actually. Well, if you hit a 6 and a 4, that doesn't take long, does it?
I think he's faced 5 altogether.
6, according to the scoreboard.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, you may be right. Did we discover? We were talking about Tony Gregg, weren't we?
We were, and I didn't discover because I couldn't find
you
the
made
match.
a bad request. That's why.
Yeah, that's right. I
well, don't worry about it. But I'm telling you, it was 73's fault.
It was a terrific performance because
Yeah,
nobody knew that he could bowl off spin. And
No, I'm not sure Greggy knew probably, but he was a man of infinite optimism and a great competitor. And he turned up, I think it was Port of Spain where he got all those wickets, bowling these fast off breaks.
I wondered for a moment whether that was in the air,
So did I.
the way the batsman looked after it.
Yeah.
But it fell safe.
And we got onto this topic because we were talking about Bo Webster who bowling seamers and off breaks. Legitimately, we were trying to conjure up similar cricketers.
I have it.
You've deserted your laptop and gone for your much more obedient phone who doesn't mind the odd bad request.
8 for 86 in the West Indies' first innings, and some very fine players dismissed.
Well, where are we in we said 73-4, so there's...
Yeah, I mean, sculps include Lawrence Rowe, Clive Lloyd, Gary Sobers,
God, he's playing
Rowan Kanhai,
goodness me,
Derek Murray, Bernard Julian, Keith Boyce, and Inshan Ali bringing up the tail.
Well, that's one excellent bag.
And then in the second innings, 5 for 70. So 13 in the match.
So was Underwood playing that game?
Yep. Who did Greg get in the second? Kalitsaran again, Lloyd again, Kanhai again, Murray. Big names. Gary Sobers, he'd have been at the tail end of his international career by then. But that was a 26-run win for England. Exciting game.
Yeah, and won by 14 wickets for Greg. Boycott got runs in that series as well. Well, he got runs in lots of series, of course. But...
what is it? 49 now, effectively, for 6.
Yeah. A little flurry of runs with Overton hitting 6 and a 4. Rue, top scorer in this innings again. Looking for another half century if he can get there. He'll get there. Not quite as he's hoped, but he's got there.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the least stylish stroke he's played that's got him there. Because he has played
inside edge,
but wonderful shots.
Well, he's played. I mean, he's already a phenomenal player, and he could improve.
Well, at 18,
he's got. It is remarkable to watch him, or to sense one's perception about it. We turn up today. Well, what's the chances of Somerset got? Well, you look down the lineup. We talked about Jordan Herman, who's played really well, but who's going to get those runs? Well, Rue might. He said he just started. Anyway, he's got 50. Another fine innings. But there's an awful lot more work to do. He's sort of got away with that, but there's a man out there protecting the boundary. Let's drag that one down a little bit. I thought they'd take him off. I'd have had Cesar back on, but maybe one more.
He's already averaging 58.2 in first-class cricket,
Hmm.
Thomas Roux. And that's without this innings. I don't think that's included. So, in fact, his average at the moment, given he's unbeaten, would be substantially higher than that.
Yeah, well, it's the start of what will hopefully be a very long and fruitful career. Not just, I suggest, for Somerset. But I hope they don't rush him too quickly. Just give him a chance to really establish himself and learn a bit more.
Especially now he's got the A-levels out of the way.
Well, he's only just finished them this last week or so. Chatting to his mum downstairs, actually. It's been a hectic day for the Roux family. Well, a hectic week, I should say.
Have they been to the Oval, his parents?
Yeah, but I think they had been to the Oval, but then they needed to come back because I think Thomas was just finishing his A-levels. So what I think. Anyway, it's all complicated. Look at that. He's got 4 more there. They're busy. It's busy being a Roux parent. You never quite know where your kids are going to be playing. It just so happens that one of them was playing in front of 25,000 at the Oval, and the other a couple thousand perhaps at best at Taunton.
Cause for considerable pride.
Absolutely. So I'd be very surprised if Webster is summoned for the next over. I wouldn't have given him that one myself, but it was Captain Barnard.
The lead is up to 56.
Okay, well, where there's life, there is hope. The tempo has changed, partly because in came Overton and hit a 4 and a 6. I think the idea of batting long has sort of not come to fruition. And Overton, captain, no, they're thinking about a second, and they're going to go for it, and they're all right. They're just slightly concerned for a second, but they're all right.
Long strides from Craigo.
Yeah, I think the tempo has changed in that with the departure of Vaughan, Overton's in, the last of the serious batsmen, and the attritional approach has not borne fruit, really. Too many wickets have fallen. And so I think both these players are minded to play a bit more freely, particularly when the left-hand arm spinner is not in operation, as the only way to change the pattern of the match. It makes sense to me. And Overton is a better player, like a lot of players, when he's looking to hit the ball, in that he moves better, I reckon.
He's got Jordan Thompson to contend with from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Yes, became no.
Yeah. Well, at least they made up their mind fairly quickly. Shouts and encouragement echo around the ground, don't they, here, along with the gulls talking to one another as well, it seems.
Oh, that
It's got me in the
may
rib
be painful. Not showing it very much, though.
He usually does.
Just going for a little potter about. Yeah, midriff. Yeah, we've got a whole row of gulls on the top of the Lord Botham stand.
Oh, yeah, haven't we?
have a great view. Not all of them can be bothered to watch, I'm sorry to tell you.
It's because Rue's not facing. We've seen Overton before.
Flat batted will be a
Flat
single.
bat. Yeah. It's a good side to bowl short because the boundary on the leg side is massive. You bowl that length from the river end, and the likes of Overton and even Rue might think, hang on, I'm going to give it the full Monty because I can clear that. But you can't clear it going towards the Caddick Pavilion. It's a long, long way. It's a very good shot for none.
Straight to the fielder. It's a bit frustrating when that happens. Beautifully timed.
Yeah.
It's been a hallmark of the innings.
It's a hallmark of Rue's batting, really, isn't it? So, oh well, I'm amazed. Am I? Oh, Webster's still going.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Having a chat with Alex Davies at the moment. But he's going to continue. Still with a slip and a short leg.
Well, he might get a wicket, of course, but
defence. Haven't seen that much of it yet from Craig Overton.
yeah. Although he's sort of played everything on its merit.
And again.
Well, that's spun. I don't know what Webster was asking the umpire there, but I think turned and bounced. I mean, there is help from him. He's a nice, tall man. That's come into his pad. I mean, he is getting some assistance there, to be fair to him. He's got a fairly easy action, and he comes from a great height.
Kept that down well. I'm surprised he's batting in a sleeveless sweater in this heat, Craig Overton. Alex Davies has got one as well. I don't think I'd be wearing one. I'd melt.
Well, there's a sedate maiden. Good maiden, as far as Webster's concerned, and indeed Overton, I suppose.
Yes, having started with a flurry.
Yeah.
Circumspection prevailed that time. Jordan Thompson hands his cap to David Milnes.
I'll get Shay to do it now. I'll get Shay now. Get Pop to pick a ball. Get Pop to pick one.
Strolling to their fielding positions in quite a leisurely manner.
Well, their over rate is excellent, as it happens. It is hot out there. I'm surprised they haven't had any drinks, actually. They would do if they were playing football, wouldn't they? That's the one that got worn out. Careful, these leg side deliveries. I think we sort of got beyond the notion that any catch down the leg side that you're unlucky is not necessarily the case. People sort of bowl for that one there. An extra bit of extra effort, get the ball up, you end up following it. And as with the Vaughan dismissal, the glove can come into play. So it's not always an unlucky dismissal. It's sometimes a calculated one as far as the bowler is concerned. He's not having anything to do with that one.
It didn't get up all that much.
No.
Sun is obscured for the moment by a cloud, of which there aren't that many, and most of them are very high.
Yeah. Don't think they got their light meters with them today. They had them out yesterday.
A little bit cooler in the shade, I guess. Played comfortably enough by Thomas Root. 55 not out to follow his first innings 35. And 127 not out last week, which followed the 68. He really isn't going badly.
No.
Watchful defence again. Straight approach from Jordan Thompson. Gradual acceleration. Another short ball pulled away out to deep mid wicket. They amble a comfortable single. Takes the lead up to 60. And brings Craig Overton onto strike. A little bit of gardening, that patch of the wicket that was the greener area.
It's not very green now, is it?
Lost most of that. Played that very late.
Well, it was a sort of slower ball, I think. So he had to wait for it, I think. And he's neatly guided it down there.
Yeah, played it pretty well in the end.
Yeah. Webster's still going. I'm still puzzled. But then I always want the left arm spinner. It doesn't matter who's playing, which team. I'd have brought Sudar back by now.
Well, he has got the 3 wickets, hasn't he?
Yeah. But anyway, there may be a reason for it that I don't know.
Having kept the strike, Craig Overton's on 17.
Some good games. There's a good game going on at Hove. Sussex 109 for 4. Need another 144. Anybody's game there. Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire.
They're struggling.
Fallen away, Lancashire. They can't get any runs, I don't think. Ooh, it's scuttled down. He's going to get at least 2 and maybe 4. That is inside edge. I'll take it. It was a bit quicker, turned a little bit. He's looking dangerous, Webster. Perhaps he should be continue bowling. But it's scuttled fine for 4. That's a bonus for Somerset.
Overton into the 20s.
I gather that Stokes returns as Test captain for the next Test match. That kept low, but you did.
I saw a report that there was some genuine confusion amongst the players about whether the curfew was or wasn't over.
Well, I can sort of understand that in the sense that the match was over.
Yeah, you might construe it in that way, mightn't you? Game over, curfew done.
Yeah. I think if that's the case, well, I mean, I've got no problem with that. With Stokes coming back, I think they had to probably react.
But
it's not so much that, well, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, wasn't he?
Yeah, and it's a relief.
And something happened.
And it's a relief he hasn't walked away.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but McCullum has said that he's going to be back as the Test captain next week. And England, of course, have lost the Test match by a considerable margin, with Somerset's Matt Henry taking 11 wickets.
Yeah, it didn't go very long into day 5, did it, that game?
Obviously not. No, I've been catching up. Now then, the left-arm spinner's coming down this end.
Yes, just bowled 1 over from this end yesterday evening.
Yeah. Just a bit lakeside there, just scuttled in. Oh, you would not expect it, just looking at that surface, although our pitch expert is only just coiled to come in very shortly. It might not turn quite so much from this end. We're not that far from another new ball, of course, should they want it. Like any good spinner, he's sort of on target right from the start. It's such an important thing to learn somehow, is when you start a spell, just being in control. It may not be your most lethal deliveries, but it's just enough help when you start a spell, just to have a way of getting through that first over without damage. It just sets you up for a nice long spell. That's a good tickle, that is. There'll be not 4, that's 3.
Long chase.
Yeah, they didn't go for 4. I think they run 4, actually. Neat shot there from over to. Handy partnership now. A lot more, but put on 44 together. He's got a little bit of an inside edge on that. He's just trying to work it on the leg side and quite managed it either time.
Yeah, you could hear the 2 noises, couldn't you?
Yeah.
192 for 6 then at the end of the over. Overton 26, a pretty rapid one too.
Yeah.
Rue 56.
So the lead is now 70, which represents progress from a Somerset perspective, but they need a lot more. I would guess now that having brought the left armour on, that Barnard is thinking of the new ball and thinking, well, I'll stick with my spinners perhaps until 80 overs, and when I make a decision as to whether I want to take that new ball or not. We know what we're doing though, exactly. We're summoning our pitch expert, our waist swing, seaming, all-round expert, Trigo.
appeal for LBW, but it didn't carry much conviction. Cries of catch it, but no, neither the keeper nor short leg in a position to. The men out today, Jordan Herman for 34, Tom Kohler-Cadmore for 12. Attempted pull here from Rue, doesn't make any contact with it. Then Josh Shaw for 22, Lewis Goldsworthy 20, and Archie Vaughan 7. Those are the batters dismissed today. Full defence again from Thomas Rue. Runs here, one certainly and possibly two. Decide against that. Afternoon, Treeks.
All right, Stephen. Runs rattling along, 71 the lead now.
It's a positive stand, this.
Well, I think you've got to look at the early season form of Craig Overton. 26 off 34 balls, a couple of hundreds this season, right up there in the averages. He's had a slow couple of games with the bat, so he's due. Young Thomas Rue. So there's it's not all doom and gloom here on this lovely Sunday afternoon.
Yorkshire 126 for 4. Yorkshire women in Scarborough need 58 to win with 42 balls remaining.
Game on up at Scarborough. Scarbados. There's a lot of cricketers affectionately call that particular cricket festival.
Well, if it's anything like the weather is here, that'll be very appropriate.
We do like a day by the seaside. A number of extraordinary events up at Scarborough Cricket Club during their county matches. I think it was Paul Hutchinson shot in the calf by an air rifle from the flats that overlook the ground. That's probably one of the more unique moments.
Extraordinary. Single for Thomas Rue on to 58.
And I think one of Steve Kirby's most famous stories from his time playing up at Yorkshire. Calling out to the batter on the strike. Umpire, I'm going round the wicket and call an ambulance. So the batter's obviously assuming that a bouncer is going to be the next delivery, and he was absolutely right. Steve Kirby then bowled a bouncer. He got hooked into the stand, where in Steve's words, hit a chap on the forehead while he was eating his corned beef knacker and cut his head, and an ambulance was actually required, but not the way that Steve Kirby envisaged it.
But he still turned out to be clairvoyant in his way.
Yeah, he said the most remarkable thing, he said he was quite a solid chap with a balding head. You could see that he'd cut his head and there was a bit of claret. He said the bloke didn't flinch, just carried on eating his corned beef knacker and sipping his pint.
Bo Webster's going to continue. Quite a lengthy spell this now. Probably waiting for that new ball. 5 overs away.
Yeah, he's landed his off spin nicely. He's had a couple of moments with the ball either bouncing or turning in sharply. Certainly going to have bounce if he can land it. That one slightly too full and punched down the ground by Thomas Root. Moves on to 59. What have we got left in the shed here, Naomi?
Well, presumably Alfie Ogborn will come in. Oh, no, Jack Leach will come in next.
Leachy, he's
then
solid batter down the back end of the innings. Alfie Ogborn, who certainly has batting credentials himself.
And then Jake Ball.
And then Jake Ball, who could whack a few. Just one of these digging in, ideally. Both of them, Thomas Roux. Certainly, as the tail gets more precarious, someone like Thomas Roux or Craig Overton actually, in that scenario, could just press the accelerator a little bit. 75 ahead. 150 is really a unrealistic but minimum targets for another 75 runs for Somerset to feel they've got at least some kind of a chance on day 4. Here's the 50 partnership.
These two have already got hundreds under their belt this season. Craig's got 2 of them.
Yeah, just 77 balls for that 50, so they've certainly upped the scoring rate. Nice foil, actually, with the size differential between these two. Thomas Roux about a foot shorter than his batting partner, so certainly at least challenging the spinners with the lengths they'll need to bowl. As we have a look at the Yorkshire game, 134 or 14.1. Looks like Somerset might need a wicket or two. Lauren Winfield Hill, former England wicketkeeper, thrashing it away to the boundary there. She's on 58, just 27 balls, so seriously good pitch up there in Scarbados.
Looks a bit hazy up there.
That sea fret.
Indeed.
Might have drifted in.
Yeah, that happens in Hove as well. Every now and again.
Oh, another boundary there. A good shot from Winfield Hill, sweeping that slower ball from Erin Vakusic. Back to the action here at Taunton. Sufar 352. Looking to add to his wicket tally for the match. Those long levers of Craig Overton trying to get down to the pitch of the ball as best he can. Smother that spin. I would imagine the new ball being taken is somewhat inevitable, not just from a seam bowling perspective, but the spinners having that harder ball and sharper seam might extract a little bit of extra skid or bounce out of the pitch.
Watchful defence again from Overton. Suits us into his 25th over of the innings. It's been pretty economical. 3 for 52. Be a single here. There's protection out in the deep. Nice to see a picture of these gloves. Got a reply from Jack Russell.
Yeah. Rightly so. I think the feedback was that regular wearing and sweating in them. So that's your task for the week ahead, as it's nice weather. I expect you to be doing your gardening in those gloves. Get a bit of moisture in them. That'll loosen them up nicely.
Sweaty hands after a while should help loosen them up.
Absolutely. We have an hour to go with our Win T20 tickets, Gloucester versus Somerset on Friday. The two prizes are 4 tickets, a signed Somerset shirt and a baggy cap, limited edition. Prize 2 is 4 tickets, a Jack Russell print and another one of those limited edition baggy caps. Proceeds will be helping to support Somerset's pathway that produced players such as the 2 batting now, Craig Overton and Thomas Rue. So if you're a Somerset fan and fancy a day out on Friday night, there's an hour to go. Go to either Somerset's website and follow the buy tickets page, and there'll be a link where you can enter that competition for just £1.
Change of spinner at the River End. Seeing Dan Mosley for the first time. First time in the match, in fact. Bo Webster having a well-deserved rest.
Yeah, Mosley bowls quite a lot in the shorter format of the game. Bowls those quick Yorkers towards the back end of a T20 inning. So certainly a recognised bowler with his off spin.
Tidy start for Dan Mosley. In fact, it's a maiden start.
Yeah, certainly a little bit quicker through the air than Bo Webster, but as you say, a very nice start. Just to reiterate, an hour to go on that competition on our YouTube channel that you might be following. It's now pinned, the link to that competition. It's also available through the Somerset website in the tickets area and also available on cricketstar.co.uk. Great prizes, low entry, proceeds to support funding the academy, spitting out all these high quality players, Lammy, and hasn't done well over the last few decades.
Absolutely. Not only the existing squad, but players who've moved on. Nathan Gilchrist being a case in point. Went to Kent, then Warwickshire.
Oh, James Rue and Sonny Baker playing in this last test match as well, so certainly has performed well.
Comfortable single here will bring up the 200 for Somerset. The lead is now 78, so effectively 78 for 6. There's substantially more runs needed to make a game of this.
Yeah, it's been good to see, much like his older brother Thomas Rue, showing a lot of maturity in this situation. Playing the perfect role at the moment. He's on 61 at the moment. Doesn't look flustered with the match hanging in the balance for Somerset.
Yes, the new ball will be on the batters' minds as well as the fielders. Looking to turn that one to leg. I think it was probably missing leg. Enthusiastic appeal. We'll have another look.
Yeah, let's have a look at that replay. Darted in towards the stumps. Hasn't straightened, definitely going down, missing by a good few inches, that one.
Another signal here for Grego.
I suppose in the back of the Warwickshire captain's mind with the new ball is sometimes can go one or two ways, because it does fly off the bat as well, the new ball, and two relatively set batsmen could bring Somerset a boost of runs, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did go with it. The runs required 38 up at Scarborough off 23 balls. Looks like Winfield Hill's going to be the wicket that they're going to need to take to win that game. She's scoring at will at the moment. Actually played out to the offside there by Craig Overton. And right on cue, I think Somerset have got that breakthrough that they desperately needed. Winfield Hill, the golden arm, Erin Vukusic has struck again. She has a knack of getting important wickets.
Well, that's giving renewed hope. Breakthrough. Defence from Overton this time.
We'll keep you updated on that other fixture going on for Somerset today. Only a few overs left. Certainly a different kind of tension here in Taunton. Both tense scenarios, but feel very differently when it's like this in 4-day cricket.
So the new ball is available. Will it be taken immediately? We'll soon know.
Oh, up at Scarborough, Duckworth is off the mark. That'll be a sigh of relief, Lemmy.
Indeed. It's Lewis still to come in. I had the pleasure of meeting the male, Duckworth and Lewis. Interviewed them together, which had to be done, really.
Warwickshire have taken the new ball.
And as you probably heard on the public address there, no time wasted by Ed Barnard in taking the new cherry. So the next task for these two batters is to see that off.
Ethan Bamber's going to take the new ball. Hope that the batters are viewing this as an opportunity as well as a challenge. Might get a little bit of swing out of it. Anything crisply struck will race away to these Taunton boundaries. Partnership's now 53 of 102 balls, both batted nicely. Very much in and set on 30 and 61 respectively.
First one to leave. It's a big development, the Duckworth-Lewis method, the introduction of it. It arose in part out of a ridiculous finish to a game, World Cup game. It was between England and South Africa, and there was rain, and the adjusted target was ridiculously easy.
Yeah, it's always suited the batting team, batting second.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly as the game's moved on in terms of run rate, I don't know what system they use now, but it always seems to be slightly harsh on the team that batted first.
But Duckworth and Lewis, both mathematicians, of course, unsurprisingly.
No shock there.
Came up with a format which has worked pretty well. It's stood the test of time.
Yes, it's definitely something that's factored in at the toss. If there is, a high percentage of a chance of rain being around, it's always better, regardless of what the pitch looks like, to bat second and chase.
Here's Bamber. It's in the air, but perfectly safe, and it's going to go for 4 down to third man.
There we go, those new ball bonus runs that you can get, a thick edge there. Races away to the boundary, only beat third man by 5 or 6 yards, but he had no chance. Nice bit of shape away there from Ethan Bamber.
84 now the lead. Sure whether he needed to play at that, but no contact made. Yeah, go on, is the call from Craig for a single. Fielded it. Long leg by Sam Hain. It's an appeal from the bowler, but not much enthusiasm from anyone else. End of the over, 207 for 6. Overton 35, Thomas Rue 62.
Yeah, that last ball there, just a little brush of the pad. Sometimes makes a nice woody sort of noise, especially if it's the Velcro straps on those pads. Yeah, the lead's now 85, so he will bring in Somerset a few runs, but they need quite a few more.
So it's the same new ball pairing as Ed Barnard has been trusting all game. Bamber and Gilchrist.
Just a little bit of shape there from Gilchrist, turning Overton around. Craig O's made himself 35 runs so far. This vitally important partnership.
Yeah, 35 from 65. He was going at a run of ball early on, but we've seen a bit more defence as the innings has developed.
Oh, what a strike that is from Craig Overton. He thumped back past the bowler. Bowler panicking because he thought he might have a chance opportunity or maybe get hit, and Thomas Rue seriously panicking to get back into his ground. That was absolutely nailed.
Yeah, that would have hurt if he got a finger in the way of that.
Absolutely good youthful flexibility shown there by Thomas Rue to swivel round and get his bat back in the ground.
Firm defence, this time from Overton. Tea is at 4 o'clock, so a mere matter of 7 minutes to then.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire in particular will be quite a fan of this little break in momentum. Provided they don't take a wicket anytime soon. Runs are flowing.
Update from Scarborough. Yorkshire need another 15 runs from 8 balls.
That's a coin flip, that, isn't it? Have they got batters in? Yeah, Clark 23, Duckworth 4. Neve Holland, is it tasked with the job of that last over? Or no, penultimate?
End of another over. New ball has not yet made the breakthrough. He'll have 2 bites at it, really, with 4 overs or so before the tea interval. 4 or 5. Then another go afterwards.
Not sure what's going on with the footage up at Scarborough. It's quite misty up there, isn't it?
It's that sea fret. Wouldn't like going out sailing in that.
Nothing but a bit of jeopardy thrown into the mix. Captain Jack Sparrow and his crew, the Pirates. They wouldn't worry about a bit of fret.
90 in front now, Somerset. Captain at the crease. Guess that's a comfortable leave. Started off outside off stump, went further away.
Yeah, well bowled, well played. Must be very tempting for someone of the range of Craig Overton to not want to throw the bat at balls like that, but played very well in the end. No shot offered. Plenty of supporters on the edges of their seat.
And again.
Yeah, I feel like he's just setting him up for that straighter one. Hang it out there and dart one back in towards the stumps.
13 needed from 6 now by Yorkshire and Scarborough.
He's taken the bait, but no catch. Yeah, slightly full. That's a lovely delivery, that from Ethan Bamber, teasing Craig Overton into the booming drive. $13 to win off the last over up at Scarborough. We might be able to show you the score, but maybe not much of the action, because that is that weather's really come in. That, or there's some Betamax style recorder being used. It's definitely not the 1080p we had down at Exmouth while utilising Elon's Starlink.
Bamber then. Start a new over. It might be the last of this session. 15:57 says the clock on the scoreboard.
Yeah, definitely time for one last over. 12 runs to win off 4 balls. Chloe Skelton taking responsibility, hit down the ground. Should only be 1. And is. We're just guessing where the ball goes at this stage. Chloe Skelton should be in really confident mood. She's been picked for England Lions or England A. Fantastic that she's been recognised for her bowling and batting performances this season. Another sweep shot and another dot ball. I think that is.
Here's Gilchrist.
Going to be good enough for a Somerset win. That's gone fine. Will the fielder get there? No, he won't. Another 4 to Thomas Rue.
Yeah, no question. This will be the last over before tea.
It's a lovely bit of touch there from T. Rue, getting that nice and fine straight off the face of the bat.
Boundary always helps elongate an over. Or any run scoring, really.
Absolutely. Oh, what a shot that is. And as I was hoping, that new ball is bringing the runs for Somerset. Another boundary. Those fast hands of Thomas Rue slapping that through. Extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot there.
Yeah, it's almost 3 figures now.
In other good news, Lammy, I think I saw a dot ball and Yorkshire requiring maybe about 11 off the last ball. So it looks like Somerset are going to get the W up at Scarborough. So congratulations to the Somerset women's team.
Oh, swing and a miss. He's going to get buys for it. Just the one.
Lead is now 99.
Yeah, they need, up in Scarborough, they need 10 off 1 now, Yorkshire women. So that's very unlikely.
Oh, and Skelts gets a wicket. She picks up 3 for 22 off her 4 overs. What a magnificent spell. Congratulations. Confirmed Somerset women win against Yorkshire up at Scarborough.
And more runs here. Just one more for Craig Overton.
Dual celebration as the 100 lead comes up, Lammy.
Excellent, and the crowd being treated to the moment of the Somerset win on the big screen. Cause for cheerfulness.
Absolutely. Another trip to Mother Hubbard's fish and chip shop.
Wants a single and will get it. Sharp call from Thomas Rue. Goes to 71. Lead is 101.
I think announcing the lead, I think we should work in 25s. What do you think?
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah, make the lads earn the shout out.
Last ball of the session is going to bring Craig Overton a single.
And the lead is 102.
It's sort of the moment when it goes from 2 figures to 3, isn't it? Or the other way around.
Yeah, good scrap there from the Somerset players as they leave the field with the Warwickshire fielding team and the umpires. A hard-fought session. Craig Overton finishing the session 42 not out, and Thomas Rue 71. Into the last hour of our competition to win T20 tickets and more. Just £1. Go to the Somerset ticket page. It's pinned on our YouTube channel as well. Or go to cricketstar.co.uk to enter that for just £1. 4 tickets and various other prizes, including a print of a painting by the fantastic Jack Russell, a signed Somerset shirt, and some limited edition headwear. And just remember, Somerset fans, the proceeds will be going to helping raise funds for the pathway here that produce so many high quality players. So please feel free to enter that, and the winner will get a fantastic prize. There will be 2 winners drawn just after tea, around about 5 p.m. So grab your tickets if you don't mind, or if you want to, and I'll be announcing it around about 5 p.m. in between overs. Have a great tea, flick the kettle on, slice the Battenberg, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes' time.
Miles in head partner, he's welcome back, Warwickshire. And the Somerset Nottingham batters, number 7, Craig Overton, and number 45, Thomas Rue.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to start the third session here on day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Warwickshire. Some rearguard action by Captain Overton, who's on 42, and Thomas Rue, who's played magnificently for his 71. Lots of work to do for Somerset to feel like they're in with a sniff on day 4. I'm joined by Vic Marks, which is always a pleasure and likely to be the crucial session of the match.
Well, we always say the next half hour, don't we? It's the biggest partnership of Somerset's innings, there's no question about that. Oh, that's a good start. Bamber, he's always on target, but that's a groping push. Not a great start from Overton, but a lovely delivery.
That was definitely a feeling your way back into an innings kind of prod at the ball there. They'll be shouting at the Somerset batters, not in an offensive way, but saying, "Put 2 on it, lads. Put two wickets on the scoreboard. We're in. 1 and we're in." Important for these two just to reset and try and continue where they left off.
What is interesting, actually, is that Overton's arrival and start to his innings kind of changed the whole tempo of the innings. The ball's got a bit older, they've been out there a bit longer, but just so happened that he got off to a little flyer with a lovely straight drive, and then he hit Webster for 6 over wide long on as a sort of declaration of intent. It was fairly measured thereafter, but he just changed the pattern of the match and runs started to come a bit more quickly. And suddenly when that happens, I'm not suggesting that the others were at fault earlier on by being too cagey, but it just changed the tempo. And that 76-run partnership, well, it hasn't overhauled the balance of the match, but it's just changed it a little bit and created a glimmer of hope. If they could.
Yeah, well, I think the first half of the game went at such a pace as that one did through backward point off the outside edge of Overton's bat. Another boundary for Somerset. Yeah, there's way too much time left in the game. The D word is not really in the thinking at the moment. So runs are
D
crucial.
being defence.
Being draw.
Oh, draw.
Not
Well, I
at this
think, I
stage.
think once it got down to Overton coming in, the notion of being able to bat out had evaporated. There's too much time. And quite rightly, therefore, I think Overton decided, I'm going to play my natural game and not go into a defensive shell. He's just as likely to get out if he goes into a defensive shell. He's better when, like most players, he's better when he trusts his instincts and plays a relatively positive game, I think.
Absolutely. And let's not forget that there is batting credentials still to come. 4 wickets left in the shed. Alfie Ogborn, Jack Leach.
Not sure Jack's in the best of form. Well, he didn't look too good in the first innings anyway. But yeah, there are, I mean, we've seen there's a little bit of movement in the air, I think, for this new first one. He bowled just left Overton. He played a horrible little nurdle at it, and that one just angled in. Yeah, there is something left in that Jack can battle. Actually, Alfie, who's replaced Pretorius at Nottingham, he batted a long time in defensive mode as a night watchman. And then in another innings, of course, he swatted 30 in about 15 balls in the previous game. So Alfie is not to be written off completely. I should imagine he'll come ahead of Jake Ball, who as the number 11 slot. But this is the pair
Confirmed.
that's really got to.
Yeah, the lion's share, but
yeah,
a couple of dashes from 9, 10 and Jack.
Well, who knows?
20s.
We'll
You
see.
never know.
I think this is their best combination to have the left arm spinner Sutar at that end. Where the ball tends to turn a bit more, especially from around about just outside off stump. So run scoring will be trickier. They've got the in-out field. Which it looks odd, but it's a good field, I think, to Thomas Rue. He's having a very careful look at life.
It doesn't
after
look like there's a, with the conditions, it doesn't look like there's a risk-free, even way of rotating the strike at the moment. You know, prodding the ball out towards point, brings the outside edge into play, and he's been so accurate. That shot there, obviously, is the one.
Yeah.
That was slightly straighter from Sutha, but
if he just drops a fraction short, someone like Rue might be able to manoeuvre it on the leg side for a single, but even it's got to be short enough to do that. That big mid wicket comes up into the ring for Overton.
My gut feeling is that against the spin, get this sticker rhubarb out. Play your more positive shots against the seamers coming from the other end.
But for Rue,
God, that's a nice ball. That replay there, Vic. That's just
spun.
Missed the outside edge. Yeah, in that zone that you absolutely have to play.
Nicely forward to that one.
Yeah, it's better that from Overton. Played that with a full face to the back. The last one, he just opened the face just a fraction.
But you're right, there's not many attacking options, even for Rue. I mean, the only shot, and it's got jeopardy, smack him over mid-off. but that, against a turning ball, it's a big shot to play.
Yeah, I would say if he went into boundary mode, I quite like Rue
reverse
with a reverse sweep.
Well,
there's one man to beat.
He's only played one, hasn't he? And that was against the off spinner.
But again, I don't think he will. I think he's played.
I think he might do if the wicket fell, but just at the moment, yeah. Anyway, we'll see. We'll just watch and admire. We've admired him so far, anyway.
Again, as I mentioned to Stephen Lamb before the break, another young Rue just going about the game, just way beyond his years. It's good to see he's playing the situation. Doesn't look flustered at all. Just even the way that he stands there in the senior pro position.
Right. I've been watching him, hit the ball, and he kind of ambles a single, as if I've been around here before. I know that's one. I've got to preserve a bit of energy. In a way that you might have done at the age of 33.
Yeah, I really like his relaxed nature. You know, the position he's in now. You know, the cross legs, the single teapot as it's called.
Yeah, and probably sort of telling, well, switch off from it now. You know, so batting is a pursuit where you switch off and then you've got to switch on and switch off again to save your energy a bit. That's 4. I think he's hit that well. That's a good shot. A sort of front foot cut, really. But it's come off the meat. He's got 50.
Very well-timed half centuries. Started the season brilliantly. Craig Overton with the bat, tailed off of late. But good timing to get back into form. A good half century made by the Somerset.
Yeah, well, that did come off the meat, and it was a sort of trademark. Quite an elaborate shot. It was just on the front foot, but he still kind of cut it. Timed it beautifully, though. And therefore, that's a good leave. I like the leave. Occasional leave.
Yeah, I think sometimes Craig, when he bats, he gets a bit planted.
Yeah.
And I think that last shot was probably a back foot cut shot, but he's clearly trying to get himself forward and he's planted, but still has the ability to just use his hands and
he had just a little bit of width to
gully.
play with too, didn't he? I suppose, but ooh.
Oh, no ball. Free hit.
No, not today. A couple runs though, I think.
They all count. Amber still got excellent figures, 19.4 overs for 43, but at one stage he was going less than 1.5 runs and over, so runs are starting to flow here. But it's not because of the bowling, it's because of the good batting.
And I suppose a new ball, that can hasten the run rate a bit. It does fly off that bat a bit quicker. And he's got two batsmen who are inclined to attack if they see any opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I do like the prospect of, if a wicket falls, that both batters that are in at the moment have got that up gear if they want it.
Yeah.
To maybe dash a few, so plenty to play for here.
It's often a tricky balancing act, isn't it? It's quite interesting, the testing. They've picked, I know he hasn't got any runs, but they've picked Cox as a specialist, sort of number 7. And there is an art to batting down with the order. You'd have done it many times, and I know you've done it successfully too. You've had some big partnerships down. You used to have, sometimes it might be Jack or then at 9th wicket partnership. And it's a real challenge to get the right balance of risk and how much faith you show in you as senior batsman in that thing, show in your partner. Sometimes I feel that they don't show enough faith in their partner and they go hell for leather.
Yeah, I had a grading system.
In your head.
I'm making this up now, but
Willoughby, there is a Willoughby factor.
I had a grading system.
Mm-hmm.
Alfonso Thomas,
good player.
Yeah. Very calm.
So you'd sort of bat normally alongside him,
Modus
aggressively.
operandi, stay in the same gear, put on a partnership, very capable batter.
Yeah.
Ben Phillips,
good bat.
Probably similar.
Yeah.
Shaped up brilliantly in the nets. Looked like he would average 35. Big front pad.
Yeah.
I'd maybe just think about getting a little bit more
aggressive.
Yeah. Kirby.
Hello. Yeah.
I'd drop a gear. And drop a gear as in car driving here, just to get the revs up a little bit. Willoughby, foot to the floor. Absolutely flat out.
Yes. Okay. I understand that. So
we played one game down at Hove, which we ended up winning. But Pup came in, Charles.
Yeah.
And
which is
Jason,
the 3rd innings or the 4th innings?
This would have been.
It's not the last innings of the match.
No, I think this might have been the end of our first innings. We ended up chasing the total, and I remember Jason Lurie had a new ball and he had it swinging on tap. He was bowling
left
beautifully.
arm over, swinging into the pad.
And obviously, Charles being a lefty is particularly susceptible to that ball hooping away from him. And I was on whatever, and I can remember putting on a little bit of partnership with Steve, decent partnership with Alfonso. Charles come in, and the first ball, and I a little bit brain frazzled because he's trying to work out what you're going to do. And I think the first ball of that little partnership, Jason Lurie bowled one that sort of swung in towards the thigh pad, nice little clip out to deep square. Yep, come one. And I exposed Charles to 5 balls. Charles came down the wicket to me and said, Triggs, what have you done? If I get out, JL is going to have an absolute head fit. And I looked over to the balcony in the corner at Hove, and he was double teapot, just staring out towards me.
What are you doing?
And I was, please survive these 5 balls.
Get an outside edge.
No, next ball he nicked off straight to Ed Joyce's first slip, and he dropped him.
Yeah.
And he survived the next 4 balls. It was the biggest sigh of relief I have had. I was like, if he gets out, I'm going to get an absolute barrage when I get back into the dressing room. Good times. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that.
I mean, he got criticised for it, but just before obviously Steve Waugh, when he played for Australia, scored a lot of runs with the tail. But he also got quite a lot of criticism because I think he just he essentially took the runs and exposed them. But of course, if you've got someone like a Nathan Lyon, who might have been around there, who can bat, that worked okay. But you are putting a bit of pressure on your lesser batsmen. I understand with Charles Willoughby was a bit of a one-off, really, because he
was a
really
unicorn.
by any standards, in any age, a batsman who was unlikely to last very long. But sometimes I think people get over elaborate and over untrusting of their partner, the major batsman, and they get out. The major batsman gets out trying to play the extraordinary
A lot of
shot.
it depends on how far away you are from the game. Because obviously, turning down runs, if the guy doesn't last very long, I mean, there's not really much you can do. You have got to trust when it's appropriate.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did put on some decent partnerships, myself and Charles, in fairness.
Yeah.
From time to time,
And you'd have enjoyed it immensely.
It wasn't easy. Yeah, it was a license to thrill for me if I was on a few. I've probably said it a few times, haven't I? He used to meet me in the middle and greet me halfway towards the wicket with "Sorry, Trees."
This is anticipating what was about to happen.
He still has. He has one of the near greatest stats. I think it was a 47 he got against Worcestershire here at Taunton. He came in absolutely livid, scored his career best score, and he was fuming.
I don't know. I think I might have seen that. Did he hit some sixes?
I just think this is a remarkable stat, taking into account that he played 233 first-class matches. An exceptional bowler, one of the best bowlers I've bowled with, actually, in terms of skill level. Quite uncanny.
Yeah.
In terms of his technique, but just such a brilliant wrist. He could bowl, big booming in swingers as well with his, cutters to go across the right hander. Craig gets another one through off the outside edge slightly, but he's got a decent bat in his hand, and that races for another 4. So massive respect for him as a cricketer. But 848 wickets.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he actually took more wickets for Somerset than Joel Garner, which is, I know, something he's very proud of. But in that time, 873 runs. And it just blows my mind how that you can't just nick one for 4 and you need at least a 4 for, or nick 2 and you need 8 for. I mean, you actually think about that across a 20-year career. I think that is absolutely remarkable. I mean, I'm sure there might be let's call it the limit being 500 wickets. Is there anyone out there that's taken more than 500 wickets that hasn't scored more than 500 runs?
Well, hard to find.
It's got to be a very short
I mean,
list.
he was obviously disappointed that by the end of his career, the runs had just outnumbered the wickets. Then, was he?
It was a very late on in the career, 47
against Worcester.
And what was he? Let's have a look at it. 40.
I wonder. Was that
25? He beat wickets by runs, or runs by wickets by 25, and he got 47 in one go.
Do you think that was at Taunton?
It was here, yeah.
I think I might have seen it. Did he hit someone several sixes or something?
I think they bowled a left-arm spinner to him.
And he just wound up.
The only style of bowling that he wasn't petrified to face, and he just kept on whacking him into the graveyard. Anyway, back to the action here. John Bishop is also coming to Taunton, so take a look at that. We'll have a look at that ad at some stage again for the dates. Oh, a misfield, a backward point.
I'll get a couple there. But cheers everyone up. There's actually, I mean, it doesn't look like there's many people here, but I went into the Triscothic stand briefly, and I mean, it's practically full.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sensible people that have had their fill of UV light, and it's been quite warm out there. I managed 6 overs in the family stand, and it was getting very crispy in there. Superb partnership here, closing in on 100, and I wonder if there's an amount of runs you start to see a change of mood from the opposition.
You'd still much rather be in Warwickshire's shoes. Obviously, he's got that. He's caught up with that, and he'll get 4. He's offline. He just swoops on it. Up until then, he's taking it on its merit, but that was drifted down the leg side. He hasn't missed it. What was that we're clapping? The 250?
That's the 100 partnership.
No, the 100 partnership. Well, the lead is 126. It's still not enough. Warwickshire still favourites, but the game is still,
they're not out yet, Vic.
I know that.
They're still going.
And what I'm admiring about, well, I'm admiring lots of things about Thomas Rue, obviously, but what I sense he's doing is he's thinking, I'm just going to make sure I'm still here when Overton goes. And he's almost saying, he's not actually saying this, but he's thinking, Captain Overton is playing as he best plays, positively, few risks outside the off stump, etc. I just want to make sure I'm still here when he does go. He's not playing any big shots at all at the moment. That last sweep was just an offline ball, which he's dealt with brilliantly. But he's not trying to manufacture stuff. I get that feeling that Rue, albeit at 18, is so mature, he's thinking, I just need to stay here. And I need to be here when and if Captain Craig, of vast experience, goes to marshal the tail.
Well, that would certainly be happy days if that was the case. I love it when a plan comes together. That's how I spent many Sunday afternoon in my youth, watching that programme. Do you know the one I'm talking about? I love it when a plan comes together.
No, I don't.
While smoking a cigar. Murdoch from the A-Team. You never watched the A-Team,
well,
Vic?
I'm afraid I was probably...
You missed out.
I was probably...
B.A. Baracus?
Trying to bowl 8 overs, 8 maidens or something, wasn't they?
Probably, yeah. Ski Sunday followed by a bit of,
winter
bit
time.
of the A-Team.
Okay. Well, I was on Ski Sunday, but I think I must have missed. I never really got into the A-Team.
You must know B.A. Baracus, though.
Well, I expect I'd recognise him.
I ain't getting on no plane.
I'm better on Ski Sunday. You were watching that as well?
Yeah, he's
It's still there. I think that's the same one.
Love it. Well, back in the day, you only had 3 channels. You had to make the best of what you got.
You're too young for it in my day. It's a glorious shot for nothing. When did Channel 4 come out? It can't have been. It must have been more recent. Must have the 1980s, you reckon? No, hang on a minute. It's time for me to go. I'm going.
Oh, you don't?
No, I'm going to get Stephen in. Oh, it's a glorious shot for nothing too. So frustrating, but you don't look too bothered.
Come on, Stephen. Looking good at the moment. I think we're allowed to announce the lead again, as we're thinking about doing it in 25, so we don't say it too often. 127 at the moment. These two looking great form. As Vic takes a little break. Bringing back Stephen Lamb, who I think would have watched a few episodes of the A-Team.
Not so sure.
afternoon to Stephen Lamb, who's joining me, and a little bit of change of momentum here at Taunton. As Vic so rightly said, Warwickshire are very much in control of this stage at this time, but certainly be frustrated by this partnership. There's over 100, oh, it is exact 101. 2 batters that have got centuries, 3 between them, 2 to Craig Overton, 1 last week. Thomas Roos in fantastic form.
I've been chatting down on the Thatcher's Terrace to 2 people who are very happy with the way things have been going over the last couple of hours. Oh, there's a play in a mess. It happens every now and again. One that turns away from the right-hander. But the other 2 who've been enjoying it are the Bishop and the Somerset Chaplain, who took the annual service earlier on today before play started. And they've been watching with interest and enthusiasm.
So you're trying to suggest that we are getting help from a higher power at the moment, Mr. Lamb?
Well, it makes you wonder at the moment, doesn't it? God moves in a mysterious way.
Well, he certainly needs to stay focused here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, because I suggest we need at least another couple of hours of these 2. I mean, if they could be in towards the end of play, really, I think that does dramatically change the happyometer.
Absolutely. What is it? Another 23 overs to go, potentially. There might be a bit more than that. We've got a timed finish today.
Yeah, look at the bowling figures. It's been hard toil. All the run rates are very, very reasonable. Warwickshire have bowled their hearts out for their captain, their team. Somerset, in particular, this pair are standing firm. The previous best was Jordan Herman early on with 34, but both this pair have surpassed that and doing a grand job. Jordan Thompson into the bowling attack, who I thought bowled exceptionally well on day 1. It's a hard length. Generally tries to shape it away from the right-hander, and there's a bit of movement there, but swashbuckled away from Thomas Ruak into the deep on the offside. And that is the Somerset 250.
Yes, he felt that it was the swashbuckle deserved a little bit more than a single. But that's all he got, because there's a man out there on patrol.
Yeah, that is one of the disappointing things when teams go into a slightly more defensive mindset and put that man on the sweeper. You can hit some lovely shots and only get 1 run from, which always leaves you feeling a little bit underwhelmed. Oh, that's a good inside edge. Overton's going to pick up 4. That could have easily snuck through onto the stumps. Got a lot of momentum switching to Somerset the second half of this day 3.
There's been a lot of very warm applause outside. It has a lovely feel, this ground, when the crowd get really enthusiastic about what they're seeing. And this is one of those times. Applause, really warm applause, strong applause for the 100 partnership.
Yeah, the only real noise early on was the Warwickshire team, congratulating each other. And that's just dropped short. Did it carry to backward point? Overton squirted off the outside edge, and the body language suggests that that was a chance. Let's have a look at the replay there. A nice swinging ball following up that in-swinger. Skewed off the outside edge to backward point and put down.
Very hard to tell from
well, just judging by the reaction, I feel like that's carried. It would have been a great catch, no doubt. Very low down, but yeah, that's a chance gone begging. A backward point certainly wasn't an easy one.
take a single here as a shot at Stumps. He would have been home if it had hit. So another single for Craig Overton, who's played the major role in scoring terms in this partnership. On to 60 now.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player, Craig Overton, with his range, his levers, as they call them. Very clean striker of the ball. Actually, a number of his boundaries haven't really been off the what you call the middle of the bat. They've been sort of off the outside half edge, a few of them, but they take some stopping, and most of them haven't been. They've rattled into the boundary. And I think, you know, maybe if you go back in time, would Warwickshire have replayed that decision of taking the new ball? Because that's really changed the dynamic of the run rate in particular.
Yeah, it's noticeable how much faster it was travelling to the boundary from the moment they took it. That was, coming up to 13 overs ago. Driven with a flourish again by Thomas Rue, but only as far as extra cover. So, won't be a run for that. 255 for 6. Just a week to go before Somerset against Surrey. £10 a ticket, just £1 for kids. Followed by Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo. The tribute show. That's tucked away around the corner. There'll be at least one here. It's interesting in a second, Craig Overton, but wasn't to be, and it goes down as leg buys. Or a leg buy, rather. 256 for 6. Bark of yes from Thomas Rue. Another single off the bat this time. Plenty of work today for Manny Suter. He's got 3 of the 6 wickets that have fallen.
Yeah, I've been impressed actually with his bowling, but equally impressed by the batting as well. They've really made him work hard for those 3 wickets. He's bowling his 31st over here. He's presented a challenge in every single one of those. Somerset have stood firm. Overton 60, Thomas Rue 83. Just to let you know, the competition has closed for the tickets. I'll be announcing the winner live on this stream. At around about 5 p.m, we'll find the nearest end of over. Someone, or 2 people, are walking away with 4 tickets and some goodies for the Somerset versus Gloucestershire sold-out game here at Taunton next Friday. So looking forward to that. 5 p.m, the winners will be announced.
A mere 6 minutes' time.
Yeah, hopefully number of YouTube stream listeners on the edge of their seats, even more excited about that than they are about the cricket. I love the Hildreth-esque shot through the offside there by Thomas Rue, staying nice and tall up on his feet. Beautiful flow of the bat.
Yeah, he was so good in that area, wasn't he? James Hildreth, the man with his name on the stand opposite us. Another single.
The ball went in the same direction, but in two very different styles. That was more of a slap as opposed to the stroke.
He's busy, the man at deep extra cover. Another one that was pretty much straight to him. Didn't have to do much in the way of chasing. A mere interception, but another single for Thomas Rue. 85 now for him. And again, run to his right a little this time. It's Craig Overton who picks up the single.
Certainly feels like the Somerset batters have presented themselves with an opportunity here. It's been tough work out there for the Warwickshire bowlers in the heat all day. 21 overs remain, a minimum of 21 overs to be bowled before the close of play, and bar the occasional bit of spin, you'd have to say pretty fair batting conditions. Would you agree with that, Stephen?
Absolutely. Scoring off pretty well every ball in this over. They put on 114 now, these two. Some stand for the 7th wicket. And batting looks as straightforward as it has done at any stage of the game.
End of the Thompson over. Signs that there's a little bit of fatigue in there, a few looser and wider deliveries. We're coming to that time where we're going to announce the winners of that competition. For those who don't know how it's going to work, I'll quickly explain that via cricketstar.com. For those that have entered, and thank you very much, remember all proceeds from that competition will be going towards supporting the Somerset Academy and the Pathway. If those that have entered would have been given a randomised ticket, and a separate machine will be spitting out the two winners' numbers, which we'll be able to announce just after 5 in between overs. A bit of spin there. A big appeal that smells a little bit more of desperation than anything else.
Yes, it was more of a plead almost than an appeal. All the bat on it this time from Thomas Rue.
Hard sweep and 4. Perfectly dissected those two fielders out on the leg side boundary. Thomas Rue moves into the 90s.
Precision stroke play. No chance of either intercepting that. Reverse this time.
Oh, lovely batting from Thomas Rue. Gets the reverse broom out, brings another boundary.
Terrific
Superb stuff. Some shoulders in the outfield, just slightly dropping. Certainly not the way the second half of this day was planned out by the Warwickshire team. They bowled magnificently well, but some superb rearguard action.
And defence to finish the over. Nicely done by Thomas Rue. The 2 boundaries off it, either side of the wicket. He's on 94, 270 for 6.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our announcement for the draw of our first winner on a Somerset competition for 4 tickets. And our first winner is ticket number 1767, and it's Paul Swain. So Paul, if you're listening to us on the YouTube, please let us know in the comments. Excellent stuff. Congratulations. Yeah, brilliant stuff. The first prize is the tickets, the signed shirt and the cap. And the second winner is ticket number 413, and it's Nigel Cross. So congratulations, Paul and Nigel. You will be alerted via email that you have won and how to, or you'll be sent your tickets for the game electronically so you can get in here on Friday. We wish you a fantastic day out. Congratulations, Paul Swain and Nigel Cross. Awesome stuff, and thanks for supporting. Those proceeds will be going towards the funds it takes to produce cricketers like the ones you're watching out there now, Craig Overton and Thomas Rue. What about that, Lam? It's not a bad Friday night, is it?
Not
for
at
a
all.
quid?
Enjoy the game.
Hey, four tickets, a Jack Russell print and a limited edition hat for a quid. You'd be happy with that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely terrific.
There we go.
Drinks interval almost complete. Players' shadows beginning to lengthen as the hand on the old analogue clock on top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion goes past the 5. Sunshine still on those Quantock Hills in the distance. Hard work for Warwickshire at the moment. They're still favourites, but this has been really an excellent stand between these two. Craig Overton and Thomas Rue came together when Archie Vaughan was dismissed. The total then was 148. They've taken it to 270. Still Jordan Thompson in action from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. No, is the call from the captain. Nice looking drive, straight to the man at extra cover. Quite the Warwickshire fielders, understandably, not quite as animated as they were earlier in the day. It's been hard going for them in this session.
Yeah, well, I think I something like chuckled when Vic said he'd like the set total to start with a 2, but yeah, you have to say Somerset have certainly put themselves in with a chance of reaching that milestone. All does depend on how many overs these two can bat tonight. There's a minimum of 19 remaining today. So I think there's it's going to be more than that, isn't it? It's an hour and a half. Is it 6:30 close of play? It's time, isn't it, today? Because of for catching up. So you suspect it's more going to be more like maybe 24,
25, maybe
24, 25. So plenty of time to bat here for these two, and a great opportunity. Thomas Rue on 94.
He was looking to glide that past the man at cover point, couldn't quite do it. Whether he goes through to 3 figures or not, what a contribution he's made with the bat in the last 2 games.
Yeah, you think if it wasn't for his exploits last week, this might be a slightly more nervy moment. But you know, he's registered that first 100, which is a massive milestone for any young cricketer, and to do it, you know, a place that's historically relatively challenging to bat as well, Trent Bridge. You know, and obviously the fact that he got 60 odd in the first innings as well. He's obviously in good form, and just get the sense that the nervous 90s aren't as nervous for the Roos as it is for everyone else.
Yeah, it's hugely reassuring. Can you remember your first championship 100? I'm sure you can.
Yeah, beans everywhere, Lammy. And I think I got there with a panic run down the wicket, bop back over the head for 6 just to get it done.
Where was that?
It was here.
Yeah. I remember a game at Trent Bridge in which you got 100. I was covering one up there. I think I did an interview with you afterwards.
Yeah, it's good hunting ground with bat and ball, Trent Bridge and Old Trafford in particular. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to beat batting here at Taunton when the conditions are in your favour. Yeah, I think Craig Overton, I think that's his 3rd first-class 100 now, and you know, with his bowling record as well, especially at his age, perfect timing for him as a cricketer to get his batting and his bowling as close together as possible. You know, such value to the team to have a bowler of his ability that can produce knocks like this as, you know, relatively regular, and he has done this year.
He was uncertain whether there was a run there, but Thomas Rue had no such doubt. Called him, taken comfortably.
Well, you've got 15 strides and 4 strides, so between the two of them.
Overton to 64.
Yeah, it's a big loss for the amount of pressure you can put on. Oh, a big swing away. Is it all the way? Is it the 100? I think it's being signalled as for that. Must have only been inches inside the rope. Tom Rue absolutely went for the 6 there. Just slightly under-edged it. Not quite all the way, but he's on 98 now. Yeah, so I think it's a big loss them not having the short leg in place. And trying to plug the gap, starting to get a little bit concerned about the...
He could get 2 here.
Total
No, he's not going to
Somerset
take it.
Putting onto 99 now. Nicely played into the leg side.
I wondered whether they might look for the second, but the man coming in, and they decided just to trot through for the single.
That looks very close to going all the way, that 6. 4.
Overton is defending the last ball of the over. Dare I mention the lead?
Well, is it?
It's 155.
Yes, you're allowed. We're increments of 25. It is allowed. I mean, the quicker Tom Rue can hopefully get across the line to this 100, then he can settle back down and concentrate on batting to the closer play. It's been an outstanding knock. Somerset were, you'd have to say, pretty much dead and buried when Rue and Overton got to the crease, but they've just forged themselves a glimmer of light in this game.
You're going to see Ed Barnard for the first time in the innings. Skipper bringing himself on.
Yeah, good bowler, Ed Barnard, good skills. Certainly looked to bowl wicket to wicket. Can shake the ball away, but I think he'll try and attack that front pad. Rue on 99. It's a bit of a tense atmosphere in the ground when a home player is nearing a milestone. And that's the ball he was waiting for. Short and pulled away. Thomas Rue, back-to-back first-class hundreds, and that is as important as any he will score in a Somerset shirt. Well played, young man, and a great big bear hug from captain Craig Overton. What a knock that is, Stephen.
Absolutely fantastic. Really special to be here to see it as well. First championship 100 at Taunton. I'm sure there are going to be many more. What a talent.
And what a way to get there as well. Just slightly back of a length for Barnard and pounded through the leg side. Now, that's the best place for him to spend the next few minutes. Just get up the other end, get the adrenaline down. Because I know we're probably asking a lot from him, but he's got a lot more to do.
Absolutely. 127 not out last week and 104 not out this. Remarkable stuff.
Yes, Barn, yes, Barn.
Come on is the call. One is comfortably taken.
Yeah, even better. Give Thomas Rue a little bit more time at the non-striker's end just to collect his thoughts. Very timely single there from the captain. Excellent stuff. Back-to-back hundreds. One at Trent Bridge, one at Taunton. It's nothing better than a nice bit of batting form. Grab hold of it. Hug it for as long as you can.
The stand is worth 135. Terrific effort from these two.
I'm somewhat surprised that one of those point fielders on the offside doesn't go back into short leg for Craig Overton, who's, I would say, highly unlikely to play a reverse sweep. I do feel like that'll be a bit of a sigh of relief not having a short leg in there as a batter. Warwickshire toiling away, one more ball left before that's 100 overs bowled in this second innings.
Safely negotiated. Wouldn't mind seeing some more angles of Thomas Rue's celebrations of that 100. Such a special moment.
Wasn't it, Justin? Always nice when that gets clipped up for the social media. But it was a great shot as well, into length, and a stunning pull shot. And he knew the moment he hit that, that was over the line for four.
And that's in the direction of the changing room, of the balcony in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and saluting all sides of the ground. That's a great hug.
Big sweaty cuddle from your captain, just what you need. You've chalked off another 100. Cheers, skipper.
Back on strike now, Thomas Rue.
Ooh. Must be our angle. That looked close. Probably not.
Still shouts of encouragement for the skipper, who's got the ball in hand. Yeah, hasn't found the gap there. Not that time. He's been pretty good at finding the gaps. They both have.
Yeah, it's that stage of the day, I think, in fairness. You know, the Warwickshire bowlers, fielders will be running on fumes now, just trying to prize another wicket or two before the close of play. But it's been hot. The wicket's been pretty flat, in particular for the seamers. But I think they've negated the spinner exceptionally well, the Somerset batters.
Yeah, well, we weren't at all sure earlier today whether we'd be coming back tomorrow, but we're sure now.
If these two continue, it might be a completely different feel.
Shadows of the players out there beginning to lengthen now after a really beautiful midsummer's day. End of another over, and time for another chat between the skipper and the Centurion.
There's going to be a change of bowling at the River End.
Change of bowling at the River End, number 80, Dan Mosley.
Dan Mosley coming on to bowl his off spin. Bowls probably 4 or 5 kilometres an hour quicker than the other spinners that we've seen today. Suthar and Webster. Darts it in.
He bowled a couple of overs just before the new ball was taken. Dan Mosley, so he'll be loose. Bowling to Craig Overton. Enthused about Thomas Rue, but this has been another vital batting contribution from Craig Overton, standing in as captain, and his batting benefits. It's not the first time it's happened.
Yeah, one thing you do become accustomed to seeing with Craig Overton, he is a very good back against the wall, tough situation cricketer. It does seem to bring out the best in his bowling and batting. We've certainly seen that today, the way he started his innings, good intent shown, progressively just played the ball on its merits on the whole. That one there just chipping the inside edge. Luckily didn't go in the direction of short leg, given his leg by, so not off the edge, but sharp turn in towards the pads. Let's have a look at that replay. Oh yeah, that has turned sharply.
Yeah, good call. Plenty of room out there on the offside. Mosley has to chase himself.
Over the ball, great work by the Somerset pair, and sensing a bit of frustration out there from the Warwickshire ranks, trying to find a way through. They could all do with a beer or a cider. Stephen.
We all could.
And there's the advert up there. Friday the 24th of July. We're in the second release of tickets. They're £29.50. Over 100 different brews of cider and beer available. So watch Somerset and Gloucester and have a skinful.
So we're reliably informed 100 different types. You can't try them all.
You'd have to. I think you'd have to bring a very small little thimble type tester, wouldn't you, and find one that suits the palate.
Second release of tickets then.
Always a great day. We've informed GWR Railways that they'll be taking a few dusty passengers back to wherever they're going. Vic will be one on his way down south. Oh, what a shot that is. Oh, just a little bit too close to that deep point fielder who makes a good job of stopping that one. That
shot across the outfield.
Raced off the bat.
It's good here. Thomas Roos had a chance to settle down after going through to that 3-figure mark. Take stock, have a chat with the captain, settle down again.
There was a cider. I don't know when it would have been brewed. I think it's probably still going now. It's very, I want to say, the only place I ever saw it sold was at Froome Cricket Club, and it was called, didn't have the most appetizing name. Any guesses? The Demon of Froome? No, it wasn't named after the great Colin Dredge.
Jeff wondered about getting involved with that, Craig, but pulled out in the end.
Yeah, good decision. I remember playing a game at Froome many years ago, having to face up against maybe 4 generations of dredges in the team. I think there were at least 6 out of the 11 were dredges. And one chap at the end of the play went to the bar and said, "I'll have a pint of Black Rat, please." And I thought, I'll give one of those a nudge. It was quite strong, believe it or not. Yeah, Black Rat. So anyone from the Froome area, am I right? Is it a Froome brewed cider? It definitely was available at Froome Cricket Club.
Sounds lethal.
Yes, especially for the rat.
It's a while since Somerset played at Froome. Something had disturbed Craig Overton. Not sure whether that was movement behind the bowler's arm or what, but in fact the bails they can't have blown off. Aha. Thomas Roos dropped his bat.
He's done something wrong today.
Been a while coming. Froome was where Harold Gimblett made that extraordinary debut for Somerset.
Probably churned out one of his many hundreds.
Well, he did, and he was only brought into the side at the last minute because someone was injured. We've recorded a few times, and I wasn't there. I hasten to add. 1938, I think it was.
That was a while ago.
And there was an extraordinary journey to the ground. He had to get a lift in a lorry, stuff like that, and came in with Somerset in a very unpromising situation.
Yeah, I always enjoyed chats of back in the day with our then second team coach Pete Robinson, talking about the Saab 900 club cars and pre-M5 trips to Northampton or something like that, which was had a number of, let's say, scheduled stop-offs along the way. White Hart, White Lion, Red Dragon. We've had a lovely reply talking about the cider. Black Rat is lovely. It's also available somewhere in Clevedon. I can't remember where for obvious reasons.
Excellent.
Brilliant, Lewis. I enjoyed that.
There's actually a lovely piece which is you can probably see on YouTube if you haven't already. They built some new doors for the church in Bicknoller where Harold Gimblett was born. Going to be a couple here.
At
Could
least.
be 4.
At least. It's all the way for 4. Was that thigh pad? No, it was off the face of the Overton bat, who moves on to 69.
Anyway, Marcus Truskothic was there to cut the ribbon, and there's a lovely piece which is worth a look.
Very nice. Over 100 centuries for Somerset between them.
Yeah, if you had to pick a Somerset all-time great opening pair, I think it would have to be those two.
Absolutely. Having seen pictures, I think they would be a good match for running between the wickets as well.
Yeah, might well do. Dan Mosley continuing from the river end.
There's some sharp spin on offer. Sharp spin on offer, and that leg slip just come into play there.
This partnership, Treeks, has become Somerset's highest ever for the 7th wicket against Warwickshire.
In June on a Sunday.
No. Don't need to add any more riders.
No, it's outstanding. 143 as we speak.
And we potentially got another hour's play. I'm not actually sure of the finishing time. I'm sure we're going to get more than the overs remaining that it says on the board, which is 11. I'll just check on
we definitely
on
will.
that.
Don't know how much time was due to be caught up. We had an extra 10 minutes. So
yeah, we had lunch 10 minutes late.
Yeah, so is it 10 minutes across all sessions? That would make it a 6:10.
That would make it
finish
6:10 potentially. Yeah.
No, because we're 13, but the over rate's plus 13, so I'd imagine it'll be a bit later than that. Oh, good delivery there from Barnard.
Yes, it's rare play and a miss.
Sharp bounce and a bit of nip. There's still something there if the bowlers can find it. There's the replay. Straightened and bounced through to Alex Davis. Didn't catch the edge, fortunately, of Thomas Roux's bat. He's on 107, a magnificent knock. Timed to perfection. Still be aware that there's plenty of work still to be done. Yeah, that partnership table, even more striking really, with the lack of sizable contributions going before it, and then all of a sudden that enormous partnership between these two that's still going.
Yeah, the highest score, if you take these two out, was Jordan Herman's 34. Then the other men out today, Tom Kohler-Cadnoff 12, Josh Shaw 22, Lewis Goldsworthy added 20 to the 90 he scored in the first innings, and then Archie Vaughan for 7. It was his dismissal which triggered this magnificent partnership.
Excellent fight being shown here by the Somerset pair. And you think it's going to be a change of mood, if not already happened, but certainly incoming. These two are still in at the close of play. All 3 results become back on the table.
How's your happiness-ometer?
The happy-ometer, I think, is somewhere around the 60-40 now. Tie, of course. Sorry, Victor. 4 results are on the table. I nearly went through a day without a marks correction, but life feels normal again. And that's the end of the 105th. Somerset 292 for 6. I'll take a break. We'll catch up with you again later. Hopefully the momentum stays the same with Lamb and Marks.
Cheers, Triggs. So, Tom Rue is on strike at the start of a new over. Is it going to be Dan Mosley to continue? Not sure at the moment. There's a little bit of a hiatus out there. Seeing the 12th man come on for Warwickshire. Don't know whether there's any message that he's bringing. It's been a tough old session for them so far. £2.92 for 6. Yeah, it is going to be Mosley. And it is going to be Marks.
Indeed. Well, actually, Mosley's bowled pretty well in his brief appearances in Ulster. I've seen him bowl more often in one-day cricket where he really does fizz it through quickly. Not so much in this format, but still quite quick through the air. He's been pretty accurate. Probably hasn't got the same amount of spin so far as we saw from Webster, bowling his off breaks, but been a bit more accurate perhaps.
Confident call.
I mean, what is interesting just to note is that it's almost since Rue's got his 100, they've kind of reined back in the batsman. That was the sort of one target. I'll make sure. But since he's got his 100, he's been very sedate, as has Overton. It's a bit early to start thinking about, we've got to get to the close. There's another just under 55 minutes to go. In fact, there's more time left than there are overs, if you see what
Absolutely. I mean. They'll use more than those.
They probably will. Yeah.
Need more than those 10 overs to get to 6:30.
So used to just batting for the requisite number of overs, but to be fair to Warwickshire, they've whistled through their overs with lots of spin bowling. Mosley's going to have a go around the wicket now.
Yes, the over rate on the board says plus 13. I'm not sure if I've ever seen it that high.
Yeah, well, Warwickshire striving for victory, of course. I need people to be looking at Thomas Rue's waving his hands. It's always if he wants some fresh gloves. Someone's paying attention. I think after this time at the crease, you're allowed to change your gloves, I would have thought.
Seem reasonable.
Well, you're not being a prima donna to ask for fresh gloves. And there we got a fresh gloves coming out. So who's got the job of delivering them in its whites and black shoes? Well, it's a complete turnover of gloves. I've never changed my gloves, not once in my life. I don't. Well, I mean, I have batted quite long, so occasionally, but I don't think I ever changed my gloves. Just kept.
More tickets available for later in the season. Saturday, September the 12th, Soul to Soul, the brand new Heavies, Norman J, and the Beatles Dub Club we were discussing earlier.
Well, you are good, because I'm presuming the Beatles Dub Club is a sort of tribute type of band, is it?
I would imagine so.
Huh?
No?
You don't think they are?
Hearing perhaps not.
Oh dear, I was just booking in.
But in the meantime, they've made way for Jack Leach.
Oh, why don't I shut up about whatever's coming on?
An offer, half-season membership fee, 3 county championship games still to come here.
Yeah.
And 4 Metro Bank one-day cup games you can have for half the membership fee. A bargain, surely.
Well, it certainly would be a bargain if Somerset are right in the shake-up as we go into that final phase. Quite important what happens in this game. I mean, it's only 8. At the moment, I think realistically, Somerset are thinking that it's not impossible from here to get 8 points. for the draw, which is what you get, and then the 3 for the batting. The true optimist would say, "Oh, no, we'll pull them out and get 16." But I think at the moment, to be fair, they would take 8. We're going to have a change of tempo. It looks like, is that Gilchrist coming back? It is. He's got 2 wickets of the 6 to 4. And he's just sorting his marker out. He's going through his action and he's going to bowl without any slips. This is a more common field placement than used to be the case. Not a slip. The week he was all on its own. All on his own. I'm just looking around the field. Just judging by the field, I don't think we're in for a sort of bumper barrage. But we might get a few short ones. On the leg side, there are actually, I see there's a third man heading towards mid-wicket. Deepish, sort of hovering in no man's land, giving a single but not on the boundary. That's a beautiful bit of timing. He might pick up the second there if he's that's the wise choice. It's a good piece of fielding down on that boundary.
It was a good chase.
Yeah. So this is a sort of it's I think they're going to pepper the batsmen with some short pitch stuff. It's not an out and out short pitch field. It allows Gilchrist to bowl a normal length with protection at mid-on and mid-off, extra cover, etc. But he has got 3 men loitering on the leg side, 2 of which are more or less on the boundary, one of which is hovering in no man's land. Or is he at that for 4?
He's found a gap.
He's good there.
You said that he's found a gap today.
That's the 300.
150 partnership as well.
It is the 150 and not the 300. It's 299 for 6.
One landmark and poised for another.
Yeah, well, the crowd, there's not many gone home early. Why would you? Oh, that's a fine shot for 0-2 off the back foot. Classical back foot drive with a vertical bat. Didn't actually go for any, but not everybody can play that shot.
Well,
it's one of the best dot balls best dot shots, if there is such a thing, I've seen for some time. Well, it's
possibly a wide.
A tame bouncer.
It was a long way outside off stump.
It was a long way outside off stump. It was quite high, and he did very well to just not go after it because it actually didn't have much pace on it. Anyway, he let it go. He's going for the Yorker there, but wrong line. I can see what he's aiming for.
We heard so many tales of Thomas Rue's talent, didn't we? When James came along.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about wait till
you wait till his brother comes along and says, "Oh yeah."
And now we're seeing.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's this calmness at the crease that I've got to admire, apart from everything else. And the way he's played the situation. I mean, this has not been a barnstorming innings. Let's have a look. He's got, that's the 300 up. He's got 114 from 196 balls. I mean, it's not slow, but it's not, by modern standards, barnstorming. He's played the situation. He's shown a lot of patience. 196 balls. We're talking about at least 4 hours at the crease, I guess.
And a lot of maturity.
Yeah.
Given he's 18 years of age, it's remarkable.
It is. Just finished his A-levels. Probably feeling quite free, actually. He's just got his A-levels out of the way. I think on Thursday, the last one, apparently.
Yeah, the maths one. So he's knocked them on the head.
Yeah, and I think his maths teacher, as I say, is Rob Turner, who might have digressed occasionally on the subject of wicket keeping.
Here's Dan Mosley.
Oh, that is just a little turning in. I didn't get too excited behind the stump, so we'll stick with that as a good leave.
No,
Off
not
the
that. I
pad.
think it's probably off the pad.
It's a good ball. He's looking dangerous, actually, Mosley. And Mosley. He's just bowling wide of off stump. And there's more rough out there. It's more likely to turn. That one turned sharply, but I think it took the pad and went quickly to slip. What you find is with men round the bat, very often, I mean, I'm sure the correct decision was reached. When it goes quickly, umpires are sort of more inclined to think there's bat there than when it lobs up. I think I recall. And he's actually got a good rhythm at the moment, mostly. And good control, too. Just that line that is almost a foot outside off stump, but it's spinning in. And that's a false shot, but he's going to get at least a couple for it, I would have thought. Here it's up. No, he's not having the second. He hit that or not?
No signal.
No signal.
So
almost yorked himself. He kind of lost it a bit in that over by his very, very high standards. And Overton just coming down for a calming chat, no doubt. Well, here it's further sort of confirmation, really, that you shouldn't go home too early when Somerset are struggling. You never quite know what comes next. And the game hasn't been completely overturned, but we've got a game on now. The lead is 179. There are 4 wickets remaining. Not that much batting to come, but there are 4 wickets remaining. That's a glorious shot. Is he going to get 4 for that? Yes, he is.
Well, it's actually, unfortunately, it's a misfield out there in the end. He did so well to chase it down, but couldn't take it in cleanly, and it just bobbled over the rope.
Yeah, well, he was always struggling. Look at the power of this. That's a back foot drive with a vertical bat. They always used to say, but I don't know whether it's true, but you know, that Peter May would play that sort of shot, but not many ordinary players can do it.
How frustrating is that sort of
it's
thing
like
for
an
a fielder?
Extended backward defensive.
Another one here. Thomas Rue is.
I mean, if you wanted a little vignette of, I mean, you don't often see that shot play, but it's the sort of thing that was in the MCC coaching manual, which I'm sure you studied as a boy religiously. There is the backward defensive, and then there's the back foot drive, which hardly anyone ever plays because it's quite difficult. But he's just done it to perfection. Well, let's hit him on the helmet, and then we'll take 4. You take evasive action. It's always an odd rule, this, but evasive action, and it hits you on the head. I wonder if we have a helmet, referral.
We may well have some questions asked, like who the Prime Minister is.
Well, it's I don't actually. It's a very difficult question just at the minute to know get that absolutely right, because the stuff might have happened while we've been on the. Anyway,
indeed.
So there's drinks are coming out. I mean, by and large, everyone's always fine after this, and it's not quite as dramatic as when Craig was hit on the head by brother Jamie. Were you here that day?
Yeah, I was. It's a fearsome spell.
It was, wasn't it,
Jamie?
I mean, it's great theatre, apart possibly for the Overton family, who probably didn't know which way to look. But I'm sure he's going to be okay. He's just going through the routine. I wonder do they give questions that in normal life that they're confident they'll know the answer to.
I don't know what questions they ask.
I don't know whether you're allowed to at some point before the season, or to say, well, if you ask me that, I should know it.
We'll have to ask him later on during the interview.
Yeah.
What did the physio ask you, Greg?
Yeah, I mean, who's the education secretary? Could be trickier. I mean, I think I know actually, but I'm not sure all our team will. Anyway, it's caused a significant delay. There's a huddle of Warwickshire players who are taking a drink. The physios come out just to check that Overton's okay. He'll also, I suspect, they'll be checking to see whether his helmet is still usable, or whether they have to have another helmet. The upshot was there was four leg buys. Overton's having a drink. He really doesn't look too bothered. But the game has stopped.
With the partnership worth 162, so they broke the record for the 7th wicket against Warwickshire a while ago.
Right. Yeah.
So they're still building on that.
Well, I mean, it's a game that's it's a partnership that's completely changed the game. But that doesn't mean there still isn't jeopardy from a Somerset perspective, because what's happened in the last, these two have batted beautifully, but there's not much there for the pitch now. It seems to have got, even for the spinners, it's got a little slower. Of course, they've taken a bit of the tension out of the game because they've batted so well. Scored relatively freely, but they've been quiet patches. I mean, it's been a beautifully constructed partnership. I suspect Overton might have been well, no, it's about actually. I think Rue's accelerated a bit, hasn't he? I was going to say Overton was the biggest contributor, but I don't think that's
right
anymore.
At the point where they got to the 100 partnership, he was.
Yeah, but Overton's kind of gone into his shell a little bit. I think he's sort of realised this. Hang on, if we can made that sudden realisation, we can get to the close of play. Jamie Thomas and I are still there. Then the possibilities of getting out of the hole that they've been in for the first 2 days is real. Oh, that came off the glove, and there's a forward short leg there.
Couldn't reach it.
I mean, it's a good piece of bowling modern fast bowling from Gilchrist. But it came quickly off the glove, and that was of benefit to Overton, who's picked up a single. It's a good piece of modern bowling. It's odd, there's one close fielder and he's at forward short leg. The trouble he's had with Rue is he's given him width previously, but I think he's going to bang it in again. He is, and that's hit fine, but it should only be one.
Yeah, it's pulled in safely down there.
Yeah.
I think that's Sam Hain.
Okay. So Overton, who was, even though it's routine now, I think it's still a bit of a shaker when you get hit on the head. And Gilchrist found the right line to Overton, who might be slightly disturbed by this over. He was almost waiting. It didn't come off the pitch very quickly. He's just dabbed that down. He doesn't want to play that pull shot. There's 3 men out there loitering. It's a very big boundary. I mean, I think if people bowl that length from the rear end with the way this pitch is situated, then they'd be quite happy to take that boundary on because it's very short that way. But not when the bowling's from the Triscothic again. So an eventful over, but the lead is now up to 190. Who'd have thought it? Mosley's going to continue. He's as I say, he's looked pretty good, and has caused some uncertainty along the way. He's not bothered with any of the reverse sweeps, which is often a feature of his batting. That's a good run. They like it. They like a quick single in the Triscothic stand. I'm not sure Triscothic liked them that much, but it was an easy single. It was a good judgment.
Yep. takes Rue on to 122.
That's
Another
nice.
one here.
Just over pitched. It's a nice easy one. You're here tomorrow, aren't you?
Yep.
Can't keep him away. It's stalwart. It's been a good game. It's been a... Oh, that did turn quickly, and he did well to get that down away from the forward short leg. That bounced and turned.
Yeah, I must
quite
say,
encouraging.
Tomorrow is looking an increasingly enticing prospect.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's been a very good game of cricket, but it hasn't been one of those sort of wham bam runs up plenty at a massive rate. Look how far forward he gets there. He's conscious of the ball misbehaving a bit here, and mostly it's causing a few problems at the moment.
Catch it is the cry, but
I'm not sure it was ever
it wasn't a
catchable.
chance.
It was off from the face of the bat, I think, but I think it went down. He thought he'd had a single there, but he stopped it nicely. Just looking to hit that a bit square, and he'd have picked up a run, but he can't get there. Still, another good over from Mosley, but no wickets for him yet. But yeah, it's been that sort of, in a way, it's been a slow burner, hasn't it? This match. It's obviously changed direction in the last couple hours. We thought we might be going home. Match finished at about 148 for 6. When Archie Vaughan was out, could have been all over by now.
It felt like that.
But this partnership of 166, 314 for 6 now. I mean, the lead is still not 200.
Getting closer.
But it is getting closer, and there's power to add still. All sorts will be possible tomorrow. Where's he at that? Just for one.
Yeah, got a single down to long leg.
So I wish I was here, but I can't make it. But I'm sure you've got a strong team alongside you to support you. No Trigo, I don't think.
I think it's Charlie Taylor and Harry Everett.
Oh, well, you have got a strong team then.
From memory.
Well, they'll be thrilled, I'm sure.
Well, absolutely, because you always wonder when you get when you're down for day 4.
Yeah, what you're going to get. Are you going to get anything? Is it a dead game?
Pulled out to deep backward square this time. Another single.
Yeah, controlled, pulled down. But as things stand, that's a corrected Trigo. All 4 results are possible. I would like win predictor to be consulted. I mean, I just gives me something to grump about usually, but it would have. He'd have been bobbling up, well left there. Been bobbling up and down a bit, win predictor. Today, obviously, it would have been a moment where I'm sure Warwickshire would have been in the high 80s at 148 for 6, I guess. The draw's gone up to 57, so that's draw is the favourite. Warwickshire down to 30, 57 and 30. Ergo, I imagine Somerset are 13. Well, that's interesting.
That boundary would adjust it slightly.
I'm not sure that boundary made a huge amount of difference, but it. I actually, curiously, I think I'm not a betting man, really. But in some way, the odds for Somerset victory are quite good, given those percentages. I mean, it's nearly 200 now. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I'm not sure about the draw being so strong, actually. Where's he hit that?
Down to long leg.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Now he's limping. I don't know what he's done. Oh, Oh, there'll be. He's just clutching his hamstring, Craig, and now he says it's all right.
Phew.
But
although
just looking over to the balcony.
He was looking at the balcony, wasn't he?
Well, I mean, he's been such a valiant cricketer this summer. Well, he's been a valiant cricketer all his career, really, but.
Well, he was ready to go for the single there.
Yeah. But hang on, here comes Madam Physio.
Maybe a little bit of spray.
Spray, pill, drink.
What you will.
Something. Drink. There comes a towel. Who's that for?
Off comes the helmet.
It's got 79. I mean, we all landmarks in cricket. I don't know. Another possible landmark.
He's striding quite evenly.
Yeah. It's just maybe just a little twinge. Because not only do we want Overton to keep batting for hours more, he may have to bowl 20 overs tomorrow as well. 6 o'clock. Just gone 6 o'clock on the old pavilion there.
Yeah, we'll get more than 4 overs in.
I think so, yeah.
Saying that on the board, I think we'll get, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe, something like that.
Yeah.
Ready to go again?
No, not quite. Nearly, yeah.
He's got a question about something settling now. Watchful defence again from the big man.
Actually, Yates, he bowls off spin. I think he's loosening up. She's going to have a bowl from this end. They've got a lot of options, actually, Warwickshire.
Nicely fielded at short leg. Sharp stop. Pick up one again here. Tucking it away.
There's applause there. And I don't know what it's for. It could be for the 200 lead. But someone
hit 200 lead.
That's
spot
what
on.
Oh, I didn't know you applauded that one. He's whammed that down at about 70 miles an hour. But well played by Rue. I think that's how he bowls in T20 cricket sometimes. Remarkable speed of a little run up. He's got a strong arm, I reckon. I mean, he's looking a good cricketer in this match. Usually he batted well. Second innings, or first innings. And now I think it's going to be Yates, who is also quite a regular off spinner, if I'm not mistaken. He's taken his cap off. He's put his hands in the dry soil, make sure they're dry. And he's just marking out his run. So this is bowler probably number 8 in this lineup.
Yeah, well, they used 6 in the first innings, and Mosley didn't bowl.
Yeah.
So he's the 7th. So yeah, this will be the 8th.
Yeah, but he does bowl quite a lot. I've seen it. I've seen the fact that he's not a sort of total irregular. He bowls quite a bit of off spin. Just having a few looseners. Bowling to his man at mid-on. Three scouts out on the leg side. It's an in-out field again. Plus a boundary fielder on the offside where the boundary is short. Well,
Runs here.
This one's tickled fine. A leg slip would have been interesting, and there's a big dive, and they're coming back for the third. I think he hit that.
I see no signal for coming.
Ball hit the stumps on the throw, and there was a big appeal. Overton was ambling. I'm sure he was in, but unless it's a repeat of last night, look at him ambling in. Yeah, he's all right.
And Thomas Roux has just equalled his career best, which he scored last week.
Okay, well, let's hope he keeps doing that, or improving his career best. A little bit of turn in that one. There was went to leg slip, but there was no leg slip. Now they're just trying to work out what field they have to Overton, whether it's exactly the same or not. No, yeah, they've taken away the forward short leg, and they're having a very fine leg slip. So, tired piece of cricket, really. Down the leg side, not taken cleanly. Eventually tossed back to the bowler. Look at the dust come up there. I'm not saying it's going to do all sorts, but there was a lot of dust, wasn't there, as the foot movement from Overton. Oh, that's turned. It hasn't turned much from this end, but that turned, and he's got away with it. It's the inside edge. It's a good start, actually, from Yates, given that he's been out in the field all day, hasn't been summoned. A bit slower than the other off spinners, certainly slower than Mosley. But he's landed it and just caused one or two problems. I haven't seen that he's hardly played a reverse sweep. He's hit the field. He did it well. He's hardly played one of those at all. I think both times he has played it, he's hit the field actually. But
he did one to the boundary.
Did he? Yeah.
Just and the same over as he got there with an orthodox sweep as well.
Yeah. It's quite an encouraging start by Yates. Quite interesting too that just seemed to get a little bit of spin there from the end where it is reckoned the ball was less likely to turn.
Yeah, we've certainly done enough to deserve another
over.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. But it's almost getting to the stage where Somerset are rather keen to see that sort of misbehaviour.
So just over 20 minutes play remaining here at Taunton.
Yeah, not even modern professionals can just bowl 2 overs in 25 minutes, 23 minutes. I mean, it's in Warwickshire's interest to keep striving. They'll be weary at the moment if they don't take another wicket. But to get one more wicket, then they'll still feel they got a very, very good chance. But this partnership, no, up to 179.
So it's a beautiful summer's evening here.
Yeah, the Quantocks looking glorious.
Yeah, sharply visible.
Yeah.
Clear air.
It's one of the virtues of this commentary box, isn't it? You see the hills. Well, if it's always going bad, you can still look at the hills.
Yes, you could see them from the commentary position at the top of the old pavilion, but we're a little bit higher.
Yeah, you can see more of them, can't you?
Yeah.
And also, when we were in the old pavilion down below, you had to keep a sharper eye on what was happening, because there might be a Trigo straight drive coming straight through your window. It was really quite close to. It was lovely, this view, because you were so close, but you were within range.
Yeah, absolutely. Was Edward Bevan in the box?
That's right, Edward Bevan and Steve James, I think, when Trigo hit one through the window. And Steve James, canny old pro, he ducked underneath the table fairly quickly, I think. And Edward, I think, probably kept commentating, but his voice went up and down fairly quickly. Going round the wicket now, and he's just tucked that away. I think it's only one. It's not time for ambitious seconds.
I do remember one of the 8 sixes that Viv Richards hit in his 3-2-2.
Well,
I was in the old press box and we all ducked because
right.
we thought it was coming straight at us.
I suppose you remember who was batting with him when he got his 3-2-2, do you? You remember any of my shots by any chance? I nurdled a couple behind square for 3, I think.
You batted splendidly, Vic.
I was terrified I was going to run him out, but he wouldn't have let that happen.
But I do remember we were all very momentarily.
Yeah. You were in
quite anxious,
well within range. That's right. Yeah, it was quite exciting, the old press and broadcasting area, and people used to come along and query the safety of it. But I explained to one and all, they put a lot of black and yellow tape around to tell you to be watch out on the ladder.
Yeah. And there was a little notice in felt tip pen saying "Mind your head, boy."
Yeah, exactly. It's okay. It's just about a single. Yeah. But it was a great view. You could stand on the top of the roof and had in between stints, let's say, and had a terrific view, as you can actually up here, while you're a bit higher.
Thomas Rue has his career best.
Oh. Well, let's hope
it's a pretty brief period of time to
for the second time in a week
career best and then better it.
Yeah.
Well batted.
Well, yeah. But I mean, the greedy old pro just shake his hand. But we want more.
We're still hungry.
Well, it's that's the lead is now 207. It's not enough, Stephen.
Not enough yet.
But it's a lot more than I thought we were going to have. Now, what's happening? It's got a strange field now. It's got 3 men around the bat. It's a real in-out field. 3 men on the boundary, 3 men around the bat, and here we go. He's looked good, actually. He should have brought him on earlier. So just causing a bit of trouble. Yates, he's got a nice little loop there.
Yeah, he certainly played at that.
Yeah. He played inside it, actually. He's found a length very quickly. Hence, they got the 3 men round the bat. Just trying to eke out a wicket. That's right. And that's an odd single to have. It's very odd for in a red ball game for an off spinner to bowl without anyone saving the single on the onside.
And then have to chase the ball yourself.
Yeah. Well, he's bringing a man in for Overton. That's the only change in the field. There's also a deep cover protecting that short boundary. Off spinners often bowl with man out there nowadays. Never used to. I mean, he's actually causing a bit of trouble, partly because he's a very different pace to the others. He's much slower than the others. And the ball's up in the air, and they're a bit tired, these 2 batsmen. They're slightly thinking about, another 15 minutes. Don't want to do anything too out of the ordinary. That's just a nice gentle single there. Now, what's the applause for there? I think it's just for a single.
Yeah.
They're all...
They're happy to applaud for anything.
Well, I mean, everyone who supports Somerset must be enjoying this fight back. Again, that's not off the meat of the bat, but hands on heads at leg slip. But Overton trying to communicate with his partner, I think, but I don't quite know what he's...
Last ball of the over.
It's a quicker one, and they'll take one. That's right. I mean, runs now. I mean, every run is applauded, and everyone seems to matter.
Oh, they're going off.
Well, I thought we were going to 6:30.
So
So no wonder that was all a bit sedate towards the end. Well, I think Somerset will be happy to go off now because they've done fantastic work in the last session. I mean, Thomas Rue. Well, we're going to see a lot more of Thomas Rue.
The umpires are conferring here.
Yeah, and they may not know. I think that actually we go to 6:30, boys, and they've got. In which case they've got to make a mental leap. In fact, I don't know why everything's stopped. They've bowled the number of overs remaining. I think the umpires are probably right in thinking, well, we've got to make up time from yesterday.
Yep.
Play goes to 6:30.
Well,
but everyone stopped to have a drink.
And in the meantime, that over rate is still saying +13, and that's one of the reasons why.
Well, their over rate has been good, and they've bowled more overs than they will do if they bowl another ball. The umpires are having a chat. The PA is trying to explain something, and I can't hear it. The PA has just confirmed that actually, chaps, it's 6:30. I don't know whether the two batsmen knew, or indeed Warwickshire.
Yeah, and that's a bit difficult, isn't it?
Well, they've got to make sure, if that's the case, they've got to sort of
mentally
get their head around another 15 minutes.
So, yeah, that over rate figure has been steadily increasing through the last two sessions for obvious reasons.
Well,
We've seen so much spin.
We're all geared for 6:30, but it appears we're practically the only people on the ground to realise that. But
yeah, it's quite a relief, really.
Well, there's one or two spectators who are listening in who recognise that 6:30 was the intended. But
yes, it's a great relief when you've been saying something regularly for a couple of hours and you find out that you were right.
It's also quite unusual, isn't it? Right, so heads down, and I don't know whether the batsman. I got a feeling the batsman thought they could walk off.
Well, they did. They did walk off.
Yeah.
Didn't they?
So it's heads down, and now, interestingly, and perfectly reasonably, for the last couple overs from the far end, they're bringing back their prime spinner, who's actually had quite a long rest, given that he's been a solid threat throughout. That's Sutar. He's back. I know he's bowled 34 overs already, so he's probably bowled 33 today. But he's the hired hand from overseas, and he's got to earn his crust. And it's the sort of pitch where he is the main threat. So he's been summoned up, and it's now up to Rue and Overton to gird themselves for another 15 minutes.
Yes, which is quite a tricky prospect if they didn't know that.
Well, they've just got to adjust, I guess. I mean, you've got to just make sure their head's right. And if they get someone to hit it. I mean, runs are...
And it isn't as if they're coming out to bat after an interval. Or
No.
They've got their eyes in.
Yeah.
Defended unflappably by Thomas Rue. And again. I don't think we'll see much in the way of aggressive stroke play.
No, well, I reckon the batsmen, because they were a bit tentative, weren't they, in that last Yates over? And I think they were working on the basis that get through that over and we can put our feet up and prepare for the morrow, which is all they want to do now. You're right. If Somerset go to the close of play with still just 6 wickets down, I mean, they will big cock a hoop in that dressing room. Not that the game's anywhere near over, but that they've given themselves a chance to get some points beyond their 3 bowling points, which is all that anyone possesses at the moment, or Somerset possess. You've got Warwickshire, you've got 5 points. So we've had a gentle maiden. Curiously, I think Warwickshire would quite like to get off field as well, having had such a barren session so far. But Yates has bowled nicely since he's come on.
Yeah, a barren session and a pretty hot session as well.
Yeah.
In the sunshine. Yes, they don't seem to be in any hurry to get through as many overs as possible.
Well, I know, but actually, I mean, I think both sides would be happy to get off, but I think Somerset would be more happy to get off, provided they've still got their just 6 wickets down. Anyway, let's see what happens now. It's a bit crab-like from the batsman since Yates is tossed the ball up. No one wants to play a big shot. There are gaps there, but he's on target, not in allowing the odd single even. However, there's one.
More applause for another single.
Yes, no, there's the triple Nelson. 3, 3, 3, 4, 6. No one really thought Somerset would get that far. That was scared. That's a nice delivery. Looped up. It's just turned a bit. Took the inside edge, stayed down.
There was a bit of hesitation
There
for a
was.
moment. A bit of a yes, no, yes syndrome.
He's quite weary, I think, probably. It's a nice run from... He's just checking. Overton's just checking. Always remember... Not really relevant here, but I'm going to mention it anyway. But I take... As recently as 1984, I remember being in what was then Madras, now Chennai, whereas England would go on to have an epic victory, and Graham Fowler would end up getting a double century, a huge partnership with Mike Gatting.
Yeah, I remember.
And it got to the last over of the day, and they'd had a major partnership, but obviously Fowler, opening batsman, had been out there longer and was really exhausted from heat. And Mike Gatting started, I think they say, the last over facing, and he hit the ball down to the outfield and just said, no. He recognised his mate was exhausted, and he said, "I'll take the last 5 balls." No batsman wants to take the last 5 balls, really, because you're just on a hiding to nothing in the sense you are, But it was a fine moment of
absolutely.
Mike Gatting recognising that Foxy played brilliantly, but he was at the end of he'd lost energy.
Yeah, good on Gat.
And it was, a selfless moment.
Yeah.
It's quite uncommon. And it was an epic England victory, actually.
So it's taking a long time in between the.
Well, I don't think no one wants to be there anymore. They all want to go and lie down.
We've only got, what have we got? 6 minutes play left.
Yeah.
I wonder whether this will be the last over.
I don't think they can stretch this one out for 6 minutes. Oh, it's just a flicker of spin, but he's played it with softly. I think Rue is probably, even though he looks so relaxed, he looks a bit weary. He's had a big week. He's had his A levels to finish. He's got a career best batting all the time up at Trent Bridge, and he's keeping wicket.
I think we'll probably have a couple more, won't we? This one plus one. Yeah.
Yeah, just the.
Craig Overton just checking on.
Well, they've changed the field. They've got a leg slip. He does tickle it around there a little bit, like that. Anyway, he's gonna. Again, that's substantial applause for that nurdle single.
Every time there's a run.
Yeah.
Overton to 86. He's not going to get his ton today. He won't mind about that. Another adjustment to the field. Good shot for no run. Well left.
Just a little enticement. He played a big cover drive and hit the field. Previous ball. And that was almost a little invitation to a slightly slower ball to say, "I'll have another go." But he didn't. It's a quicker ball. And like the old pro, he's just nurdled that for one more. Conjuring up more applause from the Somerset faithful. I've never known singles to be applauded.
I don't know how much applause we're going to get at Stumps. Quite a bit, I should
well,
think.
It depends what happens. There's 3 minutes left.
Yeah, if these two see it through.
I'm sure it'll be Yates, because Yates has actually caused one or two problems in his 3 overs. And there won't be an over after this. Everyone's moving slowly. It's been a long old day, hot day out there. We've slightly, in every way, shaded from the heat up here. Although the air conditioning is not working, unless Stephen has an inspired bang on the machinery, which he managed the other day. Yates doing what I do quite rightly, is sort of just fiddling around with his field. He's bringing his mid-on up, not that close, but saying, "Well, come on then, why don't you, at the end of the day, would you like to try and hit me over the top?"
And in the meantime, the clock ticks up to 18:28. Another single for Rue.
Yeah.
Craig Overton's taking fresh guard.
Well, he doesn't. He can't. Can you not see the scoreboard? There's no danger, I don't think, of there being another over after this.
That kept quite low.
Yeah, that could be a couple. He'll come back for 2. Runs matter. Just take them all. Not like last night, actually. Where there is no. They're just taking all the runs that are available. Slightly chaotic last night. 340 for 6. Everton 88. 4 balls remaining today, provided a wicket doesn't fall. It's another single. They all count. More applause. They've enjoyed it, those who've been here today, and they have been privileged in a way to see, well, one of England's most promising young cricketers play innings of astonishing maturity. And somehow that hasn't entirely surprised everyone either.
And a magnificent partnership.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we shouldn't just, well, you're right, not just to focus on Overton, on Rue, but Overton, inspired again by the captaincy. He's played brilliantly as captain with the bat this year. He's bowled pretty well too. He's got 89. when Somerset were on the brink of surrender already when he came in.
Last ball of the day coming up. Judiciously left.
Now it's official. It's all over for the day. And what a day it's been. Somerset right back in the game. Thomas Rue, Craig Overton just having a little sort of clasp of hands. And some weary Warwickshire fielders. It's quite hard to adjust when you think you're right in control of the game, and yet in the last 3 hours, no wickets have fallen. And the game is transformed. It'll be a good day tomorrow. Stephen will guide you through it.
It'll be a fascinating day tomorrow. And, well,
what a good game cricket is sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, the way it turns around.
Listen to the applause too. They've all enjoyed that, the locals. And Warwickshire have striven hard, but they've come up against two doughty opponents. There's the bat sort of modestly raised by Thomas Rule. Everyone's standing all around the ground as if it's the end of the game almost.
The volume of applause is increasing as they get nearer the anti-Paddock pavilion.
Craig Overton just letting him lead the walk off the pitch, and gentle hugs from the Somerset players. They go up the steps. There'll be some more hugs in there. The game is not over, but the game is very much alive.
I still can't get why Craig Overton is still wearing his sweater.
Well, perhaps you can ponder that overnight and give the answer tomorrow morning.
Yeah, there'll be much more important things to consider tomorrow, and very much look forward to your company then. And in the meantime, from Vic and from Triggs and from me, a very good evening to you.